I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Christian Valera says good morning. Beef Supreme says, ooh. Justin Garcia says good morning. Christian Valera's made the mistake of reminding me of something that I didn't think was real. Having not watched Andrew Wilson on JRE, my prediction is it'll be a surface level conversation and thus boring. Nothing controversial will come up and Connor will want to end the content early. Maybe I need a pre-watch. I was going to do Destiny versus AJW. And if Destiny goes live, Destiny normally goes live after like 2 or so, but he's been going live earlier at like 1. But I also think he's going live earlier because he knows that his content is going to be a little bit more haphazard. So he's like playing Arc Raiders at 1 p.m. So like we still lose like 10 or 20 people, but then they normally come trickling back in when they realize that Destiny's just warming up and playing Arc Raiders. So realistically, what I would do is I would probably do his AJW versus Destiny prep debate. I would create some mind maps around it. And then if Destiny goes live, I'll call in. I don't think I want to go with, I don't think I want to talk to Steven about the incident. Because if I talk to Steven about the incident, it's going to be another like Pisco style struggle session. And so I don't think that's going to be productive for anyone. I think what actually would be more productive is just prescriptions. And then that way, like, Steven doesn't get pissed. I don't get pissed. We don't have to have like a big, like 3-hour knockdown, blowout, drag out fight. We can just talk about like, we both agree there's a problem. We don't agree on the extent to the problem or the nature of the problem, but we agree there's a problem. So what do his solutions accomplish versus what my solutions accomplish, and which one is better? I think that would be an easier way to skip through the Pisco struggle session. So Timothy Douglas says, oh God, no. Watching Connor agree with AJW is going to make me sewer slide. It happens. Beef Supreme says, Joe and Andrew content is no different than sharing a cup of coffee and a smoke with a neighbor. It's just a conversation. Okay, well, I mean, yeah. Rob Goes Slow. Oh, okay. That's the one I read. Groovy Harp says, mind map, why the prophets betrayed the elites. It's dumb as fuck. Oh, yeah. The prophets. Yeah. It's because the elites were asking questions. He's referring to the covenant in Halo. the Sangheili made the mistake of asking questions. Brutes don't ask questions. That's why. So for those of you who don't know, the covenant was alien-based multiracial theocracy hell-bent on exterminating humanity and seizing the artifacts of the Forerunners for their own religious cult, and firing the Halo rings was going to be their like trip to heaven. The fastest way to get to heaven was to fire the Halo rings. And so what happened was the Sangheili unquestioningly for a long time were willing to genocide humans. And so they burned like a million worlds. Well, not a million worlds. There was only 800 worlds in the human space, but they still burned dozens of worlds unquestioningly. But then 2 or 3 Sangheili were like, this genocide's kind of fucked up. Do we really need to genocide all humans? And then the prophets were like, you're asking too many questions. We're going to go with the brutes. And they replaced the Sangheili with the brutes. And then that caused a civil war. Christian Blair says, have you already DM'd him? Not sure if he cares about your prescriptions, just being honest. I think it would be better to pre-watch the MDD debate. Yeah, maybe, but I'm not, you know what, man? I'm still, kind of catching my breath or I'm recovering psychically from the Pisco struggle session. So I don't know if I'm going to volunteer for another Pisco style struggle session again. unless you think that it would be good content. I don't even know if that would be good content. That just might be like the same thing again. Justin Garcia says, Steven thought you wouldn't have the position you do about the shooting. Well, I didn't think that he would have the position that, truth be told, I don't know his full position. I've just seen like the clips where he's like, no, this is like an execution. This is murder. That's all I've seen. And that's horrifically unnuanced, but that's okay. Bass Guitar says, good morning, my gorillas. What's up, man? Tyler Fan says, Connor, is that a new hair color or just aging gracefully? Yeah, it's just me being old. It's just me getting old. It is still like 90% brown, but the light picks up the silver, and I kind of like the salt and pepper. So I'm a huge fan. Salt and pepper. Arby was one of the good ones. He and the Chief were bros. Rumor has it the Arbiter even called Chief Sugar Tits. You know, the problem with that is that the Arbiter was like one of the worst, most like genocidal, competent generals ever. So he was probably directly responsible for like millions or tens of millions of human deaths. And then they're just like, oh, well, you question the prophets and you're willing to fight against them? Okay, no problem. Like that's one of the unexplored tensions that would actually be interesting to explore in a post-covenant, like a post-covenant story would be, how do humans just like, because in the games, it just looks like, oh, well, the Swords of Sanghelios have a civil war with other elites, so humanity just backs the Swords of Sanghelios. But the Swords of Sanghelios are still like the most like militant, conservative elements of Sangheli society. And as a result, they're probably filled with like generals and lieutenants and captains and majors who helped genocide the human species. So how is there still not like human anti-Sangheli, like rivalry, bitterness, and hatred? And I think that's like the least explored aspect of Halo that would actually make it really interesting. Hood Monkey says, if you ever look at grunt lore, it's quite fucked how the Covenant took over their race. Oh yeah. They're just like normal little guys pressed into service because they're easily expendable. Elites should have used their Fifth Amendment rights. True. TS Phantom says, what would Destiny have to do to change your position? Why is that the question? Sorry if I'm getting fussy already, but like, you need to articulate what's wrong about my position. That's what needs to happen. Okay. Going forward, like this whole like West Coast girl style, like, I can't believe you believe this. It's morally, what about it? Okay. What about it is morally wrong? What about it is illegal? What about it are you going to be able to prove in a court of law? What about it do you want changed? Because this whole just like, being like, it's wrong, like that does nothing, does absolutely nothing. And it's kind of in my opinion, it's a shame that there's not a lot of effort put into, pulling it apart. Like I don't even think Pisco did a good job. Pisco's thing was like, oh, well, I don't even think the initial stop was legal. I would fight that. And it's like, okay, well, do you believe that they believe that they have the right to detain these people or order them to disperse? And then he's like, yeah, but I would still say it's illegal. It's like, okay, and this is the other thing. He was trying to differentiate between like legality as some like abstract concept absent the process of a court. And I don't even think that's how legality works. Like if a legal system finds an action to be legal, the action is legal. And like morality can be separate. And you can say that we should like orient our legality more towards morality. But to say that there's like two subcomponents of legality, there's the practiced legality and then there's the idealistic legality, but the idealistic legality doesn't exist. It's like almost like an absurd creation of a failure to a standard that doesn't exist. It's actually kind of insane. Vazraka gifted, thank you for being my favorite lurker. Christian Valera says, I'm thinking a combo with Destiny should be avoided until you know all his positions and are ready for that mindset for that fight. Well, hold on. So should we do Destiny? Should I do the Destiny versus the fat conservative then, who was good faith? No offense to the fat guy. He seems very nice. I would get a beer with that guy. He's a thick dude. So So should we watch the Destiny versus the Thicc dude one? Is that more articulating of Destiny's perspective? I could change the title real quick. I don't give a fuck. It's easy to talk about what's morally wrong, but seeing it as illegal will take a court to squint at the word reasonable while considering the totality of circumstances. I don't know which way you're leaning, but yes, that statement on its face is correct. Timothy says, I think it's impossible to ask to explain to you why your take is wrong because your worldview is concrete. It's been formed over a decade of your Leo and military experience. Yes, correct. But if I have a decade of experience and you guys, no offense, love you, you have Wikipedia and cop body cam footage experience, why would we defer to your experience over mine? And then also, who's more likely to be correct? If I'm correct that based off of my training and experience, this is going to be the legal outcome 9 times out of 10, and even if these people are charged, it's ultimately going to be like dismissed, like, and that's probabilistically true, then I am correct. So like, I just have to say, well, you're wrong, but you're really passionate about being wrong. Therefore, I respect your position, even if I don't. Like, I don't know why that's a thing. Deus Halcyon gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you. Is he a thick dude or a thick dude? He's got 2 C's, man. Let's go for thickens. Okay. I do think it's I think it's the more like, I think the opponent is going to be more good faith because AJW kind of argues the way, at least he used to. I don't know how he argues these days, but he used to argue kind of in that maximalist frame that I accused Pisco of. He kind of argues in that maximalist frame where, like, if there's an argument that's inconvenient to his line of argumentation, he's not going to focus on it. He's going to try to move off of it as quickly as possible. Lawyer Nate talks about how someone has a right to self-defense if an officer is using unjustified force, so a dude not peacefully laying on his stomach with fingers laced is understandable. Okay, changes fucking nothing. Changes nothing. Changes fucking nothing. Timothy Douglas says, and I thought the case was that you agreed that morally the shooting was unjustified. You just disagree with that. It should be also be ruled illegal in court. I'm telling you, it's not going to be ruled illegal in court. As a matter of fact, I'll make a bolder assertion. It's not going to be ruled illegal. These people are not getting incarcerated. Okay, so now what? So the reason why it's immoral, let me articulate this and try to make this as clear as I possibly can. The reason why it's immoral is because law enforcement officers are supposed to be more principled, more disciplined, more emotionally strong people. That's not always true, but in an ideal sense, they're supposed to be. So we're supposed to be serving this like higher tiered concept called justice, which means that we're trying to pursue what is correct, what is morally correct, what is legally correct. Okay. And if we also live in a liberal society, which means that we live in a relatively free society in which people can have whatever opinions they want. So if 2 random women have a negative opinion of law enforcement and they're expressing that, but they're not being violent, and the chances of them getting injured in the roadway are very small, then you're not serving some higher law enforcement purpose by shoving them out of the roadway, pepper spraying, beating them, incarcerating them, and then killing a guy who's coming to their aid. There's no higher sense of justice being served. If anything, you're actually like corrupting justice in the name of your own personal anger. That's what's wrong about that scenario, okay? But as far as like the execution of duties, because you have to proceduralize this stuff and you have to develop tactics around it, because people can't just go in with like, well, I'm just going to do what I think is right. You know what I'm saying? If you had that, then every single law enforcement officer would be making totally unpredictable decisions with how they interacted with the public. And by the way, some of them would be like totally incorrect. Like Alonzo from Training Day. I bet Alonzo from Training Day thinks he's the good guy because he's serving a higher level of justice. Now he's murdering people and stealing their cash and their drugs to personally profit. And he's also making deals with criminal organizations, but he's serving a higher justice by bringing the worst elements of society to justice or vigilante justice. So Alonzo from Training Day actually thinks that he's serving the higher concept while still being like a totally morally corrupt, piece of shit. So that's actually one of the interesting points about that movie that I didn't understand until I was older. So the whole point is like, we have to proceduralize. We have to make procedures that cops can do predictably, that members of the public can do predictably. That way we have a rules-based society that is consistent. Roaming says AJW is better to debate, but the hefty guy provides a clearer view of Destiny's positions. I might do hefty guy, guys. I might do hefty guy. Law enforcement changes how someone's mind works for good and bad. Okay. Once again, I have Wikipedia and all the Bad Boys movies on DVD. Perfect. Anyone with more than one firing neuron will concede this won't be charged while Republicans are in charge. That's not even the point, though. See, now I feel like you guys are backing yourself into an even weaker position. I'm saying it wouldn't even be charged under a Biden DOJ. Under a Biden DOJ, this still wouldn't be charged. And we'd still be dealing with the same problems. The only thing that would have happened under a Biden DOJ is they wouldn't be doing militarized operations in downtown major cities. This shit would still be happening in the background. Anonymous says, my problem is the Border Patrol officers are the ones doing the escalating when they shot him as he's face down with hands on the ground. It feels like they did some things wrong and should be held accountable. Okay, but then now we're talking about prescriptions, and I've already gone over prescriptions, so you would have to tell me what's wrong with my prescriptions. Christian Blair says, I'm thinking there's more substance with the MDD debate. We're probably switching up to MDD. Yeah, Connor is using his experience as a source. Yeah, unironically. Yes, 4 years in law enforcement does give me some level of experience with which to contend with the topic, 100%. Timothy Douglas says, no, for sure. I fully believe there won't be charges. I'm saying that under a serious, impartial, moral federal government, there would be charges and the agents involved would be jailed. Yeah, but I need y'all to deal with this. In a, even in a Biden DOJ, I don't think these people would be charged. I think what would happen is that the tone of what ICE is doing would be different. And so ICE wouldn't be going downtown to pick fights with random Hispanics. Therefore, members of the public would be less likely to surround them and kick their cars and yell at them and blow whistles. Therefore, there's less of a statistical likelihood for cops to get into this kind of altercation. Therefore, there would be less people killed under Biden in this way. So, but that's different than saying that the system would react differently to a similar situation. And I would appreciate it if you guys thought about that for a second. SGM says, just me, or has Destiny been a lot less charitable? I feel like he's been jumping the gun and just fast forwarding to calling his opponents unserious just because they don't operate from the same basis. I mean, we'll see. I think I saw that a little bit in the Thicc guy debate, but the Thicc guy actually, in my opinion, just off of the way he was talking, actually seemed like he was trying to be good faith. But we'll take a look at it. I don't want to make a prejudgment on that. Hood Monkey says, I feel like we're at the end of the rope here as conservatives having to deal with the morality-legality distinction leftists throwing out despite the fact legality is the only standard. Legality is the only standard that's going to matter that we need to work with because we need to, if we want to reform the system, we need to come up with reforms that actually make sense, that actually help everybody. Whereas the morality distinction, I'm okay with saying that it's an immoral shooting because, once again, of the factors that led up to the shooting. Right? Like cops should be better, right? Jonah says it was a shitty situation, but unless there's proof the ICE agent knew Preddy was disarmed and shot him anyways, I don't see how he'll get incarcerated. It shows ICE tactics are dog shit, though. Yeah, Randy Chang says, does the new footage of Alex's previous ICE encounters change anything? Not really for me, but it does color the situation. So, for instance, I don't know if this is true or not. It could just be Alex Preddy's doppelganger. But there's a video that came out that some conservative news outlets are claiming are Alex Preddy, and he's cussing and spitting at ICE officers, and he kicks a taillight out. Like there's like a federal vehicle driving away, and he goes, whap, and he like kicks the shit out of it. Taillight explodes off the back of the SUV. The ICE officers come out, force him to the ground, and then they start like whooping on him. But then eventually they like let him go. I don't know why they let him go, but they let him go. And then he walks away. And somebody said, if this is true, and if this is Alex Preddy, allegedly Alex Preddy was communicating with other people and saying like, yeah, in that moment, they cracked my ribs or broke my rib. I was actually really scared at that time. And so I'm worried that I'm actually going to get killed doing this stuff. And so right there, like, can we agree that kicking a federal law enforcement vehicle while concealed carrying a pistol is fucking suicidally stupid? And then to show up at another, another fucking protest with a pistol on you, like, who was that pistol for? You know what I'm saying? Like, so once again, I think I think that it shouldn't color the day of, because the day of, we have the facts on the ground, and Alex Preddy is pretty clearly not as aggressive as he was in that initial video. And I don't even know if that's Alex Preddy. That could just be a doppelganger. Maybe there's two tall, skinny, balding guys with khaki pants in Minnesota. I don't know. But I do think that if that was the incident where Alex Preddy got his ribs cracked or broken in a previous incident, then that would be, like, in my opinion, suicidally stupid. That doesn't really change the morality of the scenario for me, though. Fashion 40 says that explanation would have made a great clip. Connor's moral view of Preddy. Activate clips, please. Well, I'm tired. I got 10,000 things going on, and I'm a bum, so you're gonna have to deal with it. Valor or Death Lily says, is a statement a scared cop can kill someone if they feel like it was justified with zero context true or false? It's true. This is a true narrative people want an answer to. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And you guys keep trying to differentiate. You keep trying to differentiate fear and anger. And what I'm telling you is that there's something going on in my brain. Okay. I'm realizing that I've been an angry person for a really long time. And I love, the anger you can treat like a drug. It can be as addicting as a drug. And oftentimes anger is used to mask fear. So for instance, when 9/11/2001 happened or whatever, I got angry. But I got angry because it's scary to have random people all over the world just blow up a few thousand people and then watch them commit suicide for a few hours. That's scary. But I didn't feel scared. I felt anger, right? I joined the military. I was scared of boot camp, right? I'm a 17-year-old kid. I weigh 170 pounds and I'm getting fucking screamed at by these 200-pound fucking monsters. But you know what I did? I got angry and I used my anger to push myself through the scenario. I could keep going with examples, but the truth is that oftentimes when men get scared, they use anger as a motivational tool to attack whatever they're afraid of. So, should you be afraid of a gun? Absolutely. Instead of feeling fear, can you use anger in order to engage in violence to end the threat that you perceive that is putting you in fear? Absolutely. And so once again, like, I kind of want you guys to move away and hear me when I say that fear and anger are, like, really closely linked emotions. Grassroots says, I'd rather castrate myself with a fucking spoon than talk about this. Well, sorry, Grassroots. It's the topic of the day. Conserve says, I agree that feds won't charge it, but a blue Oval Office would probably allow the state access to evidence and give them the chance to charge. I mean, I agree with that, but I also think, once again, it would be like a 1 in 100 chance that they do charge. And then if they do charge, I still expect the guy to get off based off of the current rule set. Timothy Douglas says, it would be charged under Biden's DOJ rightfully, but that's my opinion, and either way is unfalsifiable. Well, at least we can agree on that. Hood Monkey says, Connor forgot to ask, did you watch The Rip yet? And if so, thoughts? Haven't watched it yet, but hopefully that's just like Training Day with Matt Damon 20 years after Training Day. What did Connor think about Derek Chauvin? I think that Derek Chauvin effectively had contempt of cop. There was no reason to hold him on the ground for 10 minutes besides the fact that civilians were criticizing the way that he was doing his job, and he was pissed off. And I think all 4 of those officers caused positional asphyxia. And if you listen to the pulmonologist in the court case, it's actually pretty clear that George Floyd died of positional asphyxia. Gilroy says, here in Arizona, just the other day, they raided a bunch of zips. And one of the times ICE was leaving the scene, they drove the protesters, pepper spraying them as they left. Right. That's unprofessional and R-slurred as F. Timothy says, you're deaf right. Biden's ICE wouldn't be conducting themselves in the way that this iteration of ICE is. I get that. We're basically arguing over unfalsifiable counterfactuals. Is just a bummer. Sure. Christian Lara says, I've come around on the idea of broader issues and updates to training, but also I don't want to remove the ideologically bad agents that signed up to do things that we are seeing. Sure. Gilroy says even my law enforcement coworkers were like, no effing way. Well, I need to see what it is. Like, what are they saying no effing way in reference to? Okay. We're gonna do thickens. That's our new thing. Timothy Douglas is not suicidally stupid, just very stupid. There's no reason to believe you'll be killed if you do that. Really? So just to test that theory, Timothy, and I'm sorry if I'm being a smug prick. I know you're a nice guy. So my apologies for being a smug prick. But based off of that logic, should I like go put Florida's concealed carry. So should I go put a pistol at my 6 o'clock position concealed on my body right now and then go kick the back of a patrol car? What are the chances of you think that I'm going to get arrested? What do you think the chances are of I'm getting killed? Because the chances of me getting killed are not 0. It's probably 5%, 10%. And the chances of me getting incarcerated are like 100%. So if I'm doing a behavior that has a 5 to 10% chance of getting killed and a 90% chance of getting incarcerated, why the fuck would I do that unless I was doing civil disobedience? Like, unless I was trying to get arrested on purpose. Fashion 40 says, if I was a black dude did that to NYPD, they would have shot me. Yeah. Oh, dude, NYPD would have killed the fuck out of you. Are you shitting me? Dude, if you were a black guy and kicked a patrol car and you had a pistol on you, you would get smoked. Are you shitting me? Talk about white privilege. Rob says, I found multiple angles of the taillight being kicked out. Alex was treated for a broken rib. It's clearly stupid. I think it demands investigation. Maybe the same agents. I don't know. That's half of Minnesota. Oh, man. Don't go around yelling at police while making forward movements and reach for things they can't see clearly. I mean, yeah, that's smart. Fun fact, anger is the most addicting emotion. There was a study about it recently about how addicting anger is linked to all the social... Dude, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, like anger... I'm addicted to anger. I'm working on my anger addiction. I'm trying to reduce the degree to which anger and fear dictate my life. Jonah says fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, or whatever Yoda said. I don't remember. So true, bro. Oh, I hate that I'm basically Sith. Like, I hate that the Jedi are cool, man, but like some of their code is just so lame. Like I can't get over how lame some of the code is. And then the Sith are like edgy boys, and they're too edgy. Like I would say like I'm 60% Jedi, like 40% Sith. Like, Balin Skull, the guy running around with an orange lightsaber. Apparently, he's not like full dark side. He's kind of like Count Dooku, where he just like uses the dark side as a tool. I don't know if that's true or not. I could be just making shit up. But Balin Skull is one of the guys that I would emulate. Hutch Larry for 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for the gift, King. I'm happy I haven't lost you yet. AK Batusai says the big problem here is that the anti-ICE protesters are trying to make ICE leave and get out of their city, and their goal is counterintuitive to using laws and officials to make them leave. Sure. I think Minnesota would have a bigger chance than 1 in 100 of charging, especially with Keith Ellison as AG, not speaking to legality, illegality of the issue, talking about political reality. Maybe. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah. Thank you for the gifted, King. Thank you for the oil. Would you support policy that bans federal law enforcement from wearing military uniforms? I don't think that has anything to do with anything. I think the tactical shit is lame. I think cops should look like cops, but I also think that we should be moving to load-bearing vests and thigh holsters. So police, load-bearing vest and thigh holster. Let me show you. So let me show you this real quick. I had a battle belt and I had a pistol on my hip, and it actually did push my hip out of whack. And I do think I already had a hip issue. I think it contributed to my hip issue. Whereas LBVs, load-bearing vests, that double as bulletproof, but also are capable of distributing the weight of equipment. That's better than putting it on your hips. And then also having a thigh holster where instead of it sitting on the side of your hip and pushing your hip inward, it goes down like 6 inches and then it's on your thigh. I think that's physiologically way better. So if you were thinking like, oh, this is too tactical, I think these are too tactical. I wouldn't care. These are fine by me. I think in a police officer armor, LBV, and thigh holster is perfectly fine. You don't need to be wearing like the military uniform. But also, if you consider like these trousers, like these 511 trousers, you're like, you can't wear that. That's too militarized. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all. I think that's silly. Like looking that's like looking at a tiger and being like, you know, the real problem with a tiger, it's the fact that it's orange and black. You know, like obviously, no. The real problem with a tiger is that it's a giant cat that eats your fucking face. So, yeah. Anyways, my chat just jumped. Thank you to Vazraka. Thank you to Deus Halcyon. Thank you to Larry Hutchinson for the 5 gifted. Here we go. I found it. All right, back to engaging with chat. I'm gonna change the title. That way we don't steal people. Destiny versus Thicc conservative. All right. I do want to get some content in though, because I'm mad tired, man. We've had a busy couple of days. We've been doing some crazy shit. So I kind of want to. I do want to engage with chat, but I also want to get into content as well. Conserve says, I think people sometimes stand for things they believe in and are willing to die for things they believe in. See the Boston Massacre, civil disobedience makes the world go around. Sure, but you need to be ready to die for it. Random commenter says, would you support policy that bans federal law enforcement from wearing military uniforms? Not really. I mean, if you're talking about like camo, sure. But if the SWAT team wants to wear like 511 tactical pants and urban camouflage shirts, I don't give a fuck. Conservative liberalism says John Adams was right to defend the redcoats and he was right to be a founding father. The world is complicated. Sure. The redcoats fired into the crowd and killed like a half dozen to a dozen people, but they were also getting hit with fucking rocks. So, you know, what do you want to do? AK Batusai says also kicking a patrol car while carrying isn't civil disobedience. I mean, it actually straight up is civil disobedience, but I know what you're saying, that it's like it's a criminal action that's going to get you incarcerated. But when I say civil disobedience, I'm actually saying like you're engaging in low-level criminal behavior in the hopes that you get arrested to draw attention to a moral issue. So for instance, like Rosa Parks and the civil rights people and the freedom bus riders and the protesters with MLK and this, that, the other, all those people engaged in civil disobedience. They committed crimes, but they committed crimes in an attempt to draw attention to what they believed was a moral injustice and the need to reform law. Barabbas says, hey, Connor, not related to any of this, but how ready are we for a large-scale conventional ground war? Not at all. Not at all. I think we're more ready than China. I think we're more ready than Russia. But I think America has no, like the civilian population has no taste for a large-scale ground war. We have the military capacity. We have the logistical capacity. I just don't think we have like the amount of artillery shells that you would need to produce, the amount of drones that you would need to produce, the amount of ammunition you would need to produce. I think we're probably in the red right now, just supporting Ukraine. I Am Simba says, it's not about being black. I've dealt with many cops in my lifetime and never been attacked. People get scared and angry too easily. Okay. Well, I mean, as a black person, do you think it would be smart to kick a patrol car while carrying a pistol? I hope the answer is no. Harstar says, I play League of Legends and Rust. My addiction to anger knows no bounds, but when it comes to real shit, I'm stoic. That's funny. Just don't treat the anger addiction with pot, which could lead to another addiction. We'll see. Fashion 40 says, everything a cop stop me, bruh. I just stay still, answer the questions, and when I leave, I write some shit in IG. I've never seen NYPD do wild in person, and I've been lucky enough not to have my ass kicked. Well, good. Also, don't kick a patrol car and don't carry a pistol while you're kicking a patrol car. Kay says, I have an anger as a gift tattoo. Yes, from Rage Against the Machine. It can be. It can be. Just don't let it overwhelm you. Larry Hutchinson says, Valor, every department is different. Every cop reaction will be different. And the issue is that this is a politically charged issue with horribly trained personnel. Sure. But once again, I think this is a fairly easily answerable question. Is it advisable to kick a law enforcement vehicle and kick their taillight out while carrying a pistol? Is that advisable to anybody? I don't care about morality. I don't care about legality. I don't care about any of that kind of stuff. Is it advisable for your general well-being to do so? Oh, counterpoints. Female Brazilian police officers look really hot in their plate carriers and BDUs. I'm sure. 6 inches, humble brag. Oh, that's funny. LBVs, fine. LB load-bearing walls. Now that's heretical. Jonah says, philosophically, the Jedi are like Buddhist monks who say just stop wanting things, Fivehead, while the Sith are all about passion and achieving goals, hence why the Sith get shit done. True. Subri says, things I learned. Connor is almost a Luke Skywalker tossing his lightsaber levels of fuck it. I mean, you're not wrong. Thigh holsters are dumb. Change my mind. Why? I'll tell you why I don't like hip holsters. I don't like hip holsters because they fucked up my hips. Yeah. Binders full of women says, God, AJW was slimier than usual in this one. No chance he believes in an afterlife. That's funny. That makes me want to watch the AJW debate, but I think I'm dedicated to the thick conservative debate. Tactical clothes don't matter, lol, as long as they have displayed identification. Masks, on the other hand, are bullshit. Sure. LBH rocks were the 1700s equivalent of whistles. Josh, I timed you out because you said things that pissed me off a few days ago, but you did. You're being funny now, and I appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna start it. I'm tired. We need to get cracking. Jason Bricker says Rosa Parks was concealed carrying, but the cops knew better than to mess with. Dude, I went to the bar. I think I told you. So last night I had a couple of friends in town from high school. It's been a long time since we've hung out. So we hung out, got some dinner, went to a bar, and had a couple of beers. I'm not like hungover, but I probably had like half a dozen beers over the course of several hours. And I was telling them, I showed you guys that TikTok the other day. Matter of fact, do I have it? I'm just going to show you guys the TikTok again because I'm not sure if everybody's seen it. It's going to take me a second to find too, because I'm talking about the black guy who's pretending to be like tech billionaires and he keeps like developing like horrific technology that's like racist or violent. Let me scroll. I'll see if I can find it real quick. But that shit was mad fucking funny. And I told them about it at the bar and they did laugh, but I definitely said some of the parts of the joke way too loud. Way too loud. Give me a second. It's going to be dead air for a second. You're just going to have to deal with that. I know it's in here. I'm going to find you. If I don't find it in the next 10 seconds, I'll actually flip over to bookmarks because I almost guaranteed it's in bookmarks. Nickelodeon. All right, 10 more seconds and I'm going to flip over to bookmarks. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm gonna flip over to bookmarks. Damn, I'd fucking tweet a lot of shit. It's kind of annoying. Why is Connor fucking tweeting so much shit? Damn. All right, home, explore, notifications, profile, more, bookmarks. Tim Pool being a freak. The guy kicking out the window. Destiny telling some people to kill themselves. More Destiny telling people to kill themselves. Here we go. I got it. All right. So I hope some of my black viewers haven't seen this because this shit is hysterical. And it's a black gentleman doing something funny.
I just built a Terminator.
For what?
Yeah, from Terminator, the movie. Yeah, I built the T900 and the T1000.
I know what it is. Why did you make it?
Yeah, I'm going to put them in grocery stores. That way, if people shoplift because food costs too much.
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you make that?
Those robots cost millions of dollars.
You could have just bought everybody food instead of this.
Hey, I just developed a Gundam that hates black women.
A Gundam?
Yeah, it hates black women. Yeah. Angela Davis? No, not anymore.
My
not
God.
Anymore.
What? Why do you have money?
Davis until I Angela.
Why do you have money?
She Angela on my Davis till I. She Ann on my Jilla till I Davis. Hey, I built Megatron.
Megatron that wants to destroy all humans?
Yeah, I built Megatron, yeah.
And why? Why would you do that?
Innovation.
What the fuck?
Look, bro, can you please just use your money to, like, help people, like, make prosthetic limbs or give people food or something?
I made a drone that will suplex you if you've ever thought anything bad about Israel.
Oh, my God. Why?
Are you thinking bad right now? I can go get the drone. I can go turn it on. Yo, I just made a time machine so that we can go back into the 1840s and stop Harriet Tubman.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why are you like this? And why do you have money?
So I was in a bar last night and I yelled, I made a Gundam that hates black women. And my friends were like, Chris C says, amen, bro. Is it advisable for a girl to get drunk around strangers? Also, I spend all my time defending the rapist in this scenario. Yeah, you're an arsler. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Christian Blair says, hot take, having re-listened to the tribute to George Floyd, I wish David Guetta released a song on Spotify. Oh, man. By the way, Connor, thoughts on Trump serving Fulton County last night for 2020? Good. If we have evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud, then we can finally get it. And if there isn't, which let's put it 99.9, there is no evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud, then we can laugh at Trump and his cronies being wrong for the 50 millionth time. And then we can call them ableist and homophobic slurs. So good. Sacred Snow says, what happened with the Andrew Wilson, Joe Rogan segment? Just wanted to do this first, or was it unentertaining? I don't know. People are saying that it's just Andrew Wilson and Joe Rogan chilling and having a good time. So I don't know, man. I think this is the topic, and I need to. I need to. I need to see Destiny's perspective. That way, if I have a conversation with him, I'm not gonna freak out. Yeah. Groovy harps. I don't want to waste police officers' time, so whenever I get pulled over, I hop out of my car, run up to their window, pulling out my license insurance out of my back pocket as quickly as I can. Oh my God. The Gundam already exists. It's called Wu-Fi. Oh my God. Did you see the Tim Pool episode where Goth Dude was complaining that goth metal and punk were invaded by woke? They were claiming that punk metal and goth was never supposed to be political. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. I think there's a narco in the punk scene. There were like anarcho libertarians and anarcho capitalists, but there was also a ton of anarcho communists and a ton of lefties. So yeah. Connor doesn't have enough have enough of a pass with enough mileage to be doing that shit. He's just looking for 11,500 votes. True. Take A.W. Rogan isn't as instant spicy or very political at all. Okay. Larry Hutchins says, at this point, I just want them to find something to be over with it, because if not, they'll say that was destroyed. Oh, right. Yeah. You want them to conduct the investigation. That way we can get to them being like, oh, they destroyed all the records, so we couldn't prove it. Yeah, I'm sure. All right. Anyways, let's get cracking. Let's pull up the modern day debate. I'll be taking notes. I'll be doing mind maps. Modern day debate. YouTube. I'll go to the videos or the live section. Let me increase the video quality. There's one thing that I know Steven already said that is just like incorrect, where he's just like, a cop has to determine whether or not he's detaining someone. Otherwise, what is he doing? You're not allowed to just disperse people. And it's like, that's just not true. It's just like not like confidently saying that over and over again is just not true. What is Sonic inflation? I think it's where they take Sonic characters and they make them really, really, really fat. And they make them fat because some people get like sexual arousal out of making characters that they want to have sex with really fat. I think that's what Sonic inflation is. Connor, did you watch the end? Your voice vid? I did. And that guy should be administratively disciplined and or fired. All right. Let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And today we're going to be breaking down Destiny versus a conservative in reference to the Mr. Preddy shooting. For those of you who don't know, let's say that you're just watching this from the year 2100. Alex Preddy was a gentleman who was protesting law enforcement in Minnesota. He approached he interjected himself into an arrest that was being conducted by ICE. ICE were being douchebags, and they were harassing members of the public and shoving them out of the roadway and pepper spraying them. Mr. Preddy was forced to the ground, and then he was disarmed from his concealed carried pistol, and then he was shot after he was disarmed. As there's a series of miscommunications and tactical errors and moral errors in this shooting. However, my contention is that it's ultimately going to be ruled legally justified, even if we think that law enforcement is either incompetent or should be reformed, or if we should add on a whole bunch of new tactical considerations. And so as a result, we're kind of fighting legality versus morality versus how should we hold people accountable now versus how should we hold them accountable in the future. And Mr. Stephen Bonnell is an excellent debate bro, liberal, progressive debate bro, who's going up against a conservative guy that I haven't seen before. So as a result, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to interrupt it. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to make mind maps about it. So let's go.
DebateCon 7 will be in Houston, Texas on Saturday, January 30th. Meet right now. Who's Mervin? The floor is all yours.
Wait, I'm getting my Zoom set up. Oh man. Do you have to make the windows change or do I make the windows change?
You mean?
I have no idea. No, we're good. Don't worry about it. I figured it out. Okay. I didn't know we had formal opening statements for this, so I'll run through my thoughts. I think on the broadest, most macro perspective right now, if we look at the actions of ICE in Minnesota, I think that they're faulty on a couple of big levels. I think, firstly, the recent wave was inspired by a video by Nick Shirley, where the majority of the claims made in that video are demonstrably and obviously false. Whether we talk about the fact that he went to these daycare centers when they were closed and claimed that nobody was answering, or that he went to daycare centers and didn't bother to look up anything about them beforehand to see if they were even currently functioning or not, or whether he went to office suites and he seemed to be unaware that sometimes you can have a whole bunch of offices in the same building and there's nothing very strange or weird about that. And the fact that you can't go to a home healthcare provider. Sometimes you can have a whole their office and demand to see somebody who will give you home healthcare, because that's not usually how any of these places work. So I think it's a tragedy that the surge of ICE agents recently to Minnesota was seemingly inspired by that Nick Shirley video. Even broader than that, I think it's sad that Donald Trump has taken an issue like legal immigration that to some extent all of us should have some broad agreement on. So for instance, all of us should agree that we don't want violent illegal immigrants in our country that are felons or have committed violent crimes, and has somehow turned it into literally the most polarizing issue ever through constant gags and just deeply unserious approaches to the problem, like the creation of Alligator Alcatraz, like shipping people off to El Salvador, like Kristi Noem taking videos in front of people in cages. I just think it's crazy, it's cruel, it makes everybody upset, and it just divides the country in terms of how we view these issues. I think more specifically, I think it's a tragedy that we've decided that it's okay for ICE agents to become masked up, that it's okay for them to engage in bullying tactics on the civilian population. It seems that a lot of these people are out of control. It seems that they lack the proper training to do ordinary state or local policing operations. And so as a substitution for knowing how to actually do their job, they've just engaged in bullying and brutality. And we've seen that in the case of Renee Good, who was assassinated for literally no reason by a guy who I think said fucking bitch after he killed her, or now the assassination of a guy that was working as a VA nurse who was just trying to pick a woman up off the street that an officer had shoved aside for literally no reason.
All right. I get it. I'm going to keep beefing with my chat over this. Okay. It's not literally no reason. Okay. Even if we agree on officer caused jeopardy. For Renee Good, the officer walks in front of the vehicle, which is reckless, dangerous, and stupid. He gets a videotape of the woman's face and a videotape of the license plate. He walks back around the vehicle while he sees his boys looking like they're going to detain her for obstructing law enforcement operations. He steps back in front of the vehicle, then she tries to flee and elude, and she almost clips him, or does clip him, who knows. But the point is that with the vehicle coming at him, he pulled out his pistol, shot it, killed her. Okay? So saying no reason is cringe. Then getting into Mr. Preddy, once again, what happened was law enforcement officer gets mad. There's two women blasting whistles and talking smack to him 6 feet away from his vehicle. He believes that he has a lawful ability to force these women to disperse and or detain them. He chases them across the roadway. He shoves one of them out of the roadway. Mr. Preddy goes in between him and the woman. They get into a scuffle. Law enforcement officers try to detain the woman and Mr. Preddy. And during that scenario, one officer starts yelling, gun, 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 or he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. And what ends up happening is one officer is disarming the guy, and then another officer, based off of, in my opinion, not seeing the disarm. If he did see the disarm, then that's going to be a whole nother can of worms that we're going to have to open. But presuming that he didn't see the disarm and he's just hearing he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he pulled and shot and killed the other man. So if you want to say bad tactics, if you want to say ICE is incompetent, if you want to say any of that stuff, we could get into tactics, we could get into prescriptions, we could get into law enforcement reform, we could get into all that kind of stuff. But once again, saying no reason, I feel is like a bad way to put a foundation on this conversation. So
with that context set, with the background set, when you look at
and real quick, grassroots for 10, just because I want an army of robot dogs to be my private future army and ask Peter Thiel for $2 billion doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. True. I agree with you. Larry Hutchinson with the 5 says, watch me first, please, but then sends me a YouTube link. Larry Hutchinson, are you on Discord so I could get that via Discord? Because basically the problem right now is I got StreamYard chat, so I can click on this, but then I can't copy and paste it. So anyways, let's go.
The specific killing, I think that there are so many ways that this was a horrible event. And I think that this is one of those events that, like, if you can't see how this is horrible, I think you truly will defend basically anything you see on camera as long as Donald Trump signs off on it. I don't know why the officer was just shoving the woman around. If you want to argue that the woman should have been detained and arrested, then there's a time for that. I don't know why police would ever just shove somebody to the ground if you weren't trying to arrest them. And that doesn't seem to be the case of what was happening here. It seems like when Pretty was trying to put himself between the officer and the woman, it doesn't seem like he was trying to put his hands on or attack the officer at all at multiple points of the video. It seems like
he put his hands on the officer. So once again, I feel like we have a factual dispute here. You can say that his body language was not communicating direct threat. But as we saw with the video with Pisco, there's a frame from this side of the street that looks like an elbow is going into the officer, but there's a frame on this side of the street that it looks like the elbow never touches him. What it does look like is it looks like his left hand goes to the officer's stomach and he stands there obstructing the officer from approaching the woman that the officer just shoved to the ground. At that point, I'm telling you, you're going to fucking jail. Okay. You put your hands on a cop in the middle of a cop operation, justified, unjustified, whatever. We can do, Officer Nasty, can you listen to me? Thought we agreed he never elbowed him. Yes, I just said that. I just said from this side of the street, it looks like an elbow, but from this side of the street, we watched it with Pisco. The elbow never makes contact, and then the hand goes to the stomach. Can y'all listen? Listen, or I will get mad.
His hand is up. He's slipping over, just trying to like help the woman up. I don't see at any point where it looks like he's attacking or trying to be aggressive towards the officer. And then for absolutely no reason, the officer decides to escalate at every stage of this interaction, starts shoving him around, takes out his mace, starts macing him down, starts tackling him, gets his boys over to tackle him. And then a situation in about 5 seconds just turns into a murder for literally no reason whatsoever.
Officer Nasty says it sounded like both sides. I'm on an opposite side of you, Officer Nasty. I'm on a different side than you. Okay? I'm on a different side. If you want to talk about police reform, I've already been over this like a dozen times, okay? We're going to do it real quick because if I keep getting like soy, I'm going to get mad. So these are the prescriptions that I have already highlighted multiple times, and I'll start mind mapping more if I need to. Okay? These are the prescriptions that I think are going to save lives. I'm going to be as fast as I can. Renee Good needs to establish officer cause jeopardy. Okay? Pretty situation, we need to differentiate between people yelling gun and officers yelling disarmed, and this needs to be codified. That way we can get less people shot. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch the other things, okay? Then the next thing that I think would reduce the amount of police homicides is by retraining cops for the European model for edged weapons and improvised weapons, and equip them and train them with people catchers, riot shields, tasers, and bolo nets. Then I would say all cops need to be trained on signs of drug overdose, positional asphyxia to reduce in-custody deaths. And finally, chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force category. Okay? What? All right. Anyways, so God, I hate you guys. So anyways, so these are the prescriptions. So if you want to agree with me that these things would reduce police homicides, then good. And we could work on these things together. But Officer Nasty, I need you to realize that it's not both sides. You are on a side. I'm on another side. Okay? We are not aligned right now. We might be members of the same community, but we disagree on a topic. So if I articulate my side, that's not both sidesing the topics. That's my siding the topic. Okay? If you disagree, that's fine. Disagree. I don't give a shit. But don't say both sides like I'm trying to steel man somebody else's position. I'm articulating my position. You get it?
I think that there are multiple stops on this train ride that you can get off where you say, well, you know, the cop had the right to detain the woman. The cop maybe even had the right to push the woman. The cop maybe even had the right to push or detain Alex. But at no point should we ever ride this train all the way to this was an understandable but unavoidable situation that escalated into somebody dying. There were just so many better ways that the federal agent could have handled the situation if he either had the proper training or better attitude towards it. There's just absolutely no reason why this guy should have died in this way. And to watch conservatives abandon all their principles related to law enforcement, related to the Second Amendment, related to the First Amendment, in a desperate attempt to justify anything they see happen that unfolds on screen related to an ICE officer is just, well, in this case, a CBP, I think, officer is tragic to me.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening. We're going to kick it over to Alexander in just a moment for his opening as well. But first, just a couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James. We are a fully neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And our official conference is this Saturday in Houston, Texas, January 31st. That's linked in the description box. DebateCon 7 this Saturday. We're going to kick it over to Alex. I also just put up a poll. Let us know what you think on whether or not Alex Pretty was murdered or not by ICE. With that, Alexander, the floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Destiny. So tonight we're talking about what happened in Minneapolis on Saturday the 24th. Some Border Patrol agents were engaged in a federal immigration enforcement operation. And based on video evidence, you can see a man by the name of Alex Pretty and two women blocking agents' vehicles on the road. You can see Alex Pretty specifically kind of directing traffic and figuring out who's Border Patrol and who's not, and sending those who are not on their way while trying to impede on the Border Patrol's vehicles. Then a Border Patrol agent advances towards Pretty and the two women, yelling at them to get on the sidewalk, a lawful disbursement of an active investigation. Eventually, this agent gets to one of the women, and she's not on the sidewalk after he's told her multiple times to go on the sidewalk, and he pushes her. Again, he's lawfully allowed to do this, to disperse when people are not obeying commands. Directly after he pushes her, Alex Pretty puts his arm and body in between the agent and the woman. The agent takes this as an aggressive move that obstructs him from physically moving the woman to the sidewalk, which he has every right to do. The agent then, I don't believe pepper spray might not be the right word here, it's called OC spray, and tackles Pretty to the ground, where several other agents join in to try and detain him. During the struggle, that's exactly what it is, it's a struggle, which is by definition resisting, one of the agents sees a gun and yells, "He's got a gun," multiple times. Not sure if it's the same agent, but an agent then moves to disarm Pretty, while another agent draws his weapon and places it directly on Pretty's back. This is...
So hold on. Obstructing, not blocking. Okay. Let's look up the federal statute. Federal USC obstructing 111. 18 US Code 111. So let's say assaulting, resisting, impeding certain officers or employees. Forcible assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of duties, or forcibly assaults or intimidates any person who performed service as a person designated in section 1114 on account of the performance of duties during such person's service, shall, where the acts in violation of the section constitute one simple assault, be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both, and where such acts involve physical contact with the victim of that assault or the intent to commit another felony, be fined under this title or imprisoned more than 8 years. Okay, so this is the law that somebody was charged under. They brought it up in a different... Oh, the Subway sandwich guy. So the Subway sandwich guy in D.C., there were federal officers running around doing the D.C. crackdown, and he took a Subway sandwich and he threw it and he hit somebody. And Pisco's assertion was that in the 8th district, we were taught in the academy that the clauses matter. So forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, and intimidates or interferes. There's two ways to interpret that. And Pisco is saying that it's been asserted the following way, that forcible is an adjective that applies to assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes. Okay. My problem with that is that, like, I need a definition of forcible, because forcible. What? Okay. Anyway, Rodney Hobbs, I have no idea what the fuck that means. But I'll Google forcible and we'll take a look and see if there's like a federal definition for forcible. But the truth is that, like, under this shit is if the officer reasonably believed that he had the lawful ability to order those women to disperse and or he could detain them under this, then, he's Gucci. And he can force them to disperse or he can detain them. Yeah, a random commenter says, my brain just reads forcible as physical. I kind of agree with you, but I need to figure that out. So assault, I don't think the women assaulted him. Resist, I didn't see forcible resistance I saw them like passively resisting, so I don't know if that's forcible. Opposes, impedes, arguable, intimidates. Like I said, I think the guy's mad. So if you're getting intimidated by two 40 to 60-year-old Karens calling you a Nazi, then maybe this is the wrong job for you. Or interferes with any person designated. So that's where like impede, intimidate, and interfere feel pretty vague. But that's where forcible, I'm going to need to Google that. So let me Google that while they continue the debate.
After hearing, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. This agent who takes out the gun, puts it on Preddy's back, moves forward to watch for any sudden movements. Now, I have a video where we can see that Alex Preddy's right arm reached for his waistband in a motion like this, where his elbow comes up behind the Border Patrol agent. We can see that in the video if we ever want to pull it up. And I'm not even saying he intended to pull his weapon, right? We don't know his intention, and I don't think that was his intention. I'm just saying objectively, when you watch the video, you can see his right arm make that motion. The first movement of his arm actually aligns with the sound of the first gunshot. So when his elbow is above his back and his hand is...
Okay, so somebody asserted in chat that when I hear forcible, I hear physical. I think that that's interesting because I think the federal code, or at least the definition is that as well. So in federal law, forcible refers to acts committed using physical force or the threat of force. So it needs to be physical. That's interesting. So I'm going to read this too while they're continuing.
Is near his waist, we hear the first shot. Now, this is where we have to speculate a little bit. We don't have all of the information yet. There's obviously an ongoing investigation. I'm sure, hopefully the Border Patrol agents were wearing body cams. Hopefully we get to see those publicly. So either A, one of the officers noticed the hand movement and fired his weapon, or B, Preddy's gun misfired in the hand of the officer who removed the gun from Preddy's waistband. When I first saw the video, I threw it to the side. I was like, I don't know, it seems a little weird. People, are going to make all sorts of videos when this stuff happens. But it does seem like it could be credible because of the type of gun. The P320 is known to misfire. I'm not sure, so we'll talk about both situations. If B happened, the misfire, then you have three elements that provide an objectively reasonable officer the justification to fire his weapon in self-defense. He hears that Preddy has a gun, right? He then sees Preddy reach his hand back and hears a gunshot, then he fires his weapon.
Even if he doesn't, this is a lot of presumption on behalf of the conservative debater. He's saying that, like, with the amount of furtive gestures on the ground, like the officer saw this and made a judgment call and is therefore justified. I think that's presumptuous on the conservative side. Like, I would say, I don't need to know. Like I don't need to know what the guy saw, because we can hear he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. So I'm not going to presume. I'm not going to presume that what he saw and didn't see, because you get tunnel vision, you get adrenaline, you get all that kind of stuff. The other thing too, I think this is like a little bit funnier. This is a little bit more levity than the situation calls for. But have you ever like had your wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever? Have you ever been like, "Hey, where's the ketchup?" Right? And then they like literally move like one grocery item to the right or to the left, and the ketchup is right there, like 6 inches in front of your face. Like that happens to me all the fucking time. All right. And so I think I'm farsighted to a degree where I can, like it just fucking happens that things can be 6 inches in front of my face. But if they're not like immediately in this sphere, then all of my peripheral shit, I can still see it, but it's actually difficult for me to like locate when I'm looking for shit. It has to be here for me to locate it. So anyway, so pretending that we know what that officer saw, I think is bullshit.
If A happened, you still have two elements. The officer is made aware that Preddy is armed while resisting arrest. He draws his weapon and aims it at Preddy as a precaution. He then sees Preddy reach his hand backwards towards his waist and fires his weapon in self-defense, defending not only himself, but his other officers. Remember, the only thing that matters.
Real quick. Timothy Douglas says, Connor, genuine question. Do you think it's reasonable for an observer to believe that anyone a cop pushes while dispersing a crowd is under arrest? No. As in a person shouldn't assist in dispersing? No. That doesn't matter to me, but like So if cops, like, let's say that there's a half dozen people that they say, hey, this is unlawful assembly, you need to disperse. And they pepper spray a bunch of people and they push a bunch of people and say, you got to go, you got to go, you got to go, you got to go. Right. At that point, I don't think that like you would necessarily think that everybody is detained because the cops are giving you lawful orders to disperse. Right. So it's the opposite. But at the same time, if you walked up to the cop, put your hands on the cop and be like, hey, buddy, I got this. I'll help them disperse. It's like, who the fuck are you? Like, what authority do you have to, number one, put your hands on the cop? Number two, assist in the dispersion. Like that's kind of silly. Now, if you want to do that on a voluntary basis where you go, hey guys, come this way. I got water. I got milk. I got water. I got milk. You know, let me get the OC spray out of your face. Like, you know, come this way, come this way, come this way. And you're directing them to a area that is not deemed a part of the unlawful assembly. Yeah, I don't know why cops should get mad at you. Like you're trying to help with the de-escalation. But once again, like context matters in all of this.
Is the Fourth Amendment test for what an objectively reasonable officer would do in the same situation without 2020 hindsight. So really it comes down to, did Alex Preddy reach his hand backwards toward his waist before being shot? Here's what does not matter. It doesn't matter that Alex Preddy was legally carrying his firearm. It doesn't matter if Alex Preddy was being unlawfully detained. It doesn't matter if Alex Preddy had a firearm on him the exact moment he was shot. And here's why. One, legally carrying a firearm while resisting officers does not change the possibility of the suspect using this weapon on an officer, right? So once an officer is made aware that the suspect he is detaining is armed, he is well within his right to draw his weapon. United States versus Robinson. I believe this is a Supreme Court case. During a lawful stop, if an officer reasonably believes a person is armed, the person is categorically dangerous, even if the gun is lawfully possessed. The exact quote here from Robinson is, "The risk inherent in a forced police encounter is created simply because the person who is forcibly stopped is armed. That makes them dangerous. It makes the situation inherently risky." And then also, same case, whether the firearm is legally possessed is irrelevant to the danger it poses to officers during an encounter. This is Robinson. I have the exact quotes. I'm not going to say them all to bore you, but like this one is 846 Federal 3rd, I think page 700, section 1. I don't know exactly how to read those.
Bellrunner asks, Connor, is the noise, the screaming, and the whistles considered interference due to preventing communication between officers, or is that bullshit? I think it's bullshit. I think that court cases that have come down with like provocative noise being interrupting to law enforcement duties, I think they've been found in favor of the civilians because it's protected by the First Amendment.
A case that proves officers can rely on other officers' information about a suspect is United States versus Sharif. Clear articulation of collective knowledge in weapon context. So the collective knowledge doctrine allows officers to rely on information shared by other officers in determining reasonable suspicion or probable cause. This is Sharif. Again, if a officer gets a call that somebody is driving recklessly, they'll pull them over, they'll ask them sobriety questions, maybe do a field test, whatever. But if that officer gets a same call and says, hey, somebody just cut me off and they waved a gun at me, when the officer stops that car, he's pulling his gun. It all depends on the context and the information. We also have United States versus Taylor. Police officers may draw their weapons, this is an exact quote, when reasonably necessary for their protection. The Eighth Circuit confirms the same rule. This is Thompson versus Hubbard. Exact quote, officers may take reasonable action, including drawing their weapons, to protect themselves when they have reason to believe a suspect may be armed and dangerous. It was perfectly reasonable for these officers, once they figured out Preddy was armed, to draw their weapons. One more, Corson versus McMillian. The display of weapons by police officers is not excessive force.
Morbid Morvik, stop being confidently wrong in chat. Okay. So you said it does matter that he was being illegally detained because any authority has gone from those people at that time. No, it's not. As a matter of fact, this guy already said the opposite, that case law finds the opposite. Even if the initial detention is unlawful or unjustified, that doesn't give you the right to scrap it out with cops on the side of the road. Okay. You can beat the rap. You can't beat the ride. This is free advice so you don't get yourself killed or get other people killed.
When the officers reasonably perceive a threat to their safety. 2, it does not matter if Alex Preddy was being unlawfully detained. The provocation doctrine was a Ninth Circuit rule. It said that if officers unlawfully provoked a confrontation, whether it's illegal entry or detention, they could be liable for later use of force, even if that force was otherwise reasonable.
Ooh, that sounds like officer cause jeopardy already. Let's hear that again.
They said that if officers unlawfully provoke their safety. 2, it does not matter if Alex Preddy was being unlawfully detained. The provocation doctrine was a Ninth Circuit rule. They said that if officers unlawfully provoked a confrontation, whether it's illegal entry or detention, they could be liable for later use of force, even if that force was otherwise reasonable. But in County of LA versus Mendez, the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously rejected the provocation doctrine, and the court held that Fourth Amendment claims must be analyzed offense by offense. Unreasonable seizures or detentions and excessive force are separate questions.
Huh. That's crazy. Okay.
Last one here. The reasonableness of force is judged the moment force is used and not by tracing backwards to prior police errors. Number 3, it does not matter if Alex Preddy had a firearm on him at the exact time that he was shot. This is Terry versus Ohio. This is the...
Hey, Morbid Morvik. If an officer can legally draw their weapon, then so can legal carrying civilians. Are we ignoring equal protection? What are you doing? You think that if a cop says, "Hey, you're under detention," and you go, "No, I'm not. I don't. You're using unlawful authority," and then the cop pulls his gun, you can pull your gun. What are you saying in my chat? Because if you're Fed posting, you're not going to last.
The key holding here. The officer need not be absolutely certain that the individual is armed. The issue is whether a reasonably prudent man would be warranted in the belief that his safety or that of others was in danger. It's Terry versus Ohio, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening. We are going to kick it into the open dialogue. As usual, gentlemen, we will let it go in terms of genuine open discussion. If it gets too interruptive, we'll break it into 1-minute responses, and then folks, we're going to have a Q&A following the open dialogue. And at the bottom right of your screen, you can see that poster for DebateCon 7 this Saturday. You can watch that at home as well. Check out our channel memberships, and with that, we're going to kick it into the open dialogue.
Based on
All right, I know my first mind map.
my accounting of the events, I can say it again. Did you disagree with any of it?
Probably, but I guess let's start near kind of the beginning, or I guess one of the first things that I kind of notice. So at the point, why do we think that the officer shoving the lady is like a justified action?
Because when an officer gives lawful command, so they're investigating in the area, right? As far as we know, it's all we have. When he gives lawful commands to disperse, which he can do, I do have some case law for that as well. When he gives those lawful commands, if they do not follow those commands, they can detain them, or if there's a large crowd, push them away and make sure that they're not impeding on the investigation.
Okay, I agree with that. Why did the officer shove this lady here? There was no large crowd. He wasn't detaining her.
Well, there was a bunch of people around. There was tons of people filming. I think we have like 4 different angles of people filming. You are aware
videos in the Zoom call?
We can. Last time they were a bit choppy. But you do agree that there's obviously organized people who are.
Hold on, no, I don't agree there was a large crowd. In fact, I would say factually there was not a large crowd. I'm not sure if there are more than a few people. At the time when the officer pushes the lady, there are 2 ladies, and then there is Alex Preddy. I don't know who else. Can you tell me who you're referring to as a large crowd around the shooting?
I would say there was probably at least 10 people on site. Large enough to that detaining every single one for simple obstruction would probably not be reasonable.
So when the officer shoves the lady to the ground, I see 4 or 5 officers behind him. I see another lady to the left of him, and then I see Alex Preddy in front. Where are these 7 other people?
Well, we have like 3 or 4 different angles.
Sure.
Obviously, we hear a bunch of different whistles.
That's okay. In terms of like why he felt the need to push her back, I don't see anybody else besides the 3 involved.
Yeah, so maybe he didn't want to detain her at that specific time. He is
Okay.
allowed to use force to get her to comply and move away from the situation.
I don't believe that's true.
That is true. This is just true. So if I'm conducting a lawful law enforcement operation, okay, let's say I'm investigating a burglary and I have people standing in the roadway, and let's say that the front of the house or whatever is where the burglary investigation begins. As a matter of fact, I can already think of a scene that I had. So we had a shooting at a house, a drive-by shooting that shot into a house, and the guys were such poor aims that they were hitting the driveway. And so people couldn't stand on the driveway because we're evaluating the driveway and we need time to like evaluate the scene or whatever. And so people are standing in the roadway. Now, if it's like a cul-de-sac, there's not very many vehicles, et cetera, choose your battles, right? But let's say it's a high traffic roadway and we don't want people standing in the roadway because we don't want them to get hit. We don't want them to obstruct traffic. So we give a lawful order for them to disperse. And we say, hey, you can't stand in the middle of the road. Okay. Go to the other side of the roadway. And they say, fuck you, pig. And you're like, no. You need to go to the other side of the roadway. Well, at that point, I do have two options. If they disobey a lawful order, I can detain them. All right. So I could walk up, hey, put your hands behind your back, stick them in handcuffs, and guess what? We're all going to jail together. We're gonna have a big jail party. Okay. The other option is I can force them to disperse, which means that I can use force in order to get them to leave. Okay. I can push them. I can pepper spray them. So that's, well, once again, like Destiny's being confidently incorrect.
Why not?
I don't think an officer can punch you or hit you or shove you if he's not in the process of detaining you.
Okay, so you're just wrong.
About to say, well, he can do something that's not related to what I just said. Yes, they can use force to detain you. Yes, they can use force to arrest you, but simply shoving somebody to move
and they can use force to disperse you.
Them away.
Yeah. So in USC section 111, USC 18 section 111, there's a case, United States versus Summerstead. Section 111 reaches conduct that is less than assault, including physical interference that impedes officers in the performance of their duties. Once this is violated, the officer can use force on you to get you to comply with legal orders.
No. They can use
yes.
Force to detain you. No. If the officer tells you
you can use force to get people to disperse. It's called officer discretion. If it's a the thing that I have to take people to jail for, the things that I must take people to jail for, okay? Domestic violence battery, I have to take you to jail. Forcible felonies, I have to take you to jail. For misdemeanors, you have officer discretion. So simple possession, I could say, hey, met this person at such and such date, such and such time. I gave them a court date. Or if it's like marijuana and you're in a state that no longer gives a shit about marijuana, but this guy doesn't have a card, you could actually say, I confiscated the illegally procured narcotics. I'm submitting them to the evidence section for destruction. But realistically, I didn't think it was worth law enforcement time in order to do it. Therefore, I gave the person a verbal warning, advised them of their legal rights, and, sent them on their way. So this is incorrect.
to move and you say no, can the officer punch you?
No. Yeah, they can push you out of the way, though. That's reasonable force. Punching would be unreasonable force.
Why is shoving somebody, pushing somebody to the ground, that's reasonable?
Well, his intention isn't to harm her, whereas the intention...
Rob says, does kicking out a taillight rise to a crime you need to arrest for? That's actually an interesting question, because if that is Alex Preddy who kicked out the taillight, I would say normally yes. Like somebody kicking out your taillight or whatever, they're showing like a indication of violence. Like, yeah, that's vandalism against a government vehicle, criminal mischief, probably like $500 to $1,000. I would say 100% you should arrest for that. But it's also context dependent. So for instance, let's say that Alex Preddy is just a part of a hostile crowd and you go to arrest him and then dozens of other people start approaching you as if they're going to intervene on the attempt to arrest. If you yourself want to disperse from the scenario, you can. And you can cite officer safety as a reason why you're going to leave. So, I mean, that's... Mad Money says, Connor, the BBC confirmed that was Preddy kicking out the taillight. Okay. I would still want to see the evidence myself, but, you know, yeah, I think in a typical situation, that should be something that you should get arrested for, 100%.
With a punch is to harm.
The intention
He shoved her.
If you shove somebody, what is she being, at the point when he shoves her, what is she even shoving her away from?
The roadway.
Well, she's standing not directly in the street, but in the parking area there. He told her to get on the sidewalk. She wasn't obeying the command.
She's not illegally in the street, though.
Yes, she is, Destiny. Why are we just saying things that are incorrect confidently? Do I have the right to go stand in the roadway without interruption for prolonged periods? I understand it's a local violation. I understand local cops are the people who would have to do it. Okay, I understand. But at the same time, can I just go to the roadway and just stand in the middle of the fucking roadway? And if a cop tells me to get out of the roadway, I just have the right to be like, well, I'm in the roadway. It's my right as an American. Like, this is just fundamentally incorrect again. Real serious for 500 ARS. Are you familiar with Herschel Grinspan, young Jew that killed a Nazi and was one of the justifications for Kristallnacht? Genuinely curious what you think, since that was considered a pivotal moment in Germany's transition to totalitarianism. No, I haven't heard of that guy.
You think he can shove her at that point?
He's lawfully dispersing a crowd, whether you want to say it's 4 or 5 people. He's dispersing people.
Yeah, but you can't
legally.
No, that's not legal.
Yes, it is.
A cop could not walk in front of 5 people who are in an area where the cops are going to let you. I don't know, assault maybe, but like you can't just shove people. You can't just shove people to get them to comply. Cops don't do that. That's not what you.
We do it all the time. So again, confident assertion of an incorrect fact.
Do as a police officer.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, this is obviously anecdotal, but when a fight breaks out, right? You're at a festival and a fight breaks out. Cops so once the cops get the hands on the victims, they yell at the crowd to disperse. If the crowd does not disperse, they can't sit there and detain every single one of them. They push everybody out of the way. If you're not moving, they're pushing you.
So one, they don't. You're never going to see a video.
Yes, they do. They do all the fucking time.
Where one cop runs into a crowd of people like it's a death metal concert.
What do you mean?
To push them all away. That you can't.
No, they run.
But then two, even in cases where that might happen, I can understand it happening in a case where somebody's directly interfering with a tense situation where they're trying to actively detain and arrest somebody and they're trying to get somebody off of them. Sure, but that was not the situation at all. It was not even remotely close to the situation. All right, the lady's already walking towards the sidewalk. She turns to talk to the cop, and the cop just shoves her into the snowbank because he's pissed off. Right? He just shoved her because he's mad.
No, he shoved her because he's giving her a lawful order and she's not obeying, and that's his right to. But
he doesn't have a right to shove her because she
does.
Okay, hold on, wait. We gotta play this video. How do I get into the chat here? What do I have to type?
Well,
Chat.
if you want to share it for the audience, you can use screen share. But you don't have to. But it is in the chat.
Are you able to screen share or?
Let's see. With OBS running, it might be.
Bell for 5 says, when we're bored of level 1, please review the new Stremus Terra stickers and griller emotes on Discord. Grill Shallah Allah Ak Barbecue. Thank you, Val. Thank you.
A little much on my PC. But do you have it open on your side? Because it's actually really easy to screen share if you wanted. Otherwise, let me give it a shot. And if it gets laggy, then...
Was she out of the way before the shove? She was out of the way of the vehicle that this officer was ordering them away from. She was still in the parking zone and therefore still in the roadway. A cop can tell you to get the fuck out of the roadway. Once again, I understand it's a municipal thing, but if we want to do 18 USC 111 or whatever it is, the statute, it's vague enough, and even the soy people in my chat, who I am tolerating temporarily, are admitting that the statute is overly vague and therefore intimidation, forcible intimidation. So if I stand in front of you and I have this bowed up body language and you're 5'10" and I'm 6'4" and 230 pounds, and I'm calling you a fucking piece of shit and a Nazi and you should kill yourself and you should rope and this, that, the other, do you think that you have the right to claim that you're being intimidated and that I am using force, making it physical, is weird, and I would want to see how it's defined. Because if I'm allowed to walk up to a cop in the middle of the roadway and tell him to rope and tell him he's a Nazi and all that kind of shit, and I can stand like 6 feet away from him like this, that would be wild. Okay. That would be actually wild to me. Okay. And so I think that even though these are two 40 to 60-year-old women, I think that if they were like 7 foot tall, 300-pound men, the assault definition would be like really, really easy to articulate. So presuming that you have the violation of 18 USC 111, I'll make sure that I'm like citing it correctly in a second. But assuming that getting that you have that statute vaguely enough, well, at that point, you can either detain or order to disperse, depending on what you want to do as an officer. I'm deciding what to do with you, Morbid. You're very soy. Samson's is asking in good faith. Yeah, I presume, Samson. I presume. If she's moving to disperse and the cop calls her and stops her, then shoves her, that's his fault. I don't think you have evidence that that happened. So, anyways.
We'll do it a different way. And folks, that poll is in the live chat. Let us know what you think. Thanks for your patience. I'm having a lot of boomer issues today.
Also, what was
Yeah, Jovan? Yes, you can stand in the street and it not be illegal. Yeah? It wasn't the middle of the roadway. Are you... Okay, we'll take time out for you, Jovan. Don't worry. We'll take out time for you. I'll pause the entire stream just for you, okay, Jovan? Don't worry about it. I'll literally just let the dead air. I'll let the dead air be here. I don't give a shit. If you guys want to be absolutely r-slurred as hell, that's totally fine. We'll find the original video. Take my sweet ass time. all the new videos are Alex Preddy kicking out the tail light. Oh, nice. Don't worry. We'll take out time for you, King. Alex Preddy shooting video. Here we go. Okay, I'm sorry. Jovan, this is for you. Okay, we're going to stop for Jovan, okay? Let me go back up to Jovan. You can stand in the street and it not be illegal. It wasn't the middle of the roadway. Okay, I'm sorry, Jovan. What's this on my screen right here? Is this the line in the middle of the roadway? Is this Alex Preddy directing traffic? Is this an oncoming vehicle driving past the people who are talking to the officer and who were right next to his vehicle, probably talking crazy shit? So, Jovan, you have the next 30 seconds to tell me whether or not this is the middle of the roadway. No, Booby Bear is not going to save you. Is this the middle of the roadway? Yes or no? Tell me. Booby Bear is not going to save you from this one. Okay. All right. We can go back to the content.
What was the when you cited USC Title 18 USC 111? What is the purpose of that, or what is this giving us?
So it shows what when an officer can use low-level force on a person who is not complying. So if somebody forcibly impedes, well, I'm just saying this is so use of force is under Graham versus Connor, right? And it just says that it has to be objectively reasonable.
Yeah, but use of force continues everything. These are like department policies. I think USC 111 is just talking about how you can't assault, resist, or impede certain officers or employees.
Right,
And
it's a
gives,
crime if you
fines for this.
violate it.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you the officer is allowed to punch or push you or hit you
No,
or
right.
whatever.
That's where use of force comes in when you're doing these actions on somebody, right? When you're impeding on a federal investigation, what force can the officer use to get you to comply?
Okay, sure, but I just don't know why we invoked this law. It has nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm just saying that was the law she was breaking.
I do.
So then
have a-
that allows
but
breaking
I
that
wanna-
law.
might allow her to be detained. That's not what he did, though. He just shoved her to the ground.
Right, but you're saying that shoving is not an objectively reasonable use of force in a situation where someone is not complying.
No, it's not. Of course, it's not. Will you be wrong?
Well, I have
That's not even a. You can't. You're never gonna. You can't show me a single video of a cop just shoving somebody to the ground who's just standing out in the open. Like maybe it's part of a struggle or part of a fight.
Okay. Don't worry, Jovan. We'll pause the entire fucking stream for you again. We'll explain roads again for people. I know people don't know what roads are, okay? But we're gonna do this again. So let's go ahead and see. Okay. So is this, hey, you need to get out of the fucking roadway. Okay? We're conducting a lawful law enforcement operation. You're all up in our shit. Okay, you're in violation of 18 USC 111. You need to disperse. And they go, no, fuck you, pig, make me. And he's like, okay, I'll make you. All right, is this the roadway? I understand there's a vehicle that's parked. Okay, this vehicle is parked. That's not the answer to my question. Yes or no, is this a road? Hold on. This is them walking out of the roadway. That was them walking out of the road. We're going to watch them together. They're in the fucking roadway. The officer is approaching them and saying, you need to get the fudge out of here. Roadway, roadway, roadway. Get out of the roadway. Pushing shot. Oh, interesting how we skipped like 5 seconds right there. Interesting how we skipped 5 seconds right there for no reason. That's cool. That's really cool. All right. Anyways. Yeah, they're still in the fucking roadway. Do I need to pull up what a road is? Don't worry, guys. I'll take the hit on metrics. Do you know what a road is? This is a road. As a matter of fact, I'll put in road with sidewalk. I'll make it even easier for you. Road with sidewalk. Because apparently we're down to this level of pedantry. Okay, this is the road. This is the sidewalk. Were they in the sidewalk or were they in the roadway? Okay, here's another picture just in case that one's unclear enough. Okay, roadway, sidewalk. Where were they? Were they in the roadway or not? Yes or no? No, they didn't, Mr. October. No, they didn't. Did they walk away from the road towards the road when instructed? No. They were retreating while a law enforcement officer was approaching them and telling them to disperse. Oh, okay. So hold on. You're still not answering the question though. Show a road with parking on the side. Okay. Road with parking and sidewalk. Oh, okay. So hold on. Is this parking area? Is that still fucking roadway? Or is that the sidewalk? Connor doesn't understand momentum. You don't understand what roads are. Probably a problem if you're going to be alive.
What? Well, yeah, okay. The way I frame them, I agree, is loaded. But that's why it would be nice to play this.
I think
video
it's
and hear
good.
what you watch.
That's why
I
you're
do
good at
have
what you
I do have the
but-
video if you guys would like me to show it. I do have a little scene here in OBS.
Yeah, do it. Go to like 30 seconds and just play it very, very slowly. And I want you to tell me at what point here was it necessary for the officer to shove this lady? Like, where was the
I have case
crowd?
law too.
Where was he? Like, what is he protecting? Like, what is?
Oh wait, I just thought. Okay, you know what I can do? So, Alex, are you able to see it on your side?
Am
I see he
Says I have
started
to-
screen sharing. Do I have to do something
No,
to see
I
the
just.
screen
Oh,
share?
now I see it.
Oh, yeah, I
Okay.
see it. Okay.
Let me just tweak this because
Okay. I'm gonna demonstrate for you guys because I actually think we just have like legitimately R-slurred people, but they're asking questions. So I'll entertain these questions. Fell Runner, this is going to be a level 1 day. Everybody get ready for a very level 1 day. Okay, I'm actually going to stand up too. Okay, I'm a civilian. Okay, officer says, "Hey, you're in the middle of the roadway. You're impeding my investigation. You need to get onto the sidewalk. You need to disperse." I go, "Okay, thanks, officer. Have a nice day." Walk to the sidewalk. Okay. That would be obeying a lawful order. Okay. Whereas what happens is if they say, "Hey, you're impeding an investigation. You're in violation of 18 USC 111. I could arrest you. You need to disperse." Then I go, "Fuck you, pig. Kill yourself." And then they start walking at me. And then I start walking backwards as they're walking at me. Am I complying with the lawful order? Yes or no? Answer that fucking question. We'll do level 1 all day. I'll just sit here and yell at R slurs. So you think those two behaviors are the same? You think that saying yes, sir, and then walking to the sidewalk and standing on the sidewalk is the same as waiting for the officer to approach you and then walking backwards towards the sidewalk? Those are the same things. Yes, because you're walking back. I don't know if you're trolling me, but you're about to get fucking banned. I'll tell you what. You think walking backwards while talking shit is the same as walking and obeying a lawful order? I'm about to start using ableist slurs. All right, whatever. I'm moving on. I think you guys might be too stupid to function. That's okay. Pretending that those two are the same fucking behavior is obnoxious. Obnoxious.
Insulting her. He's mad.
She's not listening.
My apologies. I was just reading chat and I was listening to it.
She is, though.
Is-
She's
is
literally
he- is he
walking toward.
giving-
First of all, she's not doing anything illegal right now, and she's
Yes,
just
she
walking
is.
towards the side. What is she doing illegal? She's not allowed to stand there.
She's not allowed to impede on an investigation. If she
What
was impeding on an
investigation is she impeding
investigation-
on?
Well, we actually don't have all of that information. There was just a report released just recently that says there was an investigation. We don't know exactly what it is, but all
Okay,
of
so
this
we don't
is
see her
actually
impeding, so then-
irregardless to the use of force.
Well, but so we don't see
Correct, old school. We're still doing roads for R slurs. Absolutely.
her impeding on any investigation here. It looks like he's just mad and assaults her. He just shoves her into the snowbank because he's upset.
Okay, let's say it was a unlawful detention or an unlawful use of force there on her.
Yep.
Now what?
If it's an unlawful use of force, which I think it was, I think I was mad. I think it's understandable that another adult male with a moral compass would be like, "Hey, whoa, don't hurt the lady," and then go over and try to pick her up.
Yep, but is that legal or illegal for him to do?
Well, it depends on what the officer's doing. If the officer's attempting to arrest the lady, then that would be an obstruction.
Kingslayer says, if an officer says get on the ground and the person says fuck you, you piece of shit, I'd like to hit you, but starts the process of getting on the ground, did the guy not comply with the orders? Listen, guys, I don't know how else to explain to you body language. I don't know how to communicate body language to you. And by the way, I'd like to hit you or whatever while in the context of being in the presence of a law enforcement officer who's attempting to detain you or get you to disperse is probably assault. So, like, you just added another fucking charge for like no reason. So that's very R-slurred. But at the same time, getting on the ground is obviously complying with the order, but I don't think that's like analogous. Okay. I don't think that's analogous to what's going on. If I'm coming towards you and I'm ordering you to disperse and you're walking backwards while continuing to talk shit, no, that's not the same as obeying the lawful order. Okay. Obeying the lawful order is saying, okay, I heard what you said. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit, but sure. That's obeying the lawful order.
Obstruction of an arrest, and then the officer could detain the man, not murder him. If the officer's just acting wild out and just smacking a woman and the guy's moving over to help her up, I don't think the guy's doing anything wrong or illegal there.
Well, if he then approaches the agent, and I don't know if we have any angles that actually show him touching him. The angle that we have, there's someone standing in front of him, I think another agent. So we don't see like he actually touches the agent. But assault isn't actually touch.
Yes. Fell says, here's a level 2 question. Do you believe that Bovino had instructions to give the orders to escalate ground aggression and shock and awe tactics? Yes, probably. I bet he was saying, if somebody's fucking with you, then you fuck with them back. I almost guarantee you.
Right? So if an objectively reasonable officer in his situation, the agent who he got in front of, would think that this man is either assaulting me or about to assault me, he has the right to detain him.
Yeah, Mr. October. First Amendment says freedom of speech says we can say whatever we want to the cops. They're held to the higher roadway. Okay. So are you allowed to walk up on a cop car and just fucking talk shit, blast whistles in the middle of the roadway? We've gone over roads before. If you miss roads, I suggest that you go back and you watch what a fucking roadway is. Are you allowed to stand in the middle of the roadway while doing so?
Correct.
He could detain him, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So then he detains him, right?
No, he basically just starts wiling
tries
on
to. Yeah, so he pepper sprays him, which again is look. I have this right here. I want to bring up.
Why did he pepper spray him?
Officer Nasty, you're being R-slurred again. Yes, you can yell at cops. Who said different, dumbass? I said, can you do it in the middle of the roadway?
Because he could.
You can pepper spray somebody when you try to arrest somebody. You can just pepper spray them immediately.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. What are you citing for that?
Well, we'll get to that. But Bernini versus City of St. Paul, 8th Circuit, 2012. These are exact quotes. Officers were not required to allow demonstrators to continue obstructing streets after being ordered to disperse. And on the physical force, the Constitution does not require police to use the least intrusive method of responding to an exigent situation. There's another one, Crowell versus Kirkpatrick.
Okay, once again, just soy fights in my chat. That's what we're doing today. Yes, you can walk up and talk shit. Nobody said different. People stay on the roadway all the time holding signs. That has no bearing on legality. As long as they're not obstructing traffic. Yeah, that fucking doesn't do it at all. Any state. And once again, we've been over this, okay? We've been over this a dozen times. This is also what's so fucking annoying, okay? You know what's so annoying is having these like new DGG soy people who are just like, oh, well, I liked Connor's take on this, this, and this, but I don't like his take on this. I haven't watched the past 2 weeks of content, but I'm going to jump in and make a bunch of arguments that have already been addressed 10,000 times. And it's like, okay, cool. Thanks. I'm happy we have to go back to what is a road. Okay. I'm happy that we have to go back to, whether or not federal cops are capable of enforcing 18 USC 111, or whether or not they're capable of enforcing local laws, or whether or not it's legal. Because basically what's going to happen, I'm going to tell you the argumentation already. As a matter of fact, I can already see it, okay? You're going to say standing in the roadway is legal. Then I'm going to say, no, it's not. Here's a jaywalking statute. Then you're going to say federal officers are not allowed to enforce local crimes. And then I'm going to say They're not allowed to enforce local crimes, but they're allowed to call they're allowed to detain, and they're allowed to call local law enforcement in order to enforce said crimes. So they're effectively witnesses with detention authority. Well, then you're going to say, well, actually, they're not allowed to detain. Yeah, you're going to say something cringe like that, Fatsimo. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but you should go lobotomize yourself. Connor, ICE aren't law enforcement. I hope that's sarcastic, because if you think they're not law enforcement, you should actually just go like, snip your vas deferens with some fucking scissors. Okay, that's crazy. All right. Then you're going to say, oh, they're not real law enforcement. And then I'm going to say, oh, okay, no, they actually are. And they have detention authority, not just on non-citizens, but on U.S. citizens as well, specifically when it comes to investigating, detaining, incarcerating, and deporting illegal immigrants. And then they're also going to have detention authority on people who interrupt their lawful law enforcement operations. So do I have to jump through the 6 or 7 arguments, or can you just admit that you're fucking wrong? That it is illegal to be in the middle of the roadway, that jaywalking is a crime that you could call local law enforcement in order to enforce, that even if they aren't jaywalking, you could say that they're in violation of 18 USC 111 and therefore subject to detention. And then if they're subject to detention, then you can either order them to disperse or you can detain them. That officer could have detained those people at any point after they had approached their vehicle. So if they have seizure authority for local law, why can't they arrest for local laws? Because they don't have the authority to enforce the local laws. That has to go to the local cops, and then that has to go to the local courts. Where was the authority given to ICE of those authorities, like under what law? Okay, bye. That's what we're doing. Bye, Morbid. I'm done. Done with you. Matter of fact, we're about to start a soy genocide. So proceed at your own risk. If you want to give me like good faith questions that actually like get to the heart of the matter, that's fine. But if you're going to be fucking soy in my chat, we're starting a soy side right now. Okay, Morbid owns you. Okay, bye. We're starting like a white name genocide. Anybody else? All right.
Hey, let's analyze. So what is that case about? What, can you read me a quote from this so that I can look this up?
This is Bernini, 665 Federal 3rd at Section 1006. Officers were not required to allow demonstrators to continue obstructing streets after being ordered to disperse. That was the first quote I gave you. The second one, I believe,
Kingslayer, you can ask as many questions as you want. Go ahead.
is in the same section.
Okay, so it sounds like for that first one, it sounds like this doesn't apply to the situation at all, right?
Well, it's not about applying directly to situations. It's about the doctrines that come from these rulings.
Well, yeah, but this is a unit that was apparently, it was attempting to break police lines. They'd committed several state law offenses, including third-degree riot and unlawful assembly. Yeah, what are we citing this for? What do we think this is giving us the power to do? It seems like the argument was whether or not they had the right to arrest people that were part of this group, and the court case held that they had the right to. Well, wait, just real quick. But this had nothing to do with just pepper spraying people randomly, or.
Well, that's not what we were talking about. We're talking about.
Exponential Entropy says, look, I'm a little older side. What exactly is soy? So soy is a plant that you can derive milk from. And oftentimes people who are vegan, vegetarian, or just don't like the dairy industry will drink soy milk as an alternative to dairy. Shit, I fucking drink soy milk, okay? But soy is also, I would say it's like an attitude, like annoyingly progressive, limp-wristed progressive. Oat milk is better than soy milk, Randy Chang. You're correct. Jovan says, I have never eaten soy, by the way. Well, that's bad for you, okay? There's nothing wrong with soy, the product. What the argumentation, though, is once you stop eating meat entirely, it's also a South Park episode, you become a shriveling pussy. And that's kind of what I'm accusing these people of being, is that they're shriveling, pusillanimous people. And it's pissing me off. What about soy sauce is amazing. I love sushi. Sushi's my favorite. All right, hold on. Let's try to be good faith for a second. Kingslayer says, just to make sure I'm understanding you, you are saying they have the same authority to detain for local laws as citizens, or are you saying they have a greater authority than citizens? I think they have greater authority as law enforcement officers, but realistically, I think they have the same detention authority as as citizens, but the enforcement has to be through local law enforcement. Okay, should I do a mind map? I don't want to do a mind map. It's going to take too long. Okay. Each law must be enforced at its level of jurisdiction. So if there's a municipal violation, like a city parking ticket, then you pay for the city parking ticket at City Hall. Okay. Then let's say it, but also oftentimes when it becomes to crime, like battery, domestic violence battery, burglary, all that kind of stuff, the cities don't have the capacity to run their own jails, judges, juries, etc. So they defer to the county. So what happens with cities is cities detain people based off of their local authority, but then they process people at the county level. Can you make a different video where you engage what Destiny is saying? I really want to know what your response would be. Well, I mean, I have been so far, and him saying that like cops don't have the right to disperse people is just fundamentally incorrect. So that's what I've engaged with Destiny with so far. So anyways, the point that I'm making though is feds oftentimes have a copy paste of local laws. So they have assault. They don't have battery, which is weird, but I think they rolled battery into assault according to Pisco. Okay. They also have rape. They also have racketeering. They also have burglary. They also have this. They also have that. But unless they want to charge, incarcerate, and prosecute people at the federal level, which is normally reserved for like high-level offenders, then all of the local stuff, like traffic laws, should be enforced at the local level. So what people are saying is that feds don't have authority over traffic laws because there isn't a federal statute for speeding. There isn't a federal statute for jaywalking because that's not their job. Their job is to go after bigger level offenders. And so as a result, if they wanted to enforce a local law, like let's say that they just got a hair up in their ass and they want to enforce jaywalking, then what I'm saying is they probably have the same level of detention authority as like a citizen, maybe a little bit more because they're actually law enforcement agents. But in order to actually enforce said law, then they would need to say, you're detained right now. You're staying with me. Then they would need to call a local cop. A local cop would need to come to the scene. They would need to show them video evidence and also give that to the officer and say, hey, this person is guilty of jaywalking, Minnesota state statute XYZ ABC. They were also interfering with my investigation, but it's not a high enough priority for me to arrest them under my shit. Would you please, sir, enforce this statute? That way this person can be punished and I can fuck off. And on a voluntary basis, the law enforcement officer from the local municipality can either choose to take on that case or not choose to take on that case. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So y'all pretending that they have no detention authority is bullshit. Kingslayer says, because citizens in Minnesota are only allowed to detain for probable cause of a felony. If it's the same as citizens, then wouldn't that be unlawful detention? Part 2 is the detention for standing in the roadway local ordinance. So as an example, I was cross-sworn with Lake County Sheriff's Office. I worked for a city, but the county, I worked in a certain county. And so I was cross-sworn with that county. And I guarantee you the feds have like cross-swearing with other stuff. So for instance, I already know marshals working in different states are cross-sworn with like state police. And so as a result, they have the authority to operate within the entirety of the state, not just because of their federal authority, but because they're cross-sworn state police officers. So I'm saying that that's probably the case. Now, the only reason why I don't want to assert that that is the case right now is because a lot of Democratic cities and a lot of Democratic counties and a lot of Democratic states have said, we revoke your authority to be cross-sworn in our jurisdiction because we do not want you in our jurisdiction. Okay? All right, let me read a few chats and then we're going to keep going. Bella Bean says, can you make a different video where you engage with what Destiny is saying? I really want to know what your responses would be. Shit, we might even just talk today low and slow and try to be as calm as possible and just say, say what we got to say and move on. Because honestly, I think I'm getting wrapped up. I think I'm getting wrapped up and pissed off. And I don't think I'm making good content right now. I think I'm just doing it because it's the content of the day. But I think I'm too pissed to make good content. Kingslayer says, because citizens in Minnesota are only allowed to detain for probable cause for felony. I saw that one. If Connor's Saddam, then I get to be Chemical Ali. Please do so. Mad Money Max says, Connor, I don't know what other agencies this applies to, but for the FBI for sure has a double commission in which they are able to enforce local laws. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Now, I'm sure ICE is more voluntary, and because it's more politically fraught, I'm sure there are more counties, more municipalities, more states that have actually revoked their cross swearing with federal agents. So they've made it more administratively complicated. Sacred Snow says, don't give them any ideas, Connor, or we will see Smosh's 10-plus-year-old jaywalking skit come to life. Okay. Officer Nasty says, so are you saying they have detention authority to unload 10 rounds into your back over a traffic ticket? No. Can you stop fucking with me? If you haven't seen it, watch it real quick before I'm proving it's Nostradamus. I don't know what you're talking about. Does what they call the Kavanaugh stop have any effect on this? No idea. All right. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to draw a map for you because this might actually be important. All right. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. We lost about 15 people, but honestly, if that keeps me from having a soy stroke, I'll be very happy.
Pushing.
Okay, but if this is a riot,
protesters back.
Yeah, but if this is a group of people that were trying to break a police line, and these people were in an area that had been declared they weren't allowed to be there.
Right, but
if
again,
they
it's the doctrines from the rulings. It's not about the exact specific situation.
The doctrines are applied, though, to the situations as appropriate. This doesn't sound like a situation where this doctrine would apply.
So when it says the Constitution does not require police to use the least intrusive method of responding to an exigent situation, that would cover exactly what happened with this lady.
No,
and with
it absolutely wouldn't.
What would be the least intrusive?
The least intrusive would probably just be to ask them to move.
Yeah, when they refuse to move.
I don't know, you could call for a guy to come over and tell them they're under arrest, tell them to sit down, tell them they're going to be detained.
Right. So are they required to use the least intrusive method?
No, but just because you're not required to use the least intrusive method doesn't give you carte blanche to use any method that you so choose.
What? Kill me. Passive resistance, which, as we've discussed in the past, means that if you just stand there and you refuse to do what you're told, there's two things a law enforcement officer can do to you. So Destiny said something correct. This guy said something correct. Okay? Let's say he's given them a lawful order. You need to disperse or you're going to get arrested. And the people say, fuck you, make me. Okay? Well, at that point, they're already engaged in passive resistance because passive resistance doesn't involve you having to move at all. You could stand there and not do anything, and that's passive resistance. At the passive resistance, you're allowed to pepper spray them and you're allowed to go hands-on. A shove is going hands-on. Pepper spray is allowed at passive resistance. It's just that simple.
Pepper spray is that's a huge.
No, it's not.
Yes, what do you mean?
It's
no,
less
it's
lethal.
Not.
It's less lethal. You get over it within the hour.
Within an hour? Hold on. Yeah, but it's still a huge escalation from nobody's really attacked.
It's really not. OC spray is considered like one of the lowest level things you can do as a police officer. This is why I got pissed during the Pisco conversation, by the way. The reason why I got pissed at the Pisco conversation is because he's like, I don't want to hear what a cop could get away with. I want to know what you think. Well, you know what I think? I think that OC spray is messy. I think that it ruins everybody's day. I think that there's a strong chance it's going to backsplash on me. And I think that if my fellow officers are fighting someone and I OC spray them, then what's going to happen is not only am I OC spraying the person that I'm trying to get control over, at which point they're going to become even more erratic, but I'm also OC spraying my fellow law enforcement officers, and therefore I'm making a situation worse. I believe that. But if you look at the passive resistance, like force continuum, escalation of force, whatever rules, OC spray is at the bottom tier. It's like the lowest level of force that you can apply is going hands-on or OC spraying someone, okay? So I personally don't like OC spray. I think it could be a useful tool, especially against dogs, because dogs don't speak English, and then especially against people who are like bigger than you. If somebody's nobody's bigger than me, I'm 6'4", 230 pounds. The chances of somebody being bigger than me are pretty small. I don't think I've arrested anybody that was larger than me. So as a result, what's more effective for me as a 6'4", 230 pound man? Is it OC spray, which, like I said, is messy, or is it grabbing somebody by the elbow and grabbing somebody by the wrist and forcing them to the ground? And I can force somebody to the ground in such a way that doesn't hurt them. And it also doesn't involve the mess. So what I'm saying is the reason why that Pisco conversation pissed me off is just because I think that's the most reasonable thing to do. Doesn't mean that that is tactics. And that also doesn't mean that that is what every officer is going to believe. Officer Nasty says, Connor can't engage with the fact that the women were actively walking away when told, but kept yelling while they were doing it. Yelling while walking away isn't passive resistance. Yeah, fuck you. You don't understand what I'm talking about. I don't know, says, not the point Destiny is making. He's saying the agents didn't need to interact with the 2+, Alex, but they did so that they insulted this interaction. Okay, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't know. We already said that they believe that they're in violation of 18 USC 111. Okay, if they're subject to detention or subject to orders of dispersal, and a law enforcement officer has legal authority to do that. So what you said changes nothing.
The officer attacked the lady. Nobody's really done anything yet. Just pepper spraying people is a huge, like, you're aware that, like, in the vast majority of arrests, pepper spray is not employed, right? Like, that's an exceedingly rare thing.
Again, so even though there wasn't a large crowd here, these are crowd control tactics because they're dealing with crowds of people who are on the line of impeding with them all day, right?
But that's not happening here. I don't know what you're talking about there. That's not happening here, right?
No, well, they're in a mode of crowd control. So they're using
no crowd control to control. No, and the people aren't doing anything illegal.
Because as they're going around doing their investigations, crowds of people are coming up to them.
That's fine, but that's not happening right now. This isn't a crowd right here. There's no crowd here. There's 3 people. The guy shoves the lady into the stomach because he's mad. He's not controlling.
The definition of a crowd is irrelevant to whether or not he has lawful authority to tell them to disperse. It actually has nothing to do with it. It's missing the forest for the trees. Unsurprising. All right, I'm going to show you all a drawing real quick that's relevant to our conversation. Okay, somebody was saying that they were getting confused by random commenter says, regardless of our disagreement, I appreciate your ability to be a counter to moderate my opinions. Well, I appreciate you. Okay, is 2 a crowd? I thought 3 was a crowd. Isn't that a joke about some shitty TV show from the 70s or 80s? Anyways, so if you'll consult your page, please. City, county, state, state, and then this one should be federal. That's what this should be. All right. So feds can operate anywhere, but they only have so many laws. Okay. They have laws like murder and rape and racketeering and all that. Melrose Place. There you go. Thank you. So what they need to do if they want to enforce a local law, okay, and I want to show you this real quick. So let's say that they see a murder or a rape or racketeering or any of that kind of stuff, or an assault, then they have a statute that they can enforce at the federal level if they so choose. But oftentimes their efforts are conserved for serious offenders, because if federal agents try to enforce every local statute, they would exhaust all of their officers and exhaust all of their resources. So federal law enforcement is typically reserved for bigger players or a specific mission, so they don't exhaust their shit. So let's say that there's something that is enforceable at the state level, like traffic laws, okay? So what can happen is a cop, if he says, oh, hey, I saw a murder, I saw a rape, I saw racketeering, I saw assault. Well, depending on the context of the evidence of the thing, they could just take charge and enforce the statute at the federal level, right? But if let's say that it's like one murder, it's a gang-related murder, and the federal officer is just a witness to it. They had no intention of being involved in a murder investigation. They just saw a murder happen as a law enforcement officer. Well, they have murder as a statute, so they can get out with their gun and they can say, hey, motherfucker, I'm detaining you for murder right now, blah, 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 blah. But then what they can do, because they don't want to exhaust federal resources, is they can call the state that they're operating in, that they probably have like some kind of cross-swearing legal authority with, and they can say, hey, I was witness to a murder, but this isn't a federal case. This is like a total fluke. As a result, I need an officer to come meet me on the scene. and then I'll give them everything, all of the information that I have in reference to prosecuting the murder, and then I'm going to turn it over to local authorities. Okay? It's kind of a way for feds to like big dog. It's for them to like little bro state level authorities. Okay? Now, when it comes to traffic laws, though, there is no agency that I know, no federal agency that I know that is dedicated to traffic. Like state cops, county cops, city cops, they have dedicated traffic cops. I don't know of federal cops having any dedicated traffic unit. And so the argument has been that federal law enforcement can't enforce traffic laws because they don't have a mandate or authority to enforce traffic laws. So at that point, what a Fed has to do, let's say they want to arrest somebody for jaywalking, okay? They have to call either a state cop, a county cop, or a city cop in order to enforce that law. And at that point, they're basically a witness with detention authority. Okay? That's what's happening. Okay? Do we understand this? I hope we understand this. Federal versus local authority. And so as an example, where's this theory coming from? The world. It's coming from the fucking world. What do you mean, where is this theory coming from? What's your theory? That feds can't arrest people ever? Where's your theory coming from, Officer Nasty? Hutch Larry said for 2, 5, and 10, and I appreciate you being patient with me, Hutch Larry, but he beat our goal. So thank you for beating our goal. I'm going to reset the goal. Parasocial love. I'm sorry that I'm so pissy and grumpy today. I realize that I am a little bit more grumpy than usual. So Severin says, hey, Cog, I'm late. We plan on checking out Wilson on Rogan. Only if I don't have a heart attack or a stroke first. We'll see. Let's keep going.
The situation to detain her.
Well, but he can't hit her then. If he's not going to detain her, then he absolutely can't push her for no reason.
Well, why not? Just because he isn't detaining her doesn't mean he couldn't have, right?
In this case, yeah, that would just be assault battery.
Officer Nasty says, well, every law I see says Border Patrol has a 100-mile radius zone within a border to enforce non-federal laws. Do you have any reference, or is this vibes, Connor? Is Minnesota within 100 miles of the border? Why would that apply at all? Every law I see says Border Patrol has a 100-mile radius zone within a border to enforce non-federal laws. Do you have any reference to it, or just vibes, Connor? Is Minneapolis, Minnesota within 100 miles of the fucking border? Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's take a look at a fucking map. Okay, I'm going to take a guess and say that this is not 100 miles within the border. So if it's not, are you retarded? I think you might be an idiot. I just said that if the feds can't enforce a local law, then they have to call a state, county, or city law enforcement officer in order to enforce said law. What about that do you not understand? You're saying something even crazier, which is fine because it actually has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You're saying that within 100 miles of the border, they can just automatically enforce local laws. What does that have to do with what I'm saying? All right. I'll Google it.
He's just attacking her then. What is the justification for attacking her if he doesn't have a reason to detain her and arrest her?
Do you have to have somebody use force on you in order to use force on them as an officer?
Do I have to have somebody, or I probably would have to be, do you have to? No, not necessarily. They could just be detain you, right?
Right, exactly. So instead of detaining, he pushed. to get her out of the way because she wasn't complying.
If you're
with their
pushing
lawful
somebody,
orders.
it should be somebody that you're willing to detain, though, right? If you're going to use
Sure.
physical force on somebody, okay, and he doesn't. It doesn't seem like he has any care to. It doesn't
Which
look like
doesn't
he's attempting
matter.
to. Well,
It's still
well,
lawful.
no,
Yeah.
an officer should be in the process of detaining you if he's pushing you. Otherwise, what?
This is once again where Steven's just wrong. Once again, if it's a misdemeanor or a low level crime, you don't have to detain someone. So he's premising his argument on something that's fundamentally incorrect. That this guy has already corrected him on like 2 or 3 times.
An officer could just walk around and find people with probable cause or reasonable suspicion, just start attacking them and say, "Well, I'm not going to arrest you. I just want to attack you."
Well, no, you would actually determine it case by case through an objectively reasonable officer's eyes without 2020 hindsight.
That determination.
Okay, and then Officer Nasty. Do federal law enforcement officers have detention authority? I should put nationwide. Yes, federal law enforcement officers, LEOs, have detention authority nationwide, as they are not limited by state boundaries and hold jurisdiction throughout the entirety of the United States. Okay, so why would you believe that they don't have detention authority across the entirety of the United States? What are you arguing?
Has already been made by the time you're employing physical force, though, because you're saying that your
What do you mean?
justification for physical force is you've reached the threshold to detain them. So if you're using physical force, you've already made the determination that they could be detained. That's part of what your physical force is being
Okay,
employed
you don't
for.
Okay. And even if that's true, could we not just argue that they're in violation of 18 USC 111?
have to detain somebody.
You should, though. Otherwise, the officer's just running
Why?
around attacking people.
Isn't that exactly what people said about Renee Good? He should have just detained her.
Yeah, he probably should have if that's what he wanted to do. Yeah.
Right.
But that,
And when she fled, what happened?
I don't see how that applies here at all.
Look, irregardless, this has nothing to do with the actual use of force based on the provocation doctrine.
I don't know what provocation doctrine means in this sense, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
So-
in terms of the
I don't even think these guys are Border Patrol, dude. I think they're ICE. God damn it, dude. Officer Nasty, you're so fucking annoying, man. Does ICE have jurisdiction in the entire United States? Yes, ICE holds legal jurisdiction for immigration and authority throughout the entirety of the United States. They're Border Patrol. What the fuck? What are you talking about? And I already went over this too in earlier content. I said if they were operating outside of 100 miles, then they're probably cross-sworn with ICE. I already said this like 2 days ago. You don't listen. Can CBP officers be cross-sworn with ICE for operations? Yes, CB officers and Border Patrol agents can be cross-designated to work with ICE and vice versa. Amazing. It's like I know what I'm talking about and you don't. It's almost like that. It's almost like I did 4 years in the military, 4 years in law enforcement, worked with U.S. Marshals, worked with feds, worked with DEA, know about cross-swearing, know about detention, know about incarceration, know about the use of force, and you're some dickhead in my chat. Maybe it's that. Oh, cool. So you agree, but you spurred and said, no. Are you arguing that they do have detention authority? Because it sounds like you were arguing that they don't have detention authority. And if you're arguing that they do have detention authority, where's the contention? Anonymous Chatter with the 20 says, Connor revoking all these chatters' First Amendment rights. I'm calling the feds with Karen levels of soy. This is authoritarianism. Thank you for taking it in good humor. Connor, I'm so sorry I asked where you got this idea from. I'll never ask for proof. Based off of my training and experience, that's where I got it. Where did you get yours? And by the way, if you Googled it and then you found it and then it said what I said, why are you even saying anything? Okay, so you just wasted a lot of energy in an argumentative fashion in order to agree with me. This doesn't make any sense.
officer here, I'm just saying for the facts of the matter, right?
Let's
the officer
say-
is mad and the officer shoves the lady. He's not trying to
Okay. Christian Blair says, Connor did cross-AG investigation with feds. I'd like to hear those stories. Okay. I need a break. So I'm going to tell these stories because I know I'm making shit content right now. I know this is a terrible segment. All that's happened. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to write down the things that Steven has said that are just like fundamentally incorrect because they haven't gotten anywhere. This is a level 1 debate. Fellrunner, I'm sorry for watching a level 1 debate. I actually do want to understand what Steven said, but Steven has said 2 things that are incorrect. So let me see if I can remind them real quick. And then I'll tell you the story about the Marshal Service. And then I'll tell you the story about the, Steve is incorrect about whether or not ICE/CBP have detention authority based on, what was it? 18 USC 111 or whatever it's called. We can Google it. Then Steven is wrong. Steven is wrong that you cannot use of force in order to disperse or detain people. Steven is wrong that pepper spray is a quote-unquote massive escalation. Oh, that I would say shoving in pepper spray. And pepper spray is a massive escalation because that is at the bottom of the use of force continuum. All right, now that I have that down, let me go ahead and tell you my 2 Fed stories. Okay? So I'll tell the Marshall story because it's not as exciting. So one time we get a call from a marshal who's saying, hey, I'm looking for these Joe Blow schmoes. Okay? We're looking for these knuckleheads. And he's got half a dozen warrants for people with federal warrants for whatever crimes, burglary, murder, theft, racketeering, gang activity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These people have pissed off enough people to have federal charges. So what he does is he passes out warrant sheets for all these people that has their addresses on it. And so what happens, because we were trying to make the marshals happy, is we started conducting traffic in those neighborhoods where the people were parked. And then we fed that information up to the Marshal Service saying, yep, I just saw this guy. I just saw, this guy driving by in this car who I believe is this guy at this residence. And so what would happen is we had a dual purpose. Our dual purpose was running traffic and having officer presence within certain neighborhoods, but it was also reporting back to the feds when federal violators were in the area. And so then the feds would go do their thing. Now, also what happened was the U.S. Marshals snatched up enough people that eventually they moved on. And so then we started staking out these people's properties to see if we could get them ourselves. And I think we only got one in the long term. But realistically, we were feeding information to the marshals. Also, funny thing, there was a car while I was driving into work in my patrol vehicle, and I was actually in a business suit. I wasn't wearing body armor, which was kind of stupid of me. But I had entered Lake County, and effectively what happened was there was this car doing like 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, and they were weaving in and out of traffic. And I lit them up, even though I was in my suit and I wasn't wearing my body armor. I did have my pistol, though. And so I had my pistol, and I actually like kept it behind my back and walked up on the driver. And then the driver was a fucking like douchebag. It was like a douchebag DEA agent with his sunglasses on. And he had like a chest pistol mount, and he was wearing like a plate carrier. And I was like, you have a nice day. And then I dipped out. But if that was a bad guy who was driving that way and he pulled over, he could have totally smoked me because I wasn't wearing body armor at the time because I was going to court. So anyways, my last DEA story was when I was a rookie, the TAC guy, the tactical douchebag, who I told you about, who in my opinion did officer cause jeopardy in order to arrest homeless people, and he's kind of a douchebag. He was getting done with a 2-year multi-agency drug operation backed up by the DEA. So I got called into work at 4 a.m. I was used to being there at 5:30, but they were like, hey, tomorrow show up at 4. And so what happened was we showed up at 4. We got cross-briefed with like DEA. We got cross-briefed with some other cities and Lake County Sheriff's Office. And then effectively, we were the block vehicles and perimeter vehicles for the SWAT raids. So what ended up happening is there's like a Bearcat and an armored personnel carrier filled with SWAT people. There's like a patrol vehicle out front, and there's a patrol vehicle to the rear. And I was the patrol vehicle to the rear. And then what ends up happening is we effectively like charged a location as quickly as we could. We set up the perimeter and then basically made sure that nobody ran away. And then SWAT busted out all the windows and threw tear gas inside. And then we got like a dozen people out of the house because it was a drug den. And then we arrested all those people, and nobody was killed. So that was my 2 or 3 times working with the marshals and the DEA. Okay. So it was fun. It was cool. So yeah. Let's continue with the content. Sorry for being so pissy today. I think I'm exhausted by this topic, and also hearing Steven confidently asserting things that are incorrect while also having soy people in my chat be soy. I don't know, man. I'm just grumpy today. Just grumpy.
Container. She's not blocking or impeding anything that we can see. You admitted that. You said that, well, we don't know if there was an investigation. Maybe it was the case that the officer was trying to investigate the underside of the driver.
Dana, I can't take away your memberships. If you get gifted a membership, they last 30 days. I think memberships on Valor Media Network are $5. You also might still be a member on Counterpoints Politics. You just might not be a member here.
Side tire, and she happened to be saying in front of it. I don't think that's the case. I don't think you think that's the case.
There was an investigation. We just don't have access to say what investigation there was. We're going off of the testimony of DHS.
I don't think DHS has released any testimony, unless you're talking about Christy Nome, whose statements have already been walked back.
So it was about like an hour or two ago, and
Just Julius asks a good faith question. Pepper spraying is the bottom level of use of force. What's mid-level? Taser and baton.
we don't have, it was DHS's report to Congress, which we don't have access to publicly, but some news outlets reported on it because they had.
Okay, sure. But I think that thing an hour ago, one of the big things that came out from that was that the guy hadn't brandished a weapon before officers executed him either. So I don't think anything in that thing is helping.
A weapon.
Sure. So just backing up, I'm really trying to figure out, did you ever figure out how to get this playing, James?
Yep. We can play it.
At what point here, what is he pushing this lady for?
So I'm willing to just completely concede that he pushed her unlawfully.
Okay.
He used too much force there.
Why? I would not have made that concession. So I would say that he's being a punk and he's mad and he's all in his feelings, and those feelings are anger, and he shoved her too hard, but I wouldn't say it's unlawful.
Okay. And that also.
Anonymous with 100. Jesus, exponential with the 50. Holy shit. What happened? Thank you. I don't deserve you. Okay. I don't deserve you, chat. I don't deserve you. I'm all in my feelings. I'm all angry and sad, and you oil me anyways. I don't deserve you. Anonymous chatter with the $100 super chat. Thank you. Not ready, you are, for the Destiny debate. Booby Bear, more training you must do. Level 2+ arguments you must prepare. Thank you, Anonymous chatter. I don't deserve you. Exponential entropy with the 50. How can we get civilians to know all these things they clearly understand incorrectly? Grade school classes on police authority. Take my parents' route and teach every cop can end you, so you need to act accordingly. There is a clear disconnect. Exponential entropy. I also love this question, and thank you. I also don't deserve you. What I would say is that it should be a part of civics. Okay. So most conservative states, thank you again. Once again, am I crying? Wow. Stop crying, you pussy. I don't deserve you. So, it's very hard to talk about solutions when the people don't ever understand the laws they want to change. Correct. And thank you. Lol, gay. I don't deserve your kindness, but thank you for your kindness nonetheless. I would do it as a part of civics class. So the same way that you learn the three parts of government, the same way that you learn balance of power, the same way that you learn what the Supreme Court does, what the legislature does, what Congress does, or the House of Representatives versus the Senate, the way that you learn what the president is responsible for and the military and the organs of government and all that kind of stuff. I would seriously take, like, I would add an additional civics class, and the additional civics class would be like responsibilities as a citizen, right? And you would go over voting, registering to vote, jury duty, interactions with law enforcement, escalation of force, continuum of force, they're calling it response to resistance, or any of that kind of stuff. You could go over all that stuff. And then also you could do other cool things like EMT, like first aid. You could do like bare bones of CPR and how to help somebody during an emergency situation, and how to, call, not only call 911, but also be effective in your call with 911 as far as communicating information. These are the kind of things that I would love to write an entire class on. I would love to share that with young men and women of the public. And I actually think that it could connect teenagers who might even hate law enforcement. Maybe their parents got arrested. Maybe they're raised in a bad neighborhood. Maybe they're taught to think of like cops and firefighters and EMTs as this like oppressive force that is only called in to help them during emergency scenarios. But realistically, it's there to fuck them over. But then like having cops and firefighters and EMTs communicate with young members of the public how they do their jobs so we could integrate better. I think that would be amazing. So yeah, thank you. And once again, I want to thank Anonymous Chatter. I want to thank Exponential Entropy for the $100, $50, and $50 super chat. I do not deserve your kindness. I am actually really grumpy and kind of shitty today. So the fact that you guys are putting up with me, I appreciate. If maybe I'm on my period, I don't know. All right, reading a few chats before we get into it. Part of civics is a good idea. Curriculum changes are had to affect, but definitely valuable to teach kids that TV police is highly monumentally accurate. Absolutely. Just Julius 44 says, I'm a DGG guy, but I really like your perspectives. I'm former Marines and did a deployment to the Middle East, but so I have some experience in high stress situations. This feels like blatant murder though. Well, I would invite you to watch previous episodes because we kind of go over it. Matter of fact, why don't I just, in the fact that Just Julius is here and is a former veteran and might not have seen previous content, let's take this opportunity to go over the perspectives, okay? Let me go with my least inflammatory to my most inflammatory. So let's do EMTs are there to fuck you over. Let me die before you put me in an ambulance. Call an Uber instead. I had a flashbang of the movie The Incredibles where they're like, you didn't save my life. You ruined my death. And honestly, that is some people with EMTs, because they'll have a heart attack. And then the EMTs, like the way that they teach EMTs to do chest compressions is to like, if you're not cracking and or breaking the ribs, you're not doing enough for your chest compressions. And so some people will survive a heart attack, but they'll either have cracked or broken ribs. And they'll be like, I'm in so much pain. I wish you had let me die. It's crazy. Anyways, let me read. I'm going to address Just Julius. So I hope he's still here. Okay. So let's pretend that I'm Pretty and I did not see the kicking the tail light. Let's just pretend that that doesn't color my calculation. Let's just try to steel man Mr. Pretty real quick. ICE and CBP are being excessive in the local community and have already arguably negligently killed and or murdered a woman protesting their operations. I'm, of course, referring to Renee Good. In order to make sure law enforcement doesn't abuse their authority, I want to go film their interactions to hold them accountable, which is protected by 1A. Not only do I have the right to keep and bear arms, but I'm going into a potentially dangerous situation, either from criminals or abusive law enforcement officers. Therefore, it's my constitutionally articulated right to keep and bear arms. Therefore, I will bring my pistol on said patriotic adventure, which is protected by the 2A. Okay. I see 2 women in the roadway protesting ICE who are at risk of getting hit by vehicles, so I direct the vehicles around the protests. I may be involving myself in the scenario, but I'm trying to keep as many people as safe as possible. An ICE agent brutally shoves a woman off the roadway, likely to cause injury. He has sand in his vagina and is drunk with anger and power. Therefore, I step in so he cannot continue to beat said woman. When I step in, I am pepper sprayed and yanked around by 6 officers. In the confusion of being pepper sprayed and yanked in 6 different directions by 6 different officers, I am unable to comply with anything. I am disarmed by one of the officers, and then that officer or another officer shouts, "Gun, gun, 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 gun." Other officers believe I am going for a weapon and kill me. I am/was a patriotic man exercising my First and Second Amendment rights, but my morality forced me to confront law enforcement, and I was killed immorally but legally, and therefore have become a martyr in the cause of authoritarian overreach of the Trump administration. Okay? This is if I'm trying to steel man. All right, Sacred Snow, that's pretty funny. Sacred Snow says, you want us to pretend that you're pretty, so you want us to drag your name through the mud for being killed, or you want to be lionized? Okay, that's pretty funny. All right, anyways, I don't have an answer for that. Okay, so I hope you guys see that I see Pretty's position, okay? And I think that not only is he was probably a good man, right? I can say kicking out the tail light of a law enforcement vehicle while concealed carrying is very stupid and likely to get you hurt or killed. I can say that concealed carrying while confronting law enforcement officers and interjecting yourself into a law enforcement action is a good way to get hurt or killed. I can also still say that he was a good man. And one of the other things that I would say is that the graveyard is filled with plenty of brave, good men and women. So bravery or virtue is no protection against death. All right. So let me articulate the police logic real quick. And this is probably where I'm going to lose some of you guys. So while conducting lawful law enforcement operations, and I'm kind of writing it from the perspective of the officers as if I was writing the report. So let's take it from there. While conducting lawful law enforcement operations, multiple women approached my vehicle, blasting whistles and interrupting the roadway in an attempt to disrupt lawful law enforcement actions. Pretty directs traffic, assisting the women, which could be argued as disrupting the lawful operation and contributing it to it. So, while making noises is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment, standing in the roadway and potentially blocking a law enforcement officer's freedom of movement in vehicles or on foot is not. Therefore, I decided to attempt to disperse and or detain said women as necessary. Attempting to disperse the subjects obstructing the lawful performance of my duties and to get them out of the roadway, which posed a threat of injury due to traffic, I ordered the women to disperse. They did not obey my lawful command. I approached the women who retreated to the side of the roadway, but did not disperse nor leave the roadway. Therefore, I pushed one of them out of the roadway. At that time, a civilian male pushed my arm away, which I don't think happened. I think it's like pushed my stomach or something, or like interjected himself and pushed me in my stomach and got between me and the subject, therefore interfering with my law enforcement duties. And I decided at this time that arrest was appropriate. Officer 1, while attempting to detain Mr. Pretty, I noticed a holstered pistol at his 5 o'clock position. To secure the weapon and eliminate the possibility of imminent threat or death or great bodily harm, I grabbed said pistol and attempted to leave the scuffle. I yelled, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun," 4 times to notify my fellow officers of the weapon while securing it and leaving the scuffle. Then I would say the officer 2 said, during the scuffle, Mr. Pretty was actively resisting arrest by pulling his arms in, not obeying lawful commands, and pulling away from officers attempting to secure his limbs. I heard someone shout "gun" multiple times, and believing that Mr. Pretty was retrieving a weapon, I pulled my service pistol and discharged several rounds, killing Mr. Pretty. I was unaware that Officer 1 had retrieved and secured said firearm. Okay? So this I would be very surprised if I did not get 80% of the police report accurate. I think the only thing that's up in contention is the officer could also claim, I did see the weapon get secured, but because I heard somebody screaming, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun," I thought Mr. Pretty had a backup and therefore he was going for another weapon, which is why I pulled my firearm and discharged it. So that's where, for me, this is going to be the steel man of the law enforcement person's perspective. Okay. I really think you should watch the ASP breakdown. I mean, I do like ASP. He's cool. This one is a bird's eye view, so I'm not going to read that. And then these are, I'm doing this for Just Julius real quick. So if I wanted to get some law out of this for Renee Good, I would codify officer cause jeopardy, which would be a law enforcement officer either negligently, intentionally, or maliciously pushing themselves into an escalation that then they use as a pretext or excuse in order to use the escalation of force or the continuum of force in order to hurt or kill people in a negligent or malicious way. And I think Renee Good case law and or new legislation could establish officer cause jeopardy and modify the way that law enforcement does its job. In reference to Preddy, I think we need to codify law enforcement officers yelling the word gun or knife, which means they have a weapon and they're going for it, versus yelling disarmed, which that codified communication would mean that they, there's a weapon on scene, but I've secured it. That's what disarmed would mean. I also think that cops, in reference to edged weapons and improvised weapons, they should be equipped and trained with European-style disarmament tactics, including bolos, riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, capture devices. That way we can reduce the deaths of schizophrenics and diabetics and drug overdoses. All cops should have to be trained on signs of drug overdose and positional asphyxia. That way we reduce in custody deaths. And then chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force category and otherwise restricted. So these are my suggestions. We might not agree on whether or not the Preddy shooting is justified legally, even if it's immoral. I think it's legal. I think the Preddy shooting is legal. I don't think these officers are going to face charges. I think if they face charges, it's going to get dismissed. Okay? But I have suggestions on how to reduce United States civilians' unnecessary deaths. And so as a result, I'm not your enemy. Okay? I'm like, for the progressives who are like, oh, Connor's sweeping for law enforcement because he's being descriptive about the ways in which law enforcement is not going to be held accountable, and he doesn't think they should be held accountable the same way that I think they should be held accountable, then that's fine. We don't have to agree on everything. But I think the prescriptions is kind of like where we could come together and say, hey, these are reasonable prescriptions that are going to reduce death. So real quick, let me just read Just Julius, because I basically did that segment for him. Legally, does kicking the taillight have any influence on him being shot? No. My whole view is that because he's pepper sprayed and on the ground facing away from them, it eliminates him being a threat. I don't think that's true. I could still shoot people while being pepper sprayed. I could still shoot and or kill people while they're tackling me and wrestling me to the ground. I don't think that losing a fight makes you not a threat. Dana Kaoko Cloud says, Connor had a brilliant idea the other day with the appointment with the politician pending a project to revise training protocol. Yeah, I want to call him Maxwell Frost, and I want to see if I could get him to take a look at these ideas and actually propose them as legislation. Nightgale Wing says, Connor, are you going to switch over to Obsidian for taking notes, or are you married to Paint? I think Paint is funnier. Maybe if I used Obsidian in my off time and I found it to be that much better, I would do it. But I think having shitty Microsoft Paint is kind of like the idea. Bud123 says, Connor asked if there was a policy change that would have saved his life. My idea, yell disarmed when disarmed. I agree. Jeb Kush says, 6 words again, not illegal, ought be reformed. Correct. You have ended 30 hours of discourse with 2 super chats. All right. So anyways, let's keep going.
So when he was detaining Preddy, it was an unlawful detention. Let's just say, for argument's sake, I concede those points.
Okay.
That doesn't affect the use of force after.
I think it heavily plays into it. That because you've essentially,
which I think is also inaccurate. So I think there's established case law. He might even bring up the exact case law, but the lawfulness of a detention is separate from a use of force analysis per And I'll just put X's in here for now, but I think this guy might bring up case law.
Actually, you've created through your own making a situation.
All right, sorry. I'm actually liking engaging with you guys more because honestly, this content is frustrating me. So Bud123 says, Connor, how were you trained to deal with this situation like this? Are these poorly trained officers? Yes. Okay. So for me, once again, lots of people talk shit to cops all the time. I had plenty of people get in my face. I had plenty of people stick their fingers in my face. I had plenty of people call me a traitor and a bitch, and they were going to kill my family and they were going to kill me and this, that, the other. And sometimes those people were getting arrested, at which point I was like, yeah, fuck you too. But I'm also not going to scream at you because that's unprofessional. I'm just going to arrest you, and it is what it is. And you're going to spend the night in county jail and I get to go home. So fuck you too. I didn't say that, but I definitely thought it, right? So yeah, I think that you need to be stoic, and I'm not trying to be like memey about it. I actually think that you should be a stoic person if you get into law enforcement. You should be disciplined emotionally, but that's not a requirement. And even stoic people mentally break after a while. So we're presuming that these are all rookies, but these could all be like burnt out 10-year veterans freaking the fuck out because they had one too many people tell them to kill themselves. You know what I'm saying? It happens sometimes. Cops sometimes snap emotionally, right? And that actually still, in my opinion, has nothing to do with legality. So how are these people trained? Number one, I wouldn't have fucked with those women at all. I would have told them to fuck off or get out of the roadway. And if we could have left safely, we just would have left, right? Now, let's say we're in the scenario where I feel like a detention is appropriate. So a shove is not going to do what I need it to do, okay? Whereas a takedown, let me see if I can show you guys this real quick. There's something called a leg sweep takedown that you can do gently, and it gets people on the ground. And if you have their wrist and elbow, it's actually pretty easy to control them after that. So leg sweep takedown. So what? Yeah, watch this. Yep. So this is a little bit different than the way that I would do it. If you guys would please consult your screen. So what I would do is I was actually trained to like put this elbow on the person's like effectively their like chest. Like I'm stepping into them. I'm stepping into their lead hand. I think it's their lead hand. Is it their rear hand or their lead hand? Anyways, I step into them. I put my chest next to their chest. I put my legs behind their legs, and then I push them down to the ground. And then by tripping them over their legs, they're now on their back. And I also can have wrist control at that point. And then I can use their wrist and elbow to flip them onto their front and then put their arms behind their back. And the truth is, like, if somebody doesn't know a lot of martial arts, that can be quite shocking to be like flipped onto your
getting
back.
That style of takedown are
and then
hard unless you do
forced into a compliant position. You know what I'm saying? Connor, did you ever get a take on that Massey shooting? I don't remember. I haven't seen the Massey shooting. Josh says, do you deliver punches? No, I don't punch. I don't punch. Punching, if you're punching someone in their body or in their extremities, that's not effective. That's just painful. That actually doesn't get the subject under control. And if you're punching them in the temple or the jaw, you're threatening to knock them out. And if you knock somebody out and they hit their head on concrete, there are people who have died from getting knocked out and hitting their head on concrete the wrong way. So for me, like, no, I never punched. It was almost exclusively grappling.
Where you've basically locked this person into an event where they're going to be killed by the end if they're still carrying a weapon.
No, not at all.
At the time of Alex Preddy getting pepper sprayed, from that moment to the end of his life, what could he have done to avoid getting killed reasonably?
Not resisted.
Do you think that a person who's being tackled by 5 or 6 people who's just been pepper sprayed, I didn't even finish my sentence, a guy who's just been pepper sprayed, you think that person can reasonably be of sound mind and just sit there and be chill or whatever?
You can. It's not a reasonable expectation to believe so. As I went over yesterday, like lots of people get pepper sprayed and they freak the fuck out. Part of the reason why I didn't use pepper spray. So I don't think it's reasonable to believe that somebody will surrender. They'll just get pepper sprayed and they'll go, oh, wow. Sorry. I surrender. Like, I don't expect that to be the reaction. I more expect people to like scream and grab at their eyes. But it's possible. It's possible. It's not probable.
No, I think that he can absolutely allow officers. There was like 4 or 5 officers trying to grab his arms and legs.
He didn't know that though, right?
It doesn't matter what he does and doesn't. He's surrounded by officers.
He doesn't know. He doesn't even know he's surrounded. How could he have known that?
That seems like a really silly sentence. He doesn't know he's surrounded. You can feel 6 dudes on your back. You can feel 6 dudes on your back. You probably know you're surrounded.
Says who?
So he was pepper sprayed. He couldn't
pepper
see.
sprays him and then grabs him, and he doesn't know he's being detained.
That's not what you just said. You said there were 4 or 5 officers around him. I have no idea what he knows at that point. He's been pepper sprayed. The whole point of that is to mess your
Did I have to deal with hundreds of people per day? Absolutely.
senses up, so you have no idea what's going on. And then he's tackled to the ground, and then
they're yelling commands at him.
Well, multiple people are yelling a lot of things, but I don't know if it's reasonable to expect.
Is he resisting?
I don't know if I would characterize it as that. I would say it's on the border of.
If 5 people were or 4 people were pulling at each.
When do you do the tea bag? When you're not on camera. Grid says, would you do a leg sweep takedown with multiple subjects in the area? I would, Grid. I would, but I wouldn't move to arrest. So effectively what I was trained, but I saw cops fuck this up all the time. Matter of fact, I had a rookie that I had to correct on this one time. So indulge me another story. Excuse me. I'm sorry for being so grumpy today. So what I would do if I was dealing with multiple subjects and I knew that they were going to be detained, but somebody was stepping up to me like they were going to fight, I would leg sweep them, but then I wouldn't go for the handcuff. I would like leg sweep them, and then I would look at what the other twos are doing, and then I would honestly probably go for my like gun, and I would say nobody's going anywhere until I have backup. So sit your fucking ass down and chill the fuck out. A lot of people are actually like, even just the threat of pulling your pistol is oftentimes enough to get people to just listen to you. So yeah, so I would never go hands on. I had a rookie who I loved, and he's a good cop. But he detained like 4 burglars and he had them at gunpoint, but then he went to go, there was a female and he went to go put her in handcuffs first, and there was no other officers on scene. And what happened was she started fighting him in order to not be put into handcuffs. And then the other 3 burglars took off. But just as easily, those burglars, if they had a pistol while he was distracted fighting the girl, they could have turned around and blown his fucking brains out. And I kind of had to tell him, like, when you have multiple people detained at gunpoint, you need to hold what you have until you have a backup officer. Because like I just said, if you went hands on with the woman and she's distracting you and one of those guys has a weapon, they could have just fucking shot you. They could have shot you and you would have been powerless to do anything because you were too busy focused on getting the woman into handcuffs. So you got to be careful with that shit. Like, you can easily get killed. I don't know. It says these officers used a pepper spray can and punched Alex with it. Yeah, which is within the use of force. But me saying that that's not how I do things, I did 4 years in the Marine Corps. I did 4 years in law enforcement. I also went to the best law enforcement academy in Florida, except for the State Police Academy. I heard the State Police Academy is harder. I went to the second hardest police academy in the state of Florida, and I got excellent training from excellent cops. So what I do and what the average cop does are 2 different things.
One of your limbs. How hard do you think it would be to stay in a fetal position, upright on your knees and elbows?
If
there's 4 people, each have a limb of yours or are grabbing at your limbs, trying to spread you out, get you flat. That's what they're trying to do. They try to get you flat.
I mean, considering that
very hard.
Not that hard. The guy, we've seen the guy. He's not a shredded bodybuilder. Yeah, to some extent. I'm not saying he's not resisting.
Right.
What I'm saying is that he's locked on a path to where this is always going to play out this way. If you pepper spray somebody and then try to do something with them immediately after, they're always going to be mind fucked, like reasonably no.
I'm with you, anonymous chatter, that anybody says that it's easy to just throw your hands up and surrender, they should take pepper spray to the face and then be forced to do it. And by the way, they'll demonstrate exactly what I said. They're going to demonstrate that it's possible. You can throw your hands up and just go, but what's going to happen is as you're screaming in agony because you basically have the equivalent of ghost peppers shot into your eyeballs, you're also going to have like furtive gestures where even the people who are doing their best to control their limbs and be in a surrendering pose, they're going to be taking the backsides of their hands and trying to wipe the OC spray off of their face and eyes while still trying to hold on to it. And even if they're disciplined enough to not do it, they're going to have that like jolt of their hand wants to do it so bad that there's like these jerky movements of their hands trying to go to their face. You have to be like pretty disciplined to tank OC spray, which has happened, by the way. There have been guys who have tanked OC spray, but you know, it takes a lot of mental discipline.
Person's like, oh, let me calmly comply while all of my shit is getting fucked up. That's just never going to happen.
It does happen all the time. People get pepper sprayed and arrested without dying all the time.
Without
Even
dying,
armed.
but it's going to turn into a violent situation afterwards.
Not if they if they don't resist. You just admitted he was at least resisting a little bit.
I'm willing to wait for us to find a video with a guy getting pepper sprayed and then within 2 seconds afterwards calmly complying with police officers. I'll wait for that video.
I mean, I could literally find one probably very easily.
I know. Yeah, I'll wait for it. I'll wait.
You want to?
I'm okay waiting
right now. Either way, it does.
No, not either
matter.
way, because that's a death.
Yeah.
Jay says, I had to get pepper sprayed for my job and I freaked the fuck out and didn't know it. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, like, once again, I'm an incredibly disciplined person. So I could probably go to the store, buy some store-bought OC spray, take it to the face, and I would probably tank it. And I would be able to tank it. But I'm still going to go like as I'm tanking it because it sucks. Dude, OC spray sucks. So I'm sure I could throw my hands up. I'm sure I could surrender to a law enforcement officer. I'm sure I could ragdoll and go limp, but I would have to consciously think about it and force my body to do so, because what OC spray does make you want to do is get as much OC spray off of you as quickly as possible. And I also think that I've described OC spray as an oil, or excuse me, I've described it as a liquid, but the liquid is as much oil as it is water. And they made it in oil, so it sticks to you. Well, and fella's saying grass is going to need your oil for Cotter OC spray content. I'll do it. I'll 100% do it. I'll do that. If y'all want me to tank OC spray while somebody arrests me, I'll call my cop buddy and I'll say, hey, my chat wants to see if it's possible to tank OC spray and surrender to an arrest without being like a huge baby about it. And like, I'll do it. But like, I also kind of want to get like a random civilian to volunteer to do it as well. Because like, I could show you the difference between somebody who's like consciously ready to go through that experience versus somebody who doesn't know what they're getting into. Because I think it would actually be mad funny to be like, hey, this is going to suck, but just do whatever feels natural.
That's a death event. If you get pepper sprayed and then you get tackled, you're always going to be trying to. You're going to. No, I haven't, thankfully. But
okay,
like,
so then what would you know about that?
I did the one chip challenge. I've eaten the spiciest chip available of all of mankind.
Were you incapacitated? I have.
Yeah, Conserve's correct. I wouldn't doubt that it's possible, but I'd argue that it's not going to be the typical reaction. You're correct.
And actually, it is similar to getting pepper sprayed, except it's not in your eyes.
Except it's not in your eyes and nose.
But that feeling in your eyes is not going to literally incapacitate you. You still have some of your sense about you.
Barely. What do you think the point of pepper spraying somebody is? This is a mute.
The first Counterpoints video on Valor needs to be cop jackass. Death Lily says hard to hurt pepper spray. I know hard to hurt. I also know active self-protection. Do you guys want to go on to... I totally F this segment up. I'm going to let Destiny talk for a little bit, but I'm trying to get like Destiny's arguments that I don't agree with. So hold on. Let's do this real quick. Kingslayer says, Connor, I'll be in Florida around the Sarasota area in March. If you're relatively close to there, I might be able to be the random citizen. I'm not, but it's close enough that you should still DM me when you're in town, and we'll see if we can figure something out that's logistically possible for both of us. So hold on. You said hard to hurt pepper spray? Spelled that wrong. That's fine. Mace versus Saber versus Palm.
With some
You
pepper
guys should
spray.
watch this. So this guy's like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu, I don't want to say master, but he's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor. And he goes over a bunch of like non-lethal stuff, including OC spray, including pepper spray. Well, I say pepper spray, I'm being redundant. But including tasers, including pepper balls, including non-lethal balls, including all that kind of stuff. And so I want to see what he does. I want to see if he sprays himself, because if he doesn't spray himself, oh, wait. He's wearing glasses. He's going to try to pepper spray the mannequin. But see, I think what's going to happen is he's going to get a little bit of splashback, and even he's going to be like, ugh. Like in a second, it kind of looks like he goes, ah. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Is he going to spray himself? It looks like he catches a whiff of it. I don't know if he's going to spray himself. Oh, he caught a whiff. Oh man, but I'll do a single spray. Okay, I'm not doing 3 different sprays. I'm not doing 3 different sprays to compare how bad they are. I'm only doing one.
Mutually exclusive position. If you're saying you could be pepper sprayed,
have you not seen people get tased and still just eat it and just come right after cops?
No, that's only when the taser doesn't make the correct contact.
And people are messed. They get pepper sprayed.
No, there's also people who can tank tasers as well. Now, Destiny's correct that like 9 times out of 10, it's because the taser doesn't have like a good connection. I'll concede that immediately. That 9 times out of 10, when a taser doesn't work, it's because it doesn't have a good connection. But there's people who can tank tasers, have tanked tasers, and also there's even people when the taser gets fired, they'll swing their arms in a giant C circle in order to grab the connections and then yank the taser cables and snap the taser cables because they're not that strong. And so basically what you need to imagine is that a taser cable, the prong of a taser is effectively like a fish hook. It's like a harpoon with a small fish hook in it, but the fish hook is not so pronounced that it can't be removed from the flesh. Like you can actually just wiggle it around a little bit and then remove the taser fish hook harpoon. But it's basically a fish hook harpoon. That's what it is.
I could pull the video right now. I don't know if actually we could play it on here, but a man has a blade, right? Cop pulls up. He sees the blade, gets out of the car. The guy instantly charges him. They're running in circles as the cop's shooting him. And the guy runs for like 15 seconds after him after being shot 6 times by a 9mm.
Okay.
So pepper spray and being tased even, you're not going to immediately be incapacitated, especially
all of these things function differently. A pistol shot is just wounding you. Depending on where you hit, you might not even necessarily register the feeling at all. I don't think adrenaline counteracts spicy capsaicin fucking up of your senses or whatever. And in terms of how a taser is supposed to function or a stun gun is supposed to function, when the 2 electrodes make contact with your body, it passes a current that locks your muscles up. It's not about it hurting you or causing pain. So all of these things get compliance in a different type of manner. Generally, pepper spray, when you pepper spray somebody, their shit is going to be fucked for a little bit. And the idea of pepper spraying somebody and then tackling them immediately, there's always going to be some level of like the guy doesn't even know what's going on. Like
this is true. This is true. I concede it fully. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick and come back with some water. Since I jacked up this segment, I might just go watch the active self-protection segment. And the somebody posted a hard to hurt link in chat. I might check that out as well and actually try to do a better segment, because right now, realistically, what I've done is I've written down what I think Steven is wrong about. So whether or not ICBP have detention authority based on the whatever, Steven is wrong that you can't use force in order to disperse people. Steven is wrong that shoving in pepper spray is a massive escalation. That's incorrect. The lawfulness of a detention is separate from the use of force analysis per this law. I'll take a look at it and see which one it is. I'm going to let this play for a second. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. I'm sorry for being grumpy today. But I'll come back and I'll try to give you some at least decent content with the active self-protection and the whatever. Oh, the hard to hurt video. That way we could actually get something meaningful out of today's content. So my apologies again.
If this guy was fighting for like 5 minutes after getting pepper sprayed, or even a minute, maybe I could understand this, but like from the time of him being sprayed to executed, is it even 10 seconds?
And in that time, he was able to resist arrest physically.
Yeah, but he's always going to be resisting.
Reach towards his waistband. Honestly, I don't think the intention there was to pull the gun. I think what happened maybe even was that he felt that his gun wasn't on him. And so
maybe he was just trying to get up.
And that could be the case, but if an objectively reasonable officer sees that as a movement towards grabbing his gun, he has every right to pull the trigger.
So then he's locked on a death passage. He can't. There's no way off.
Don't reach. Don't resist and don't reach.
How about
you're carrying a firearm?
Somebody? How about don't pepper spray somebody for no reason? There was no reason to pepper spray him.
And even if that was illegal, it has nothing to do with the use of force. It doesn't matter.
Well, of course it does, because you're inducing a situation where you're just going to have to kill the guy.
Officer created jeopardy is completely different than that.
How?
Because officer created jeopardy is specifically about the officer placing himself in immediate danger, not in potential danger.
How is he not placing himself in danger when he's pepper sprayed a guy and then climbed on top of him and then found out he had a concealed carry on him, and now that's given him justification to execute him?
Right. So at what point was he in immediate danger?
When he was using at what point was the officer in immediate danger?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he felt that way when they identified he had a firearm.
When? No, that's potential danger. When did the officer felt like he was in immediate danger?
As soon as they identified he had a firearm.
No, that's potential danger. If there's no reach, it's unjustified, right? There's cases like this all the time where cops pull people over. They either have illegal firearms on them or legal.
You think that the reason why he shot him was because he saw the guy reach for a gun?
Yeah, if not, it's unjustified.
So you have no information to justify that, right? You can admit that.
Yeah, I have the video.
No. You don't have any statements. Yes. You can't see where the guy's eyes are. That's a total speculation on your part, right?
No.
What do you mean, no? You think you know that what?
Look, the guy has the gun on his back because he pulls the gun because there's potential danger now that he's armed.
Wait, who pulls
what's he
the
looking
gun?
for?
The officer pulls the gun?
Yeah, there's the guy directly behind him. So when the guy grabs the gun off of him, I'm not sure what cop knows where the gun is at this point, but
yeah,
the guy takes the gun and he dips off, right?
Yep. So he's taking the gun. So if the other officer is looking for a firearm, then he's seeing the gun be removed. If we're going to go with that,
no. So they say he's got a gun.
Why would you presume that?
Even if he removes the weapon and the officer sees him remove the weapon, you don't assume that he doesn't have any other weapons on him. You don't have to.
All right.
Legally.
So then like every single part of this explanation is contrived, and you don't believe any of this.
How?
So the officer assaulted that woman in the street for no reason. There was no crowd. You made that up. You said there was a crowd. There was no crowd. We watched the video. There's no crowd. So he's shoving, attacking a woman for no reason.
The agent shot him because he just wanted to murder.
You have a guy who is, he shot him because he's undertrained, and the officer induced a situation where an idiot with a gun, which is not what we expect cops to be, by the way. The reasonable cop standard is based on a police officer with training, much the same way that we would look at an EMT and his actions and at the scene of an accident as the reasonable standard for an EMT, not an ordinary person.
How much training does the officer who shot have?
I don't know. How much training does he have? Should be enough to be a federal agent,
so you don't know then.
So
why are you saying he's not trained?
Agent. If he doesn't, then he's just a murderer, and he's out on the streets looking to murder people. So then,
but you said earlier he's not trained.
What?
You said he's undertrained or something like that.
I said it seemed to be evidence of poor or bad training. Yes.
And you're just saying that because
there was no good because one, he was assaulting a woman for absolutely no reason, and two, because he was
not no reason. We've been over it.
Playing pepper spray for absolutely no reason.
It's not no reason. We've been over it.
Again, it has absolutely nothing to do with the use of force.
What do you mean? What has nothing to do with the use of force?
The prior situation here has nothing to do with, at the time that the force was used, what was going on. Did it seem like
but at time, what do you mean? Hold on. If they were fighting or whatever, and they had like an extended back and forth, and then the police officer, in fighting the guy was like, I'm gonna have to shoot you, or I'm gonna have to detain you or whatever. And the guy is like still fighting or whatever. And then at that point, the police officer, deploys the pepper spray and the guy continues to fight. Well, you've put the guy on notice. The guy knows you were going to pepper spray him. He knows you talked about this. At this point, you have a much more reasonable assumption that this guy is willing to, I guess, fight to the death or something, right?
Yep.
None of that happened at the lead up to this, though. He shoves after assaulting the woman. He goes to kind of shove the guy. Who is?
Freddy.
The officer doesn't know that.
He doesn't know it until he pulls his weapon after he figures it out.
Yeah, after he's already pepper sprayed the guy. He had no reason to pepper spray the guy.
It doesn't. So, pepper spraying somebody doesn't give them the right to resist arrest and or reach.
I never said it gives them the right to resist arrest, but he had no reason to pepper spray the guy.
It doesn't matter.
It literally does, because it plays into whether or not he thinks the guy would.
Okay, so I'm reading an AI summary, which is, and we could check out more substantive sources, but this is a summary that I think is accurate. Yes, the use of force is evaluated differently than the legality of the stop, though both are analyzed under the Fourth Amendment's reasonableness standard. Legality of a stop requires reasonable suspicion or probable cause that a crime occurred, while the use of force evaluates whether the officer's actions were objectively reasonable based on the threat level, regardless of whether or not the initial stop was valid. Legality of the stop. Evaluated based on whether or not the officer had reasonable suspicion or probable cause to initiate the detention of that specific moment. The use of force, evaluated by the totality of circumstances using an objective, non-hindsight standard, what a reasonable officer would do in that tense, rapidly evolving situation. It focuses on the severity of the crime, immediate threat to safety, and active resistance. Interconnection. While distinct, the events leading up to the use of force, including the stop, are now considered as a part of the total context. A valid stop does not automatically make the subsequent use of force reasonable, nor does an invalid stop necessarily make force unconstitutional, though it is highly relevant. Both evaluations are guided by on the principle of objectively reasonable behavior. So I think the reason why I would like to have, it would be nice if he had like a specific court case that delineated these concepts or articulated these concepts. It would be nice to have a specific doctrine, but this is my understanding.
Engage in a form of lethal behavior.
Let's say if it was justified. Let's say it was justified, right? Let's say the lawful order or the spraying of the pepper spray was justified. That would only be justified under the Fourth Amendment, right?
If what?
If the pepper spray was justified, it's a use of force. It would only be justified under the Fourth Amendment.
I don't know about the Fourth Amendment, but okay.
The Fourth Amendment is that an officer, I can't quote it exactly, but this is where the use of force comes from. This is how we judge use of force in every situation.
I don't think that it matters for a continuum of force.
Yes, it does. It very much matters, the Fourth Amendment. Now, this is where Graham versus Connor comes in and all of that. So with the Fourth Amendment...
Wait, what do we think? What are we taking from Graham versus Connor here?
Let me pull it.
Isn't he about to explain it? JT89 says, Destiny's point here is the guy didn't appear to be violent and was dealing with pepper spray. Furtive movements need to be understood with that context. Okay. I already showed this video. Las Vegas cop killed, domestic violence, surprise attack, revolver. That's not it. I found it previously. Domestic violence video, cop killed by compliant subject. Grand Rapids, this might be it. No, it's not this one. There's one that I thought was in Las Vegas, and we've watched it before on the stream. I was able to Google the correct video, and somehow I found it. But effectively, just take my word on it. Chat's seen it before. They go to do a DV call, and they follow standard protocol. The guy's in a hoodie. And so they say, hey, like, walk aside with me, and we're going to go outside, and we're going to talk real quick. I just want to get things from your side of the story. And the subject seems like totally relaxed, totally chill. Input, output. If you say anecdotal, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna kick you in the fucking nuts. You think officers don't evaluate body camera footage? Are you fucking kidding me? Anyways, let me calm down. I was just calming down, input, output. Are you fucking retarded? Sorry for using an ableist slur, but are you seriously stupid? Do you think that like people don't cumulatively watch body camera footage in order to understand shit? That was one of the most infuriating single word comments I've ever gotten in my fucking chat. So congratulations, input, output. You have successfully pissed me the fuck off with a single word. It's almost an art form. Douche. Okay. So, oh, okay. Ban. Bye. Easy. Now I don't have to deal with that ever again. All right. Back to what I was saying. So, the initially compliant subject walks out with law enforcement officers and answers questions like everything's chill. But what happens is the cop halfway through says, hey, man, like, listen, I know the situation's still unfolding. And the cop's not being a douche at all. And he's like, but I need to pat you down for weapons or whatever. And the guy's like, okay. And then what ends up happening is as the officer is going to pat him down on his hoodie, the guy pulls a revolver from the front pocket and shoots the cop in the face, kills him in like under a second. So somebody was saying that, like, I think it's JTS as a matter of fact, was saying like, oh, well, his body language for trying to defend the woman and trying to be nice or whatever, you need to use that in your articulation or evaluation of the totality of circumstances. I don't think you do at all. And the reason why I would cite to you earlier is if that video was of him kicking the cop car taillight out, if that was happening on the same day, you would use that 100% as evidence saying like, that's his mindset. He wants to violently resist law enforcement officers. Now, the cops can't use him kicking out a taillight the week before because they were unaware of it. I think they were probably unaware of it. And so as a result, they can't say, oh, yeah, last week he kicked out a taillight, which means he's violent against cops. Therefore, that's going to justify me shooting him. But likewise, you saying like, oh, he seems chill in these like 7 seconds of footage that I have means that he is chill. Therefore, you don't have to treat him as a threat. That's not reasonable either. That's fucking crazy pants. So anyways, just wanted to address that. Connor will come around to words are violence after he has a stroke from reading single. I'm already at words are violence. You guys commit violence against me every single day. You guys domestically and emotionally abuse me all the time. You know?
What up? The calculus of reasonableness must embody allowance for the fact that police officers are often forced to make split-second judgments.
Correct.
It's not the exact one I'm looking for.
Okay. This he didn't have to make a split-second judgment here, right? The officer created all of these.
Of course, these are split-second decisions.
No, he's creating all of the negative situations. He's doing all of this. The officer's the one inducing all of these things.
Again,
right?
even if the provocation doctrine was one that would say, okay, if the officer illegally used force to make this person comply or to detain this person, then force later could be questioned, even if it was completely reasonable. Then the Supreme
JT89 says counterpoints. Are you saying all policies should be developed on the basis of the most extreme examples? Someone butt smuggled explosives on a plane, so we need to get rectal exams before flying. Weirdly enough, that's actually true. No, but that's why you have to take your shoes off because of the shoe bomber. Same reason why you do a full body scan that's like scans underneath your clothing and or you get pat down by a TSA member is because there's an example of it happening. So just because something is a one-off doesn't mean that you don't protect against it. And yes, policy should be written like with rules of general shit, and that's true. But any policy that you write should also not limit people from dealing with extreme situations. Okay, so for instance, like saying like all cops, like what policy would you even write that this guy looked chill, therefore you have to treat him as if he's chill, right? Would you say like all officers have to take a body language class, and then based off of body language is how they have to determine use of force scenarios. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. And then same thing with like what I've brought up. Do you think that's the only time that a cop's been lied to? You think that's the only time that a cop had, like a bad guy or a suspect has used body language or lying in order to get out of a scenario, or try to deceive law enforcement, or try to escape, or try to lure a cop into a false sense of security before like either trying to attack the cop or kill them? Like, that's not the only time. So just because it happens one time out of 10,000 doesn't mean you ignore the one time out of 10,000, particularly if the stakes are somebody's life. So I don't even know what policy you would develop out of your inference that this guy had like chill body language. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't feel like relevant, or you could make consistent policy out of it.
Supreme Court threw that out, so you can't use that. So even
Okay,
if
hold
it's
on. Let me stop. Hold on. I don't expect you to
search or seizure.
understand this, but I'll explain for the audience because you're not understanding what you're trying to explain here. What you're explaining is correct. So let's say that an officer, had a no-knock warrant, or let's say the officer had a search warrant for a house, and the officer is conducting an illegal search because they went to the wrong address. And let's say that when they go into the house or whatever, you know, the guy's like, well,
Kingslayer says, if your assumption that all the pushing and orders are illegal and the Leo knows it, then wouldn't Preddy's actions be 100% fall under self-defense and defense of others? No. Why are you presuming that the actions and orders are illegal? Why are you making that presumption? We already took a look at 18 USC 111. Like, did you know of like 18 USC 111? Had you already Googled this before you went to your local protest? Do you feel like you have a command of this statute that forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, or interfering with any person designated in this statute while engaged or on account of the performance of official duties, can be detained and imprisoned up to a year? You think that you have like a firm grasp of this statute and you know 100% that you're being detained unlawfully? And furthermore, you think that you should be able to resist arrest over a statute that you think is unlawful, but you can't prove is unlawful until you get to court? You should be able to fight and or kill a cop because their orders are unlawful just because you have a different interpretation of a statute? Seems pretty fucking bold to me. Let's Google though. Why not Google? Can you resist an unlawful arrest? I'll do Florida, and then I'll check Minnesota. So in Florida, you have the right to resist an unlawful arrest, but it must be without violence, and it's a very risky legal gray area. Resisting an officer's lawful commands, even during what seems like an unlawful stop, often leads to charges to resisting arrest without violence, a misdemeanor. So legal experts strongly advise against physically resisting and instead recommend cooperating and challenging the arrest later in court. Okay, so this is almost like identical, in my opinion. So can you resist an unlawful arrest in Minnesota? In Minnesota, you generally cannot legally resist an unlawful arrest, though through physical force, as it's a crime, obstructing legal process, and can lead to more serious charges like assault, even if the arrest is later deemed wrongful. However, you have the right to use proportionate force in self-defense. If an officer uses excessive force, creating a risk of serious bodily harm, and you should cooperate verbally, assert your rights, like staying silent, and challenge the arrest later in court. Okay, so it looks like you're prohibited from using force to resist arrest, both in the state of Florida and in Minnesota. Then what's another one? Federal. Can you resist an unlawful arrest from a federal agent? Let's take a look. It is generally advised never to physically resist an arrest, even if it is unlawful, as doing so often leads to additional charges, injuries, or legal complications, regardless of the initial legality. While the legal precedents may exist in some jurisdictions allowing for nonviolent resistance to unlawful arrest, it is safer to remain calm, comply, and challenge the arrest in courts. So, dude, if you want to play that game, you go play that game. I would advise strongly. And by the way, nothing that we have seen, says that if the cops were unlawfully detaining Mr. Preddy, that he would have the right to shoot them. In the state of Florida, in the state of Minnesota, it basically says that your attempts to resist unlawful arrest have to be nonviolent, or you're going to get hit with additional charges. So morally, sure. Morally, I'm with you all day. Let's say a cop under color of law is going to like rape and murder your family. Yeah, of course, do what you got to do. That doesn't mean that it's going to be legal. You know what I'm saying? Once again, legality and morality are different.
Well, fuck you. Like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you or whatever. And I was like, oh, look, I have a search warrant. And the guy's like, oh, I don't care. And the guy starts attacking the cop, and then he pulls out a knife, and the cop shoots and kills him. It doesn't matter that the original search warrant wasn't accurate. The cop doesn't lose the right. What did before?
That was the provocation doctrine. The provocation doctrine would say then the use of force is no longer acceptable.
I don't. I'm not concerned with that. I don't know what is when you say provocation doctrine. What are we referring? Is this prior to Felix v. Barnes, or this is the most recent stuff I've read on this? Regardless, what I'm saying here is that like the cop doesn't lose the right to self-defense just because an initial action might not have been legal, right? I think we can all agree with that. I think that's reasonable. I think ethically, morally, it
because
makes
the provocation doctrine was struck down.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. It makes sense, right? It makes sense that the cop, just because the cop might make a misstep in the beginning, now his life is forfeit if the other guy decides to respond.
Myth of Readiness says Connor needs to pepper spray Steven and then give him commands in the Simon Says format and see how well he does. That would be fire content.
Okay. However, you engaging in illegal actions as a police officer, especially those involving physical force, should factor into your overall determination of the threat that's posed to you by the person that you are detaining. So, for instance, if a police officer...
Okay. Steven's actually summarizing that perspective accurately. So the use of force is evaluated separately from whether or not the initial stop is legal. However, that being said, the totality of circumstances is going to be evaluated through that use of force. So, for instance, regardless of whether or not these people are subject to detention under 18 USC 111 or whatever, that doesn't mean whether or not the cops can use force in order to detain them if they reasonably believe that they're under detention for these laws. But even if they're incorrect, that has no bearing on whether or not they can use force, right? They can still use force after the scenario. However, the way people are responding to their detention should affect the totality of circumstances evaluation. So Stephen is correct in that assertion.
Sir, you just contradicted yourself.
I didn't. Let me explain.
I don't think he did.
If a police officer tells somebody, okay, like, hey, you're under arrest, I'm going to arrest you, and then the guy starts running, and the guy's running away, and he's trying to escape, and he's hopping through fences, and he might be breaking through windows or do whatever, right? The guy seems like he's trying to escape. He's been put on notice. He's under arrest. If at some point, the cop and him get into a scuffle, well, this guy wants to fight, and there might be a reach for a gun or whatever, where the officer's like, I don't know, this guy might try to kill me, and that would be reasonable given the totality of the circumstances leading up to that event. However, let's say that a cop thinks that somebody broke a law rule and he just really fucking wants to arrest a guy or whatever. Let's say that the cop like runs up to some dude behind him in public and
That's a good rebuttal. I like JT. JT seems like a smart cookie so far. Okay, ignore prior behavior, evaluate furtive movements with OC spray in mind. Perfect analysis. JT, you are a genius. You might not like me. You might not like my commentary. You might not like my content. You might think I'm a douchebag. That was actually an intelligent rebuttal to what I said. I appreciate you.
Tackles him, and that guy starts resisting. Your calculation there for, he's resisting, so he must want to fucking kill me. That's not the same calculation. There's a lot of reasons why okay, well, you're just wrong.
Well, QC John says, would it make a difference if they were the same cops that had turned him loose with a writ week prior? I don't think those people turned him loose with a writ. I think they actually dogpiled him, punched him, and like cracked his ribs or broke his ribs, and he had a pistol on him after he had kicked out the light of the SUV. Excuse me. But then I think they saw that the crowd was hostile, and so they let him go. I don't think they gave him a court date. Not based off of the video that I saw.
Wrong. Well, you're wrong ethically, morally, legally. You're wrong.
You said because
nothing.
No, you're talking about use of force.
Okay, slow down, Steven. Good God.
Now you just changed it.
No.
Yes, you just changed it. Repeat what you just said.
If an officer would have randomly, from the perspective of the person being tackled, if the police officer would just randomly tackle you and go to arrest you, you would expect an ordinary.
JT89 says, so cops should never evaluate body language. No, you should evaluate body language, but you should also keep in mind that body language should be deceptive. So like there are people who are good at controlling their bodies and then being deceptive. So you always have to be ready for something to pop off.
Person that's not presenting a threat to you to engage in some level of resistance. Yeah, he just got tackled.
Does he know he's being arrested?
He might not.
Okay, so that's completely different.
It's not. Alex Preddy didn't know he was being arrested. He probably had no
didn't
idea
know
what
he was being
going on.
arrested.
Correct. He
was in the face of Border Patrol agents.
He just got pepper sprayed. The whole point of a pepper spray is to discombobulate a person's senses.
Right, and then 5 people tackle him to the ground.
He's not even cognizant of what's going on.
Yeah, it must be the fellow protesters tackling him to the ground. You're right.
First of all, I don't think everybody.
All the women
just
around
the one. Wasn't it? Just, well, you're all the women that you said presented a threat to this cop. They did to get in crowd control.
All right, so
Demon King Dragos says counterpoints, question in good faith. How does the fact that ICE escalates violence, doesn't adhere to due process, and detains people in different states factor into this? Well, it depends. Ooh, you just asked a really, really, really pointed and excellent question. Thank you. Thank you for a question that actually challenges me, but also isn't stupid. I appreciate you. Thank you, Demon King. So what I would say is we have to decide when it's enough. Okay? So, for instance, if we took every single thing that ICE and CBP have done in the past decade and you added up cumulatively, then I think you could make a similar argument to the Declaration of Independence for like lack of due process, violating rights, and pressing people into this, that, the other. I think you could totally make those arguments because you have, what is it? I think you have CBP. They ignored some woman's like medical complications in reference to her like genitals. She was having some kind of like ongoing medical issue with her genitals. And then as a result, they recommended like a hysterectomy for this lady. So they like caught through medical negligence. They gave like several women hysterectomies, effectively rendering these women barren. Then if you add in like the Thicc detentions where they detain people and then they just sent them to like a torture prison in El Salvador, that's obviously not due process. That's obviously a violation of the 8th Amendment of the United States as well. If you add in like ICE just like running into random communities and detaining people who are Hispanic, then that's pretty clearly violative of the 4th Amendment. So if you take these, like all of these different, the violations of the 8th, violations of the 4th, arguably in this scenario, potential violations of the 1st and maybe even the 2nd, if you add that up, then you could go, okay, well, this is a tyrannical government that's run away. And as a result, we need to challenge it. We need to do something about it. But the question that I ask is like, is the solution worse than the disease? Because what's probably going to happen, if you said that this was a tyrannical government, well, at that point, like terrorism is justified. Like going outside of the law, attacking random people, et cetera, morally, you could justify that based off of the culture within the United States. However, what I've said, what other people have said, is that we're on the verge, due to political momentum, we're on the verge of reversing MAGA and rendering Donald Trump a lame duck after the midterm elections, which means that you could slow down substantially ICE through oversight, through whatever like congressional shit you want to do, through fucking with their funding, through this, through that. You could fuck with ICE and CBP, especially if you have a democratically controlled Congress. Whereas if you did engage in extra legal violence, what's going to happen is they're going to use your extra legal violence as justifications for why leftists and left-wingers and liberals and Democrats can't be trusted with power again. And as a result, you're increasing the chances that they're going to maintain state power and continue to do these abuses. So I don't like electoralism, by the way, guys. I'm not trying to be too much of a nerd about it, but I don't like elections. I feel like we waste a lot of time and energy effectively electing sociopaths to tell us what we want to hear. So we'll check a box on a piece of paper. And then when they actually get into office, they're going to deliver 90% less than what they promised they were going to deliver. I think electoralism is a huge waste of like energy and money and time and effort and charisma and this, that, the other. However, I don't know of a better system. And I do think that elections ultimately are better than us duking it out in the street. So I kind of take the Churchill quote pretty seriously, which is like, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all of the other ones. Well, and Coffee says, oops, Connor accidentally aligns with the Chinese system. You know, probably if I thought human beings were perfect and if I didn't believe in freedom, maybe I would like the Chinese system. But I think people are free. and they should be free. And we should all be free to pursue our own stupid, lame destinies. And yeah, so unfortunately, I was raised in a free society, and I thought it was cool. So I don't think human beings are cogs. I don't think you just put them into like state organs and economic organs, and they just function like biological robots. You know, I think that we're stupid, and we like to drink and smoke pot and have sex and whatever. So, you know, we're stupid. We're stupid, and our government is ineffective. But our ineffective government is better than vigilante violence and revolutionary terrorism. So, yeah. Anyways, I don't even know if I addressed your question. I think I'm tired and grumpy, and my apologies again. Dana said, I thought we were going to go do something else. We will. I just want to see. I'm going to try to get through the first hour and see if there's any more points that Steven has made. Unfortunately for me, Steven did just make a coherent point that I think the other guy is misunderstanding, and Steven's treating him like an idiot for not understanding it. But that AI summary effectively reinforced what Steven just said, which is that the legal analysis or moral analysis, well, I guess legal analysis, the legal analysis for whether or not a use of force is objectively reasonable is separate from whether or not the detention is lawful. However, the lawfulness of the detention and the approach of the officer during an unlawful detention is going to inform whether or not the ensuing detention, the ensuing use of force was justified. So that's actually true.
So now you're saying,
exactly.
so
Goldfish says, ew, I came in late. Did the guy pull up an AI summary in a debate again? No, that was me using an AI summary. Dana says, okay, going to get a bath because I feel gross. Back later. It's all good, Dana. Thanks for hanging out with us anyways. I appreciate you.
there's no crowd. There's only these 3 women and all of these Border Patrol agents. But he didn't know that 5 grown men tackling him to the ground was him being detained.
I don't think he was aware of how many. If you would have asked this guy at the moment that he got shot, how many men do you think are on? I don't think he would have any idea. No.
Yeah, but if you asked him if he was being detained, he would say, absolutely. That's why I'm resisting.
No, I don't think so. I think you're delusional to think that. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I mean, it's clear that he obviously knew.
If Steven's primary point is that this guy is discombobulated as a result of being pepper sprayed, then I agree with Steven. So I'm going to keep it moving. I'm going to rewind to here.
And then, folks, that poll is still in the live chat. Currently, the plurality or the highest voted option in response to, do you think Alex Preddy was murdered, was...
Demon King says, can you read my most recent message? Yeah, let me take a look.
It's 44% for yes, followed by 39% for no, and then 17% I don't know enough yet. And Alex, we can see yours now, your video.
Cool. All right. So this is slowed down. This is not but this is just showing the movement of his arm.
Yep.
So down here.
Hold on, I need to watch this real quick. Demon King, I'm scrolling up. Oh, counterpoints. That makes sense in the same vein. How can you expect the normal American citizens to keep their heads whenever ICE keeps attacking people's community? First Chicago, now Minneapolis. I don't. I don't expect the average citizen to keep sane. I don't expect them to respond to resistance well. I don't expect them to respond to use of forces or pepper sprayed. Yeah. AF Agent says, oh, weird. That's what I said. You should pepper spray people right before trying to cuff them. Okay. All right, AF Racing. I'm going to try to play nice. You try to play nice. All right? Let's both try to play nice.
You can actually see his hand, right? See his hand down. All right, now watch it come up. See how it's sliding up?
No.
You're going to see... What do you mean? His hand's gone from this bottom here. You can see the hand. It's also tough. Is it skipping for you? Or
keep playing.
Is it smooth?
No, keep playing. Let's see where he's reaching for his gun.
Look, right? His elbow comes up.
Hold up. I'm going to watch that. Give me a second. I need to ban a soy person. Kill yourself digitally. Okay. Anyways, back to it.
You can see it right there. That's his elbow. And then he gets shot there. I don't have the sound on. Elbow comes up. You can see it right there. That's his elbow.
Where?
His gun.
Look, right? His elbow comes up. You can see it right there. That's his elbow. and then he gets
Oh, I do see his elbow.
shot there. I don't have the sound on.
Hasn't the firearm literally already been removed at that point?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
And then he gets shot there. I don't have the sound.
Because if he was drawing from an appendix. Okay, I don't think this guy is as stupid as I thought he was in reference to this line of argumentation. So this guy's line of argumentation, enhance. Okay, listen, I'm not saying that everybody needs to watch my debates or even enjoy my debates. You might not have even enjoyed the Pisco debate recently, but I do think that I do bring some like pretty funny moments. So for instance, there was this scene where there was this time where we were getting distracted with like the cop video. And getting distracted with a cop video, there was a scene where like the elbow was like sideways from like a certain angle where it kind of looked like Mr. Preddy or whatever put his arm up effectively in order to block the police officer. And there was this frame that like Pisco kept going over, right? And there was one where the elbow is actually in line with the officer, and it also looks like the officer is bending away from the elbow. And this is from the other side of the street, right? And so I was like screaming at Pisco, and I was like, enhance, enhance, enhance. And like, I was so pissed. I knew that like my audio was probably like clipping out me screaming the word enhance. But, you know, that's the kind of like levity that I enjoy bringing to like a random debate, is screaming at someone enhance in the middle of a spicy debate.
Sound on.
Hasn't the firearm literally already been removed at that point?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? So he's good. So he's dead.
Someone
so he's
could
locked
have
in a death sequence. He's locked in a death sequence.
First off, they say he's armed. So they remove a gun, but I don't know exactly who knows where the gun is.
So you're telling me
at
the
this
cop
point.
behind him holding the gun can see so well that he can determine the guy's hand coming up, but he can't see the other cop pull the gun out of his waistband?
Yeah, that kind of seems crazy.
Even if he does,
You're telling me that the
doesn't
police
matter.
officer can see the hand coming up, but he can't see the officer's hand reaching in and pulling the gun
Again.
from his waistband?
No, okay. So if he saw, so this is the presumption. My presumption is that the guy had tunnel vision and he didn't see the guy get disarmed. That's my presumption. But what this guy is saying, and what I heard from Grid One Motorsports, and I think it's still possible, is that as common with boomers, as common with Xers, okay, semi-autos really became popular in like the 80s and 90s, okay? Most people up until that time, including cops, were running revolvers. Matter of fact, a shootout with the FBI in the 1980s is why a lot of law enforcement officers shifted over to semi-autos, because a revolver was seen as not having enough capacity. So semi-autos were known for jamming, though, especially when they first started out. So a lot of people carried a semi-auto as a duty pistol, which they bet their lives on, and then they carried a revolver as a backup. Now, I would say generationally, that's more of like a boomer and an X thing. And I think Mr. Preddy is like a millennial. But are you going to bet your life on different cultural expectations about how different people carry weapons? And so if the argument is like, oh, well, I did see the disarm, but I also heard him scream, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, and he was bringing his arm back. Therefore, I thought it was possible that he had an appendix carried pistol, or he had an ankle pistol that he was trying to get to, and that's why I took the action that I took. The dude's still going to get exonerated. So that's where, for me, it's like, yeah, like Destiny can dismiss this, but it's not as stupid as he thinks it is.
Man?
Go ahead. I'll concede that too, and it doesn't matter.
It does, though, because we're saying
No.
a reasonable officer standard. You're telling me that the officer was
Yeah.
able to see the guy reaching up with his hand that was in front of his body, but he couldn't see his fellow officer pull
If
the
you
gun from his
remove
waistband?
if you remove a firearm for somebody, does that mean they can't have another firearm?
So then in that case, the guy's hands can move anywhere on his body. He could have a gun hidden.
Demon King Drago says, the video I sent you via Discord shows him looking down at the waistband. Well, right, but he has fucking sunglasses on, man. Are you trying to tell me that you know where his irises are?
Literally anywhere. He could be Vash the Stampede and his hand could turn into a gun.
Well,
or it could be the
it's very-
Terminator, or it could be any number of Ghost of the Shell complex anime.
All right, I'm good. I'm going to move to active self-protection. I'm going to apologize to you guys, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I got fussy. I'm sorry that I'm grumpy. I'm sorry that I'm rude. I'm sorry that I'm getting pissy. I'm sorry that I'm banning douchebags. I'm not really sorry about that aspect, but I'm sorry that I'm so grumpy that I can't just like take on their questions and deal with them in real time. I am sorry. I basically fucked up this entire segment because I was so grumpy. What I would say though is that we just disagree. Okay. Some of you guys, Pisco and Destiny and some other people think that these are trigger happy, poorly trained douchebags who just want an excuse to murder someone. And as a result, don't make me cry. Shut up. So as a result, they're guilty of murder and they're trying to get away with murder. But that, I don't think that's substantiated by the evidence that's in front of us. And I think that based off of use of force doctrine and the way that's been interpreted in the past, that's going to happen. Where I hope we can come together as a community and like as a broader Twitch and YouTube political stuff is that we should want to reduce the amount of negligent, accidental, or malicious homicides that law enforcement officers commit on an annual basis. And therefore, we should be coming up with prescriptions that actually do good things. And so, once again, I'd like to apologize for being a douchebag today and maybe being like a little easy to piss off for the past couple of days. I do think I'm tired. I do think I'm grumpy. I do think that I've said what I said and I mean what I say. And I understand we don't agree, but hopefully we can come together on the prescriptions. Christian Lair says, Connor, I'm sorry I haven't created the dunce helmet or started posting announcements in Discord. Woosah. Okay. So I'm going to thank the people who donated, and then I'm going to go check out the active self-protection video breakdown on this because hopefully that's more substantive and we can cover more ground more quickly. So Anonymous Chatter, Jeb Kush, Exponential Entropy, thank you for the $250 super chats. I did not deserve your generosity today, but I'm deeply appreciative. Same thing with Anonymous Chatter. Thank you for the $100 super chat and the $20 super chat. I did not deserve your generosity today. Larry Hutchinson, thank you for your multiple chips to get us past our first goal. And thank you for your donations and thank you for putting up with me as I'm being a douchebag. Thank you, Real Serious, for the 100 Argentinian pesos. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for the 20. Thank you, Old School, for the 2. Sean Kaplan with the 5. Fellrunner with the 5. Real Serious with the 500 Argentinian pesos. Real Serious with 100 Argentinian pesos. Hutch Larry with the 5. Grassroots with the 10. Hutch Larry with the 5 gifted. Thank you for putting up with me. Deus Halcyon with the gifted and Vazraka with the gifted. Vazraka, thank you for being my favorite lurker. And yeah, thank you. So once again, my apologies. Jonah says we've been on this topic for a week now. I know. Do you want to watch? Okay, Jonah, I'll put it to you this way. Do you want to watch Andrew Wilson on Joe Rogan, or do you want to watch the active self-protection topic for this topic? Because I almost guarantee you I'm going to start bringing up like Andrew Wilson and people are going to want to kill themselves. You know what I'm saying? Anonymous Chatter says, have you seen the video down the street showing the officer who disarmed Preddy start clapping after they started shooting? No, I haven't seen that. Patriarch says, fuck no. All right.
Today, my analysis.
Yes. So let's do this. We're going to do active self-protection. I'm going to do an intro. Let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I am a grumpy boy. Okay. I'm grumpy because we have been breaking down a use of force scenario involving Andrew Preddy, something like that. Mr. Preddy, Pretti. There are substantial members of my audience who think that law enforcement was abusive, forced a scenario, created a deadly force encounter, and effectively murdered a man. I am of the opinion that while law enforcement was hot-blooded, stupid, arguably even negligent in some cases, that what's going to end up happening is based off of use of force and based off of the way that the law is established. I don't think these cops are going to be held to account for anything that happened in this use of force scenario. And so we're going to active self-protection, which is a self-defense channel. Now, I'm more used to the fat ASP guy. There's a guy who used to be fat on this channel. Shit, maybe it's even him. I have no idea. But there used to be an ASP guy who was fat. but he lost a shitload of weight and started working out. And he started breaking, and he's been breaking down like use of force scenarios, self-defense scenarios for years now. And typically his breakdowns are pretty good and pretty in line with like the law and morality. So I trust him to give us a good breakdown. He's probably more on the libertarian side, so he might actually agree with my audience more than he agrees with me. But either way, it should be like an interesting, substantive, meaty breakdown. And so we're going to go and see what Mr. ASP has to say.
Of the shooting and killing of Alex Preddy by Border Patrol officers in Minnesota. Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's research-informed defensive lesson here at Active Self-Protection. As always, I am your host, John Correa. If you're new here to Active Self-Protection, please hit the link in the description for my bio and why I am the guy bringing you this analysis. I am a court-admitted expert in use of force in self-defense and in firearms. It's literally an analysis of video evidence is what I do every single day of the year here at Active Self-Protection. So please, this is why I'm bringing it to you. Second thing here, before we get to the videos, I'm not going to dive into the politics here or some of the background issues, but my intent today is to look through the three major angles of video evidence that have been released into the wild of this to see what they say, what they actually show, and what they don't show, and talk about what the lessons learned are. And yes, we will talk about whether I believe, based on my training, background, education, and experience, this shooting is justified. If your mind is already made up about that and you know everything there is to know about that, this video will probably not change your mind, and it almost certainly will frustrate you at times because we're going to take a good, nuanced look. So you might want to pass this one by. But if you're interested in seeing how we take things apart, how we look at the entire context, and then how individuals' frames in that match and work inside the context, let's get it going.
All right, pausing this. Demon King Drago says, what's the level system? So we have a gentleman named Fell Runner in our community, and I do appreciate him pushing me on this. So there's what's called like level 1 argumentation, and this is not like a formal thing. I don't think it's a formal thing, but oftentimes when we are fighting, we get into fights that are so obvious where like there's like a series of factors that we disagree on that are dispute, but we're missing the forest for the trees. We're being like overly focused on words. We're being overly focused on definitions. We're being overly focused on legality and all that kind of stuff. Whereas level 2 or level 3 and level 4, Fell Runner has said, in my opinion, that those are the more interesting conversations. And so where you're actually talking about like, okay, well, that might be how it is. And we might disagree on these factors, which we could spend like 3 to 5 hours fighting on the details on and loop a whole bunch and never actually have anything productive to say. Or we can move into the higher level ideas of like, well, this is our morality now, but what moral impulses should guide society further? What tactical considerations, what systemic considerations, what prescriptions would solve the things that we're discussing. And so as a result, like I'm a huge fan of Fell Runner. I don't like it when Fell Runner says that, because it basically means that he's accusing me of engaging with material in a shallow way. But I do appreciate him pushing me on it, because it forces me to consider like, okay, what do I actually want to communicate to the audience, and what's something substantive that they could take from the content that we're doing. So I appreciate Fell doing that for me.
Whether you choose the new home defense model
all right, fast forwarding the advertisement.
with or a video. To set the tone here, Alex Preddy is at this protest because he said he wanted to observe and verify and make sure that the government was doing the things that it should be doing.
Real quick, you guys have been incredibly generous. We already have 23 donations on the day. You were generous yesterday and the day before. If you're chipped out or oiled out, do not worry about it. We're at a 7 out of 10 on the goal. So we got 3 left and we got 20 minutes to do it. So if you want to throw $2, $5, $10 in there to get us over 10 super chats over the course of 2 hours, that's dope. If you're already chipped or oiled out, I do not care. It's financially, it's been an amazing week. And once again, I must apologize for being grumpy. Let's keep going.
Totally his right to be at a protest. He is concealed carrying a SIG 320, I think it's the ARX model. So he's concealed carrying a firearm with 2 spare magazines. That's completely normal as well. We'll talk about that in the lessons. And then you're going to see him have to get involved. He is an ICU nurse who works for the Veterans Administration. Let's watch the first camera here and see how it goes.
What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
All right, taking a pause for super chats. Christian Blaris, thank you for getting us over the goal. I will never give up on the dunce helmet. And announcements in Discord. Okay. JT89 says, sometimes disagree, but always respect your opinion. Thoughts on my 2020 ballot now being in the admin's hands, getting closer to a red line for me. Sure, but let's just win the midterms. How about that? Fashion 40 with the 5 says, I got paid today, Booby Bear. Thank you, Fashion 40, and thank you for putting up with my bullshit. I'm resetting the goal. Thank you kindly. I parasocially love you guys. Even though I've been a grumpy douchebag this entire week, and even though we've gotten into spicy fights in the chat, I do hope that you appreciate that I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you what I think. And I hope that if you saw me just shift what I thought to what you think because I was scared of losing you, then you'd be like, this guy's a pussy. And then you would leave my community anyways. So.
What did you just do? What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck?
I found this other one that somebody said they had stabilized, but it's also in such sharp contrast that I'm a little worried that it's been manipulated with AI, but it shows very similar stuff, just much more clear. As you can see, again, we already saw the agent there pull his gun, shot breaks, and then about a second later, another one, and then a whole bunch more shots break. Let's watch in for the next 2 angles here.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Holy shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again! Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site.
Jovan says, does this mean I get an apology? No.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
I do think this is interesting. It's kind of annoying, but this is an interesting way to break it down. They slowed down 3 different footages of the topic, and they're having them all play simultaneously. And I think that's really interesting. I think they did a good job with this edit. Now, the noise is incredibly annoying, so...
You heard there were a whole bunch of rounds fired there. Alex did not survive this. Mr. Peretti died at the scene. There's been a further significant uproar. And again, there's a bunch of news stories as well as links to the originals linked in the description of this video if you want to check them out. So now that you've seen each one kind of in their entirety, I want to walk back through and show them to you. Here's the thing. The reason that we do that is I want you to see the context. I want to see the totality of the circumstances and not just stop with individual stills that can be misleading. I also want to say here that the video evidence by itself is not a definitive issue. It's all about what did the person who used deadly force see in the moment and why did they act like they did? We don't get to see that on videos, okay? So what we're looking at on video is there objective, reasonable evidence that would back a claim that it was a justified use of deadly force? And there's far more in a full investigation than the video evidence, friends. And also, there are videos and angles and the way that things work that this.
Kingslayer says, it's a weird feeling being the guy who was arguing a month ago to deport all the illegals and also now saying ICBP is massively overreaching and unjustified in their actions. Well, Kingslayer, I'm not going to be rude about it or whatever, but I think that's part of the reason why we might have been so hostile in the past. I don't know if I was like individually rude to you. So for instance, like there's AK Batu Sai kind of lands on the more Sitchin Adam contrarian right-wing thing. I think AK Batu Sai, you could correct me. But same thing with Zero Fucks. Like Zero Fucks, he jumps into chat every now and then. He's more on the conservatarian side. And so I think the reason why I pushed those guys so hard that the Trump admin was going to be bad is because for me, like we're a country of 330 million people. Okay, that's a shitload of people. That's 250 million people. Like for context, Madison Square Garden houses approximately 50,000 people. And so if you can think of Madison Square Garden filled, we are like a lot times that. You know what I'm saying? So when you're talking about like mass detaining, mass investigating, mass incarcerating, and mass deporting all of the illegal immigrants inside the United States, and I think about like the people who make up that population. For me, 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9.9 out of 10 illegal immigrants are people who work in hospitality, construction, or agriculture. And yes, their wages drive down American wages, but they also work really hard to provide for themselves, provide for their families, send money home, all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, there's nothing morally or principally that I dislike about these people. I don't dislike illegal immigrants. I wish we would make the economic and immigration system more just, but I don't like that. I don't dislike them. I think they're probably decent human beings. Now, of course, there's a lot of them are phone sex operators too. Correct. Right. So, but the thing is, like, when you cast such a wide net with a mass deportation policy, you're just going to jam up like relatively innocent people. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be protests, there's going to be riots, and there's going to be homicides. So typically what I try to do whenever I think about a policy that's going to affect a broad swath of people, I say, how many people am I willing to kill in order to effectuate this policy? And you know, if it's a policy where the cure is worse than the disease, then I would say, fuck it. You know, let's just stick with the status quo, even if the status quo is not ideal. You know, like an ideal is something that you strive towards, but you never fully achieve. Kingslayer says, I still hold on the position of deport all the illegals. I just want it done in a way that will pass my hypercritical standard, which is fine. I mean, if you want, I would like it if ICE was conducting these mass deportation operations. I would like it if they abided by the rights of the people in order to engage in the First, Fourth, and Eighth Amendments. And I think that I have direct evidence that they violated these repeatedly. So anyways, let's continue.
This is just every video is simply an eyewitness that we have to look at.
Correct. Taking day. It's like cutting off your leg for a cut instead of using disinfectant. It's like, yeah, you won't have that cut anymore. That's 100% true. But it would have been easier to use a fucking antibiotic soap and keep the wound clean for several days instead of amputating your leg.
Have to cross-examine, but the beauty of a video is that it can be cross-examined again and again and again and it will tell us the same things again and again and again. I think these three tell us some important stuff. So let's get into it. First of all, here, is it okay to be at a protest? Well, listen, I said in the Kyle Rittenhouse when I did the analysis of the shootings there in Kenosha that I thought it was imprudent to be there. And I stand by that advice. I think it's imprudent. But, you know, some people believe it is my moral obligation, that it's an important enough thing that I really need to be there, that I have to. So they feel very strongly about that. And it's certainly, you're right. Just because something's imprudent to do doesn't mean it's illegal to do. And it wasn't illegal for him to be there. I've seen a bunch of other people say, well, he shouldn't have had a firearm at a protest. And I categorically reject that line of reasoning. It's entirely his right to exercise his Second Amendment right. He's not exercising it at anybody. He is not, you know, even you could say, well, he was open carrying a rifle or something like that, that he's trying to incite things. No, he's concealed carrying a firearm, which is a very normal thing that normal people do. I do it every day. And okay, he's carrying a couple of spare magazines. I've heard sometimes he's 1 or 2 spare magazines. I've seen varying reports. I'm the guy that will say, well, carrying a spare magazine is just not something that we see private citizens use in defensive gunfights. But I'm in the minority on that, guys. It is far more common for like the big time big dog trainers to tell people to carry at least 1 spare magazine. And notice, I would say every Border Patrol agent that was here.
I was going to say the spare 2 magazines saying this guy was trying to start a mass casualty incident is total bullshit. When I do carry a subcompact pistol. I carry an additional magazine. And the whole point of that, and like also there's plenty of defense gurus who basically say that you should have 2, or you should have, you know, what is this, like 17 rounds. You should have like 48 rounds. And if you're on duty, you should have like 96 rounds. There's even a story that went around on like Police One, which is like a law enforcement thing that was advocating that you actually carry. I think my magazine holder had 3 spare magazines. He was basically saying double that, which is silly to me because the chances of you using it are very low. But the officer who wrote that article, the reason why he wrote that was because he got into a roadside gunfight with a subject who had like an AR-15 with like additional magazines. And so he blazed through like the 3 magazines that he had. And since he blazed through, what would it be like with a 45 caliber pistol, it'd be 13 rounds per magazine. So he had like 13, 26, 39, 52. I guess he had like 52 rounds total. He blazed through all 52 rounds, and then the other guy was still shooting and he wasn't dead. And so he had to wait for backup while still hiding behind his car and taking rounds. He had to wait for other officers to show up to save his ass, which is why he was advocating for people to carry additional ammo. So anyways, like this whole characterization by the Trump administration that this guy was like a domestic terrorist on the verge of a mass shooting, I think is just a lie. It's just a lie. Anonymous for 5 says, you wouldn't bring a 9mm to fight Leo that have filmed themselves walking around in body armor. Such a stupid take. Correct. Saying that Mr. Preddy was a domestic terrorist on the verge of doing a mass shooting is very stupid.
At this one had probably 3 or more spare magazines on him. So I would never tell a police officer not to carry a significant number of spares. And so those issues, I think, are just ridiculous. It's like telling somebody you can assemble, so you can do your right to assembly, but you can't worship while you're assembling. And these are constitutionally protected rights. So I have no problem with that. And I think that it is really bad to say he shouldn't be carrying a firearm if there's any police officers around. That's crap. I'm around cops all the time. I carry a gun all the time. And the cops that I know are like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Just don't point it at me. And I do think that one of the things that the video is going to show,
which was my attitude when I was on the job,
was I don't see any evidence that Preddy tried to point a gun at officers, tried to grab a gun. They found a gun on him while they were beating the crap out of him, is what the reality is that we actually see here. And so to tip my hand a little bit, I think a jury's going to really struggle with this one. Now, that said, I do think that I've said this many times, and I said it in the mid-roll, the realities of the use of deadly force, there's far more than gets caught on camera. And I'm going to show you in several spots, like what did the agent see here and why did he act the way he did? We don't know. And we don't have that information given to us on the videos. All we have is what the videos show and what we can investigate there and what we can show and see it. So let's talk about what we saw there, let's try to talk about it like adults, keep the politics out of it. And I'm just going to call balls and strikes and tell you what I see. So you can see him here filming, right?
People like this are incredibly useful for society. I understand that I have more biases than this guy does, but ASP has been doing this kind of content. I've known about him for probably 5 years, which probably means he's been doing it even longer than that. So if you want a guy who just like watches deadly force encounters all the time, but breaks them down from like a legalistic standpoint, I actually do recommend this guy.
Okay, fine. Now, should he be in the middle of the road? No, I don't like that he's in the middle of the road, but okay, it's jaywalking at the worst. That's not really a big deal. Now, this agent here in the brown beanie just really kind of hucks this woman. He kind of really pushes her hard. Why did he do that? I don't know, but it certainly raised the temperature of things. Was it smart? I can't see. I don't have a definitive answer as to what she did that he thought she might have earned something like that, but it's certainly an absolutely raised.
Let's be real. It's because she was in the middle of the road. He was leaving the scene. They were in the middle of the road talking shit to him from 6 feet away from the vehicle. That's why he got ass mad. That's why he said, oh, I could probably detain these people under 18 USC 111. And even if it doesn't stick in a court, I can at least stick them with the charge and I can detain and incarcerate them using my lawful authority. And so since these people are pissing me off, since they're not dispersing, since they're, being assholes, I'm going to be an asshole back, which is not a good reason, but it's still a reason enough that you can put your hands on people. You can pepper spray people.
Is the temperature and was a very seeming high use of force for somebody who was just filming is what it looks like to me. And listen, officers, agents, if you're involved in this stuff, you got to recognize it is a very much a time of great emotional difficulty for a lot of people. So you got to be the adult who keeps your head in these situations. And I feel like he kind of didn't here. I feel like he went a little like way hard here, and that raised the temperature of everything. Now, if we look, what did Alex Preddy do here? He responds by putting his hand on the cummerbund of the officer. And you can see him here. He kind of like tries to separate him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now listen, that is definitionally assault on a law enforcement officer. He put his hands on a law enforcement officer, even though that officer was doing wrong. And I got to say this, if you're going to go to a protest and observe, you have to be an observer. If you're like, well,
bro, he's stealing words right out of my fucking mouth. And this is one of the things that did piss me off about the conversation with Pisco the other day. It's like saying at this point that you could say, oh, it's like a weak push, right? It's a weak push. He wasn't under any threat. Okay. Battery and assault have been combined under, under the assault statute for federal officers. Okay. Putting your fucking hands on a cop, you are gonna get charged with something. I like it's so blatantly obvious that when Pisco was saying like, oh no, like you could I'm not saying it's legal, but I don't think this constitutes assault. It's like that just sounds like lawyer fucking flippity floppity bullshit to me. I think that 10 times out of 10, if you did simple battery on a law enforcement officer by putting your hands on a fucking cop and it's that articulable, then you're just guilty of simple battery on a cop. All right. Connor, he said it better than you. LML? I don't know what LML is. Are you doing a rock star symbol? All he said was he asserted the fact. Was I supposed to assert the fact and then walk away? Destiny will want to talk about the admin and their efforts for level 4. Don't argue with Steven about the stupid shove. Okay. All right. Anyways, the point is, part of the reason why I got so fucking pissy at Pisco was because saying that isn't like instant detention is bullshit.
We want to make sure the government is doing the things that they're supposed to be doing and that they're not abusing people. I think that's an honorable thing, but you got to recognize that if you decide to get involved, if you decide not to be an observer, but to be a participant, you could run into problems like this. Okay. Now I understand why you would do it. Guy's an ICU nurse. And if you go talk to any nurse, right? Like I was talking to a nurse practitioner just a little while ago, my good friend Sandy, and she's like, look, as an ICU nurse, man,
we're talking about moral versus legal now.
Breaking up people fighting is part of your training. It's part of the way that you do business. It's part of just the fabric of your being because you're going to be dealing with combative people, maybe especially working for the VA, as I say that as a disabled veteran. And so I understand why he might do that. Of course, does the agent know that he's an ICU nurse? No, probably not. If he knew he was an ICU nurse working for the VA, would he maybe have given him a little bit more, leeway, a little bit more courtesy? Maybe. So I'm saying this does meet the definition of assault on a police officer or impeding an official investigation. And so I don't love him doing that. I think that it's not great. I certainly.
The Kingslayer says, this is where my question of assuming that the officer's actions were illegal up to that point, at that degree of assault battery by the Leo, does putting your hands on a Leo not be assault on the Leo? Kingslayer, I don't agree with your original assertion that like you have a legal ability to resist or whatever. So for instance, like what we saw in the Google thing, and this is like such like legal shit that I wouldn't want to go down like a long rabbit hole with you. But effectively what we saw in the legal analysis was that like Minnesota and Florida say that if you're being unlawfully arrested, you can resist without violence. Okay. That being like a key determiner there. However, like it's just like unwise to do so. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of like what we saw consistently. So you kind of presuming like, oh, well, I think the cop's wrong in his enforcement of the law. Therefore, I can put my hands on a cop. I don't think that's ever fucking true. I don't think that's ever true.
I don't think, though, that it rises to the level of we should shoot this guy. Certainly it doesn't, and I'm not saying this is why they shot him. Instead, what the agent does here is the agent decides to get out the OC spray and hose him down. Now, if the agent said, wait a minute, I was in the lawful performance of my duties and this guy impeded my duties, and so I blessed him with the hot sauce. Well, I don't love it, but I understand why he would do that. And OC spray, I love. I think it's a good choice in a lot of these situations. I do think that this agent shows that he doesn't understand how to use OC spray very well, because he sprays him and sprays him and sprays him and sprays him again. That's bad tactics, right? You actually want to use the OC spray and then let it cook, because the aerosolization gets more of the oleoresin capsicum into the mucous membranes and has its effect. And I think that as we actually watch this go down, I think that what we're going to see here is that it was having an effect, but that the agent kept kind of putting it over the top and putting new spray down over the top of the old spray. And so it didn't work as well as he wanted it to, because he was spraying it again and again and again. Now they're going to grab a hold of him here and drag him off of this lady and then start kind of.
An over-reliance on tools, to me, is always an indication of a weak officer. Okay, so if you're always getting into fights and you always have to pull out your OC spray, you always have to pull out your taser, you always have to pull out your gun, you always have to go hands-on, et cetera, that to me is actually indications of a bad police officer, because it effectively means that you're not capable of communicating in a way that actually avoids fights. It kind of means you fucking suck. And then also, if you're constantly relying on the gun, pepper spray, and mace in order to effect arrests, that means to me that you're not comfortable going hands-on. And that's like the number one thing. I already brought up my police reform stuff that I would do multiple times on this stream. However, for me, it's like if I could snap my finger in order to improve law enforcement in a drastic way, but I was only allowed to choose one, then I would actually choose making grappling a huge part of law enforcement basic training. That would be a huge change that I would make, because a lot of the doctrine for law enforcement officers is like 20 to 40 years old. And so it still emphasizes a lot of striking, a lot of baton, a lot of this, a lot of that, whereas grappling would be substantially better. Grappling would be substantially better. Yes, wrestling training. Unironically, the best fighters that I met in the military and in law enforcement either had a history in Greco-Roman wrestling, like high school level Greco-Roman wrestling, or they had a history in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Those were the best fighters that I met in law enforcement and military consistently.
Kind of beating him up pretty good. Now, we've switched over here to the one that...
do they not train grappling? They train very basic bitch grappling. Very basic bitch, like 3 or 4 moves that you're taught to do a few times, but you don't. So hold on. This is actually a really good point. Thank you for asking it. So grappling is not doing a move and then being done. Okay. So grappling is not like I put a pressure point under your jaw and your neck in order to induce pain and then you tap out. Right. It's not I grab your elbow and your wrist and then I put you on the ground and then we're done. Okay. Grappling is like a dance between two parties. So if you grab my wrist, I can actually move my wrist in a circular direction in order to break your grip, and then I can grab your wrist. But now that I'm grabbing your wrist, you can do the same thing where you move in a circular direction and then you grab my wrist. And then if I have wrist control and I have elbow control, or I can go up into a guard, then I can do a leg sweep if I can get behind you. And then you can block my leg sweep by sprawling, where you throw your legs backwards. And so I'm sorry if I'm kind of going into a rant here, but the truth is that if you just do a move 3 or 4 times against a wrestling partner who isn't wrestling against you, then that's like a really poor education in grappling. Whereas what's more instructive is grappling somebody who's actively trying to fight you back, because what's going to happen is you're going to try to apply those moves and they're going to try to counter those moves, and you're going to move back and forth as a grappling partner until somebody successfully executes a move that ends the fight. And that is way more instructive on how a fight is actually going to go, instead of do one move against a person who is standing there. You know what I'm saying? Airborne Kite says handcuffing should be a competitive grappling sport. There's no real training without full resistance. Yes, correct. Correct. Kingslayer says, I'll just concede that even if everything the cop was doing is illegal and the pushes were a simple assault, then it doesn't meet the degree of assault to be able to put your hands on a Leo. Okay, well, I mean, there we go. All right, anyways, let's go.
That I'm a little worried is AI generated. Not generated, but maybe kind of, it's enhanced so far that I'm just going to say this is tentative, okay? But what you can see right here, you can see where the arrow is the fact that that Preddy has his elbows down on the ground. He is using his forearms to stabilize himself, and he's basically turtled up. We're going to see other angles of it that he's basically got his head buried in his arms because the OC spray is kicking his butt. And so will he be resisting a little bit? Yes, but that doesn't justify shooting him. Now, what could is if, again, he makes a imminent threat of death or great bodily injury to one of the agents, but I don't see that here. I just don't see that going down.
Yeah, Kingslayer. No, I think I see your part one. Your part one was like, what if a cop is sitting on top of a woman and beating the shit out of her? So I think this is actually... You made me think about the resisting arrest laws a little bit in reference to what they're saying, where they're saying like you can't engage in violence, but you can resist arrest. So actually, let's use your specific example. I think part one, you said like the cop is in the mount and he's just beating a woman. What can a woman do while not be considered resisting arrest? So if a cop has a woman in a full mount beating on her and the woman isn't resisting, would you put your hands on the woman for assaulting a Leo if she put her hands up? That's what I mean by the degree of the assault. Okay. So I think that there's some nuance here, and you guys are going to call me a cuck again. But so, for instance, like a not resisting arrest is surrendering, right? It's throwing your hands up and saying, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. But let's say that the cop just keeps punching you in the face while they're in a full mount. They're just angry. Fuck you, AF Racing. Let's just say that they're still beating you in the face while you... Too soon, my bad. Okay, so let's say that they're still beating you in the face, okay? Then what you could do, and I think is perfectly reasonable, which Mr. Preddy is doing, by the way, is you clamshell up, okay? You can clam up. I don't know if you guys can see me, but effectively, let me go ahead and go full screen for a second. I got my fists covering my temples, and I have my arms in front of me. That way, if you try to do a haymaker into my jaw, I can block your side attack. And if you try to do a straight jab into my jaw, I could shift a little bit and move my arms in the way of you doing like a straight jab. And so the whole reason why we're doing this is because, yeah, I'm resisting arrest because I'm not putting my arms where they need to be, but I'm also not, striking the officer, right? I'm not engaging in an assault against the officer. I'm defensive while I'm resisting arrest. And I think that's probably the nuance that the statute intends to show, is that, like, if a cop's beating the fuck out of you and you want to surrender, but you can't surrender because they're still attacking you, then you could ball up and be considered resisting arrest, but the state isn't going to hold you accountable, particularly if the cop is engaging in excessive force. So let me show it. And actually, thank you. That actually made me think about that statute in a more nuanced way. So thank you for that question.
In anything that I see, because now watch what happens here. As the agent in the gray is trying, he's going to end up trying to kind of pick his foot up to get his hips on the ground. And I want to notice here that our agent in gray is trying to get his feet up, and our agent in the black beanie and the green shirt, he is our shooter. He is the guy who is going to end up shooting Alex Preddy. He's not paying attention to him right now. So he's not seeing what's going on. He's instead looking at the two women and trying to discern what they're doing. He's going to turn his attention back. Now, again, that doesn't justify things one way or the other. But what it says is that human attention is very finite, and he was paying attention to this thing a minute ago, now over here to this thing in another minute. I also want to note that you can still see that Preddy's hands are on the ground, that he is bracing himself off his elbows and his forearms, and the agent in gray is trying to leverage.
So Bearded Pinecone says, but according to your doctrine, if the cop can articulate it on the report, then it's all good, right? Well, what could be reported? So let's say that a cop is in a full mount. They're sitting on my chest and they're raining blows, okay? What I can articulate as the civilian is I can say, hey, I tried to surrender. I said, hey, let me surrender, let me surrender, let me surrender. And the cop kept punching me, right? Like, hey, let me surrender. I'll put my hands behind my back. I'll put my hands behind my back, right? Like, use your words, right? But let's say the cop keeps going and is keep jacking me, okay? Well, what I'm going to say is, even if I'm saying I'm a surrender, I'm a surrender, I'm a surrender, I'm a surrender, cop's being a fucking dickhead, right? If he keeps hitting me after that point. But what the cop could say, presuming that my audio is not present where I can't say I'm surrendering, I'm surrendering, I'm surrendering, then what he could say is that this is passive resistance, because I'm not starfishing and giving up. I'm defending myself, right? So since I'm defending myself, he could hit me and or pepper spray me until I obey his lawful commands. So that's what I'm trying to say. It does depend on how you write it.
His feet up to get his hips on the ground, and that's a tactic that they use, and I think it's an okay tactic. And you notice there's 3 guys, 4 guys trying to hold him down. If they feel like he needs to be into custody, I don't have any problems with this to this point. I mean, I don't love it, but again, I don't think there's this huge egregious problems. But where there starts being problems here, and I don't think it's a big problem yet, is you see that they uncovered his firearm. So he's concealed carrying a firearm, and in concealed carrying that firearm, he hasn't tried to go for it. You can see that his arms are still on the ground, actually, in this one. You can see there with that second arrow that his forearms are still on the ground, but that the
Bearded says, so civilians have no recourse at all. I just feel like that frame of mind just excuses anything a cop does, and it doesn't feel right. Do you know what a court is? I had to bring up like a map of a road earlier. Do I need to bring up like a map of a court? Okay. Law enforcement officers are not judges and juries. They're supposed to be your taxi to a court. Okay. That's what they are. They just happen to have guns and pepper spray and tasers because a lot of people don't like involuntary Ubers to court. Okay. So your shit is your recourse is to go, yeah, I surrender. And then at that point, especially if they have body camera, especially if other people are filming, then at that point, if they do something fucked up to you, then they're opening themselves up to lawsuits and criminal charges, right? Whereas if you go, catch me, you fucking losers, you can't fucking hit me, then they can pepper spray you and beat you. And if you try to yank away from them, they can tase you. And if you try to fight them, they can beat you up. And if you pull out a gun or a knife, they can shoot you. Right? So go to the fucking courthouse and say, hey, judge, this is why the cops were all fucked up. That wasn't my weed. That was my friend Max's weed. He left it in my car. You know what I'm saying?
The agent in gray has identified that his shirt has ridden up and he's carrying a firearm, about 4 o'clock. So behind the hip, not smaller back, but a little bit, kind of behind the hip. And the agent has realized they're in gray. There's a gun involved here. Not.
Kingslayer says, "You're welcome. My question more refers to if the agent was doing that and a third party tried to intervene. You can try to intervene as a third party, but you need to be ready to go to jail. Now, you can articulate when you're in front of a court and in front of a judge, you're like, hey, he was beating the fuck out of a lady in a full mount. Here's we got cell phones, guys. We got cell phones with videotapes. Show them the fucking videotape and be like, this was excessive force. This was fucking crazy. This lady was in a guard because he kept punching her even after she said she was going to fucking surrender. So believing that this cop was going to beat the fuck out of her until she was unconscious and give her permanent brain damage, I intervened and I pulled the cop off of the lady. If I have to go to jail for that, so fucking be it. But realistically, it was the right thing to do. And then you're kind of throwing yourself at the mercy of the court. But I mean, you guys are acting like every single juror and every single judge loves the cops, which is not true.
I don't hear him say gun or anything like that, but we are going to see him now. We already actually see him grabbing a hold of that gun. I don't have a problem with this. If you're going to arrest somebody, you identify that they have a firearm on their person. Securing that firearm is a good thing to do, right? This is how we should be doing things. And you notice here that our agent who shot, who is again, black beanie in the middle with the green shirt on, he has something in his right hand right now, and he's going to transfer that over to his left hand and draw his pistol in just a second when we move it forward. And the question is why? I don't see why he drew his firearm here. I can't tell you why he drew his firearm here. No.
It's because somebody unseen was saying he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. That's why.
None of the angles show why he chose to draw his firearm here.
Wait. Hooligan says legal and moral are rarely the same thing. That's why you need to advocate for a change in law. Legal and moral are rarely the same thing. See, dude, you guys are way too progressive for me. Legal and moral are rarely the same thing. So if I go through all of the statutes, how many of them do you think I'm going to agree with? Because I think I'm going to agree with 95% of them. So do you think you should be able to blow red lights? Do you think you should be able to do 50 miles over the speed limit? Do you think you should be able to molest kids? Do you think you should be able to have sex with livestock? Do you think you should be able to fire your firearm into a school as long as you don't hurt anyone? Do you think you should be able to drunk drive? Do you think you should be able to rape people? No, clearly there's a Venn diagram overlap between legal and moral. Okay. So saying that legality and morality have nothing to do with each other is fucking soy cringe. So no, please update your world map, hooligan.
But he did. The only person who can tell us that is the agent. And so that's going to depend on the investigation when he says, why did you draw your gun? And
because somebody screamed he has a gun 4 times and I didn't see the disarm.
And again, at this point, what we see actually is that the agent in gray is the one who is in control of his.
Okay, this is, once again, I've said this before. This guy is looking at his back. Okay? It's looking at his back. You would think that the disarm would be in field of view at that guy. But he's also wearing sunglasses, so I can't see where his irises are. And also, in high adrenaline scenarios, sometimes you get tunnel vision. Have you ever asked your wife or girlfriend where the ketchup is, and then they move an apple juice box 2 inches to the right, and the ketchup is immediately behind the apple juice box? Me either.
Firearms. So could this be a huge case of a mistake that the agent who drew his gun saw the gun coming out of the holster and wrongly assumed that it was Preddy that drew it? I suppose that's within the realm of possibility, but is that a reasonable, is that a reasonable inference from the evidence? I don't know that it is. I struggle with that, and I think a jury is going to struggle with it. Now, as we move it forward just a little bit,
It's okay. I love you, hooligan. Don't worry about it.
I want to show you the frame that comes a half second before his first trigger press, because right here is a half second before the trigger press, and this is an important frame because what we know is that in complex environments, when people have to make decisions, they make a decision to fire 0.56 seconds plus or minus 0.08 from when the shot breaks, right? That's from Lewinsky et al. And their studies on time to start and stop shooting. 0.56 plus or minus 0.08 in a complex but not complicated.
Sorry, 1 second. Kingslayer Damocles says, the reason I'm asking is that in this way, you/ASD is saying, yes, that is a criminal action of assault on a Leo because just the act of putting your hands on a Leo is assault on a Leo, part 1. Kingslayer Damocles says, part 2, if I'm not understanding your position, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to read it wrong/incorrect. Yeah. No, it's illegal. But you understand you go to courts to adjudicate legality, right? We understand that morality and legality overlap, but are not always the same thing. As an example, slavery was legal. But the reason why Yankees, the people in the Northeast and the North, are basically adjudicated, or they didn't adjudicate against people who did the Underground Railroad, is because they knew that even if the law of the land was that when you see escaped slaves, you return them to the South and you return them to slave patrols, they knew that it was moral to help those people escape to Canada. So that's where like moral and legality aren't perfectly lined up. They have a Venn diagram lineup. You know what I'm saying? So by putting your hands on a cop, you have done the thing. You are guilty of battery or simple assault on a law enforcement officer. You just had a correct moral reason for doing so, which is that this officer was engaged in excessive force from your perspective. And the same thing, by the way, guys, this is another thing that you guys need to think about. Homicide is a crime, okay? Law enforcement officers can be charged with murder. They can be charged with manslaughter. They can be charged with this. They can be charged with that. But they have exceptions to the crime of homicide in the lawful performance of their duties. You as civilians also have lawful exceptions to the crime of homicide. You have the ability to claim self-defense. You also have the ability to claim self-defense within the home, like castle. Well, at least I live in Florida. So you could claim castle doctrine in curtilage. So curtilage is like your surrounding property. You can also defend your surrounding property in Florida. So in the state of Florida, homicide and like murder is a crime, right? But you can claim self-defense of your castle, and also the curtilage of your property. You know what I'm saying?
Environment. So with that in mind, this is the frame right here that's half second before the first shot breaks. That this comes right before, this is the vision that the agent gets that makes him make the decision to shoot. I don't see anything in here. Again, I still see Preddy face down on the ground. I don't see him reaching back towards his waistband.
Wait, Just Julia says you're cherry picking laws. Cops are protected more often than not after using excessive force. The courtroom being your only defense against sanctioned state violence is insane. Okay, then go. You want me to say what you guys want me to say? Go shoot it out, guys. Go have fun. Go resist arrest. Go concealed carry, kick out tail lights, get into fights with cops, intervene, do battery on law enforcement, do assault on law enforcement, get into shootouts. Let me know how it goes. Okay. My personal advice is that you go like you understand. This was the analogy that I did the other day. I am a butcher. Okay. I make meats. And the meats that I provide to you are content rooted in the perspective of a military and law enforcement officer's background. I'm giving you advice based off of my perspective. And as a result, I want you to take what I have to say seriously. But there's an element of schadenfreude here where if you do something stupid after I already gave you decent advice, then go fuck yourself. Go have fun. Go do it. Enjoy it. You Fed post to go ban yourself? No. I'm just saying I'm going to have schadenfreude when you go do something incredibly stupid and fucking hurt yourself. Okay? And the analogy that I did was effectively, what was it? I'm a butcher. I'm bringing you content from like a law enforcement and military background. And you're saying, no. I know that sausage is pig intestines. Give me the pig intestines now. And I'm like, hey, they're filled with shit. Let me squeeze all the turds out, clean the sausage, grind it up, and then cook it for you. And you're like, no. I know what sausage is. It's pig intestines. Just give me the pig intestines. I'm going to eat them raw with the poop inside it. And I'm like, that's a really bad idea. You're going to get hurt or killed. And you're like, I know what I'm doing. I'm an American. It's my right to eat uncooked pig intestines filled with turds. I was like, I have fun with that. Good luck. Not my problem. All right, hold on. A couple of people super chatted. AF says, if you and I are standing on the ice and you shove me and I reach up and grab your jacket to keep from falling, have I assaulted you? Asking for a friend. Probably not. Am I a cop? Hedonic Samuel says, I made a furtive movement and accidentally sent you money, Connor. Based. That's the most based furtive movement, to be honest. All right. Anyways, let's keep going. We got what? 10 minutes left?
Don't see him with
this video that I need to review, chat.
The gun in his hand, but he does have his cell phone in his hand. So does the agent mistake that for a gun? I can't tell you that. I don't like it, though. He's never had a gun in his hand. He's never reached for the gun on his waist. And I just don't see any justification at that point for shooting him that is objective, that he always had the phone in his hand. So what did the agent see? I don't know. Now, this next still frame is the agent has shot him, and now you see the second shot that breaks, that comes just a little while later, about 0.7 seconds later. And you see here that the agent has made a second decision to shoot.
Taking Days says, I feel like it's all right to make mistakes, but if you make the situation worse by escalating and someone's life is lost, that's a big mistake. At minimum, I think it's manslaughter. Okay, we talked about officer caused jeopardy, and I agree with officer caused jeopardy. Taking Day, you and I are on the same page. How about that?
And now we see Preddy on his knees with his back turned to the agent and get shot just cleanly and square in the back. Now, it's not about where you shoot somebody. It's about why. Why did he do that? I can't answer that for you. Only the agent can answer that for you. What made him make that second decision to shoot? I don't know. But I can say that as somebody who looks at these things all the time, this looks terrible in front of a jury. You've got an unarmed man who is being shot in the back while he's on his knees and surrounded by government agents, while he is simply just trying to be a protester and be a regular human being. So is this okay? I don't like it, friends. I don't like anything about this. I think that it is not the kind of policing that we want. And I think a jury is going to really struggle with this, and rightly so, in my opinion. So this is going to be one that if I'm a prosecutor and I want to prosecute this, I'm showing this still again and again and again to the jury. Because what you see here, yeah, he does have his cell phone in his hand. You can see it in his right hand right there. He has his cell phone. He's had his cell phone in his hand the whole time. He's just held on to it because he's gripping it because he's hurting so bad. Is anything that he has done something that I would say is worthy of shooting somebody? I struggle to see it. I struggle to.
All right, I'm going to go with ASP. He did a good job. Go watch the rest of it on your own time. We're going to go review Discord benefits, and then we're going to wrap for the day. We are at 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I want to make sure that we get Mr. Fellrunner his review. So, Mr. Fell, what do I do? What do I do with the Discord? Okay, I got the Discord. I pull up the Discord. I go into the Discord. I'm in the Discord now. What do I do? You tell me, okay? And what I would say in reference to this, Jeb Kush has summarized it well twice now via $2 super chats or $5 super chats. He said it's going to be ruled legally justified, but it's morally fucked up, and we should reform past it. Okay, so that's what that is the take. In 10 words, that's the take. Sapien Green, haven't seen you in a while. 100 DKK. Has anyone considered that Trump is an agent for the Democrats to ensure the Second Amendment gets abolished and Republicans never hold office again? Maybe. I mean, considering all the crazy shit that I've been hearing in chat recently, I mean, that's like not totally insane. AF Racing says, if your whole thing is that these guys will get off, I'm not as confident as you, but I have no issues with that. I argued the same thing in Hutch's chat after Renee Good. Yeah. Yep. It's okay. And by the way, I've already done this like 3 or 4 times, but for Renee Good, out of that case law, we should get officer cause jeopardy. That should be codified as a doctrine to judge whether or not officers negligently or maliciously put themselves in danger in order to force a use of force scenario. Okay. So this video says no to this take. No, I think this video, if you watch the beginning, he actually says that. He says, like, legally, I think these officers are going to get off, but morally, I think this shit is fucked up. That was in his intro. Okay. Then out of the Preddy shooting, I think that officers need a different command call to say gun, 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 knife, 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 which is basically like an order like, hey, he has a weapon and he's going for it. We need to use deadly force. Or disarmed. And if you're yelling disarmed, then that should be communicating, hey, there's a weapon on scene, but I've secured it. That way we're preventing people from getting killed. I also brought up how you need to train for overdose and positional asphyxia, so we reduce in custody deaths. I also talked about something else that I forget, but the other one was I'm okay with law enforcement if we adopted European-style disarmament tactics for edged weapons, box cutters, knives, improvised weapons like baseball bats and golf clubs and all that kind of shit. No, he did not say he says the court struggles with this. Hans Mayer, I don't give a fuck, all right, dude? I've articulated my worldview 10,000 times. If you don't understand it at this point, I don't know what the fuck to do for you, okay? So anyways, I think that we should adopt European-style tactics, but we should also give cops more equipment and training in order to capture people who are using edge and improvised weapons so we don't kill as many people who have diabetes, schizophrenia, drug overdoses, or excited delirium, or any of those things. So those are my suggestions. I think they're good suggestions. I think we could substantially reduce police homicides in the United States with the suggestions that I brought up. And if you don't like them, then you can eat cow intestines filled with poop. And I do not care. And you can go for it. Oh my God. AF says, if your whole thing is that these guys are going to get off, I'm not as confident as you, but I have no issues with that take. I argued the same thing in Hutch's chat in reference to the Renee Good shooting. Okay, well, I'm happy we can break bread. Hopefully we can be nice together in the future, AF. But this one is much more clear-cut to me in terms of how badly the officers behaved and locked Preddy into a death sequence. All right, I got you. We don't have to agree on everything in order to be a community. Randy Chang says, you can't be a gun-hating, abortion-loving NYC Dem for your first 70 years and then switch. I think it would be hilarious if they switched. I think if the Democrats were like, the authoritarian Trump administration is trying to attack your Second Amendment rights, and we as the Democratic Party are going to defend them. That'd be so fucking based. Baugs says, if people were being reasonable and looking at this objectively, then yeah, problem is there's just too much team sports going on, not enough actually caring about the real events. I care about the real events, and everybody hates me. Cosner says, Connor, do you have any suggestions on how to make liberals give a shit about Iran? Anything I could personally do? Just remind me to DM Destiny or whatever. And also let's find a William Spaniel video that covers Iran protests. So you have to make it consumable, right? Everybody has attention deficit disorder. So we need to find something that's easily consumable and breakdownable. I think the problem, though, Kazra, is that everybody agrees with you. If you're like, hey, the Iranian regime is brutalizing the Iranian people, and that's messed up, I think everybody goes, yeah. And therefore, there's no contention, which is why nobody's fighting about it. Beef says, Connor, please. It is codified in Barnes v. Felix. You keep saying it's not case law, but the Supreme Court ruled 9-0. Cops cannot create the deadly threat and then use deadly force. I don't even think that's true. Barnes v. Felix just got kicked down to a lower court. So unless there's like a new ruling in the past 2 weeks, I don't think you're right. Barnes versus Felix Supreme Court ruling. So I think you're just making things up, man. Oh. Unless this happened in the past week. Today, in a unanimous decision in Barnes v. Felix, the Supreme Court rejected the harmful so-called moment of threat doctrine that had the potential to and did shield police officers from accountability for unreasonably using firearms as deadly force against civilians. Brady had filed an amicus brief in the case, and the court ruling has major implications for racial justice and gun protection. Ashian Barnes, a 24-year-old, was shot and killed by a police officer in a routine traffic stop prompted by unpaid toll violations for which he was not responsible. When Barnes' mother, Janice Hugh Barnes, brought an excessive force claim against the officer who shot and killed her son, the Fifth Circuit dismissed her claim as a moment of threat doctrine. However, the Supreme Court rightly rejected the dangerous precedent, ruling that instead an officer's use of deadly force should be evaluated under the totality of circumstances when determining whether that deadly force was reasonable. This brings a modicum of justice to the Barnes family because it requires courts to consider the entire interaction between the officer and the victim instead of just the very moment before force is used will result. Yeah, but this still got kicked down to the lower court. They still haven't codified officer cause jeopardy. Thanks for making something up. May 15th, 2025. Dude, stop. Don't just make shit up. Pretending that officer cause jeopardy is now the law of the land is making something up. Don't make anything up. Also, weren't they harassing me to go into Discord? What am I supposed to be showing people about Discord? Just click on the emojis and stickers and take a look. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we got 100, salute, crying emoji, hearts, fires. I'm sure we had all these ones before. Helicopter, based, a bass guy with a Christmas hat, the American flag. We got white wine. We got prayer. We got crying. We got prayer. We got pink shit, based emoji. We got pointing at your head. Looks like black pills to me. Looks like Connor saluting. The cog. We got somebody drinking. We got my face. We got X to doubt. We got Patrick Bateman. We got DGG emotes in here. Either that or because I'm a member of DGG, I also have DGG emotes. But yeah, it looks like there's a shitload of new stickers and emotes in the thing. So become a Discord member. Join the Discord member. The Discord. I'll plug it in chat momentarily. And we got Star Wars and all sorts of crazy shit in here. Is that what I was supposed to show people? Oh, okay. All right. I just linked the Discord. Eat the poo-poo. Exactly. Vorpal says, so I want the Dems to embracing guns. Stop reminding me Gavin Newsom doesn't. Okay. Arm all the minorities. I mean, that's what I would do. Barnes versus Felix said moment of the threat is no good. Right. But that's not codifying officer cause jeopardy. Beef Supreme says, after reading this, if you're still unclear, go ask a lawyer. No. Connor, you said they ruled 9-0. Yeah, they ruled 9-0, that moment of threat doctrine, which wasn't even the doctrine that I've been subscribing to all week. The describing or the doctrine that I've been talking about all day is deadly force being under imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I've never asserted that totality of circumstances shouldn't be evaluated during a deadly force encounter. I've never said that. What I'm asking for is an additional ruling. I'm asking for officer cause jeopardy. Officer cause jeopardy means that the officer negligently or maliciously put themselves in harm's way in order to provoke a use of force response. So as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and check if the lower court, let's see if the Fifth Circuit has ruled on Felix versus Barnes. Is Felix versus Barnes still under review in the Fifth Circuit? Yes, Barnes versus Felix is back under review in the Fifth Circuit. Okay, so I'm right. Again, Barnes versus Felix only says the use of totality of circumstances, not moment of threat. Barnes versus Felix expressly says we do not address officer-created jeopardy. Thank you, Kingslayer Damocles. Cosner says, Connor, can I make a video or email addressing all aspects of the situation? Absolutely, and I'll promote it as much as I can. Make sure you set up the custom invite URL. No, I won't. I refuse. There's a pile person emoji. Nice. We have so much flair. True. Check Connor Chill Chat. No, you can. Literally watch Kurt talk about it. Uncivil law. He's a lawyer who has argued at the Supreme Court level, and he's... I don't see the rest of it. Hello, 9-0 is unanimous decision affirming. You're thinking 0-9. The decision has nothing to do with officer cause jeopardy. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're just making something up. All right, I'll watch Uncivil Law. How about that? Will that resolve the problem? Will watching Uncivil Law talk about it resolve the problem, even though the court, like the Supreme Court ruling explicitly does not address officer cause jeopardy and it's currently under review? Okay, yeah, I'll go watch it. All right. Anyways, it is 4 hours and 50 minutes. I'm going to apologize again. I don't deserve you. Okay. I don't deserve you as a chat. I have been very grumpy today. I have been very rude today. And I've been very mean today. And I definitely, in my rage, I definitely killed I killed like 3 or 4 white names today. So my apologies for being rude and my apologies for being mean. I'm sorry for being rude and mean. It'll happen again. But we made it 5 hours approximately, and I'm going to thank everybody who donated, even though I didn't deserve your donations today. Sabian Green, thank you for the 100 DKK. Hedonic Samuel with the 10. AF Racing with the 5. Airborne Kite with the 5. Anonymous Chatter with the 5. Christian Blaris with the 2. JT89 with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 5. Christian Blaris with the 2. Christian Blaris with the 2. Anonymous Chatter with the 5. Anonymous Chatter with the 5. Jeb Kush with the 2. Exponential Entropy with the 2 $50 super chats, adding to a total of $100. I don't deserve you. And thank you, Exponential Entropy, for continuing to listen, even though I'm a douchebag. Anonymous Chatter with the $100. I don't deserve you. And thank you for the $100 super chat. I am a douchebag, and my apologies to you. Anonymous with the 20. Larry Hutchinson, thank you for smashing a goal today, Larry Hutchinson, with the small chips. A 10, a 5, a 2, and a 2. Once again, I'm a douchebag and my apologies. Real Serious with the ARS 100. Anonymous Chatter with the 20. Old School with the 2. Sean Kaplan with the 5. Fellrunner with the 5. Real Serious with the 500 Argentinian pesos. Hutch Larry with the 5. Grassroots with the 10. Larry Hutchinson with the 5 gifted. Deus Halcyon with the gifted. And Vazraka with the gifted. Thank you, Vazraka, for being my favorite lurker besides Tezzy. Tezzy is my second favorite lurker, and Brooklyn is my third favorite lurker. So, once again, my apologies. Can we pre-agree that if Uncivil says moment of threat, then that's a different thing? I mean, I agree with that. Coffee says I survived another day. You did. You did. Thank you for being nice while still being critical. Kingslayer says, like how hard is it to read? We don't address this and come to the conclusion that it's not being addressed. I don't know. Have a good day, Connor, and see you next time, Christian. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for sticking with me, even though I'm annoying as hell. He can't keep getting away with this. True. Kingslayer says, I'm surprised I survived. It's okay. You can be rude to me as long as you're funny about it. If you say booby bear at the end of you being incredibly rude to me, I have to tolerate you. So you can say like, Connor, you should kill yourself, booby bear, and I'll be like, damn, I can't ban that person. They said booby bear. All right. Anyways, parasocial love. Have fun. I'll see you later. It's going to be very loud. The outro is very loud. Pre-warned.